Chapter 1 Killing Ashwin at the start. In the gloomy laboratory, Orochimaru stared at the blind boy in front of him, trembling with excitement. Ha 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 ha, how many people have been pursuing the reincarnation eye all their lives, but they don't know that some small mutations in the family are. They've been asking for it all their lives, so now, little Wawa, your eyes are mine. As he said, Orochimaru suddenly stretched out his finger and went to the opposite child's eyeball. Boundless pain came from Hyagallanmo's eyeballs. He looked at the Orochimaru in front of him in horror, but he was constantly scolding his mother. What's the situation? He obviously sleeps at home. How would it appear here? And isn't this Orochimaru in front of you? Just now he said he was the eye of reincarnation? Hyagallanmo is a mother-to-womb crossing. He is a person familiar with the plot of Naruto. He definitely knows who he is. Know more about the so-called reincarnation eye? But is Orochimaru crazy? Everyone in Konoha knows that Hyagallanmo is blind, born blind, waste wood, and the disgrace and accident of the Hyaga family that is inferior to ordinary people. How can he become a person with reincarnation eyes? Indeed, every child born in the Hyaga family is born with a blank eye. And Hyagallanmo was a blind man who didn't lose his eyes. It was so hard to imagine that he was taken a fancy by the famous Yuan. The sharp pain came from his eyeball. Ding, the mirror system has detected an external intrusion. May I ask the mirror bloodline host if it counterattacks? If it does not counterattack, the eyeball will be dug out immediately. The eyeball will be dug out, and the system will explode. Counterattack, counterattack. Hyagallanmo Naorin started to feel pain. He didn't realize what was going on with the system before he spoke. The mirror system protector, the first step, mirror counterattack, mirror illusion conversion. Hyagallanmo's eyes were blue and white. Orochimaru looked at those Shulingling's eyes, and looked at his eyeballs greedily. Suddenly he mirrored his eyes and fell to the ground. Then he had hallucinations. He actually saw himself standing in front of him and said, "Little baby, your eyes are mine." In this illusion, he became Hyaga Blue Ink. The big snake pill in that illusion stretched out his fingers to his eyes and dug into his eyes. Huge amounts of pain filled every cell of his. Why, what's the matter? Isn't the Hyaga family unable to use illusion? How could this be? After saying this, he lost his voice again. At the moment, Hyagallanmo rubbed his eyes and jumped out of the bed. A system in his mind had already appeared. At the same time, he actually saw the system interface in his mind. Sorry for the host, the mirroring system report is late. May I ask the host, is it fully awakening? Awakening. Although he is a traverser, he doesn't know what other mirror system his body has. Yes, the host. This system has been successfully bound since you were born, but it has been in a dormant state. Just now you suddenly awakening due to danger. May I ask the host, do you need full awakening? The system's mechanical voice sounded. Comprehensive awakening. Hyagallanmo frowned as he watched the struggling Orochimaru on the ground. He is only 5 years old now and he must protect himself. Moreover, a mirror counterattack just knocked down a powerful character like Orochimaru. He believed that this system should be good. Ding, congratulations to the sole heir of the mirror bloodline, the mirror system is fully awakening successfully. Chapter 2 Comprehensive Awakening. Detection host, Hyaga family mutant bloodline, the owner of the invisible reincarnation eye Hyagallanmo. Age, 5 years old. Physical strength, 10. Chakra capacity, 0. System level, elementary level. System ability, in addition to the system's built-in mirroring protection ability, can be divided into, mirror copy, 0 level. According to the host's requirements, the host can practice the copy content after mirroring storage and copying at any time. Mirror training, level 0, the host can practice according to the copied content. Mirror clone, 0. You can clone the creature you want to clone at any time according to the host's requirements. Need to grow slowly, except for humans. Mirror development, 0. The system is divided into two lists, one is his own ability chakra list, and the other is the system list. There are two sides, except for age and physical strength, all are 0. When he saw the first originally message, he understood why Orochimaru would target him, a blind man. It turned out that he turned out to be a mutant bloodline of the Hokage family, the owner of the invisible reincarnation eye. He never knew it. These eyes will bring infinite power and danger to him in the future. When he thinks of Uchiha Madara killing many people at all costs for these eyes, Hyogalanmo's back chills. According to the development of the plot, if Orochimaru knows that he has reincarnation eyes, then Akatsuki will definitely know in the future. Then he will be more difficult in the future? It seems that he must immediately improve his own and system ability, otherwise his life will not be saved. Hyogalanmo looked down at the Orochimaru that fell on the ground. Now he has to quickly clean up the old monster in front of him. If someone comes in a while, it will be in trouble. Hyogalanmo squatted down, stretched out his hand and took out a handful of kunao from Orochimaru's waist, and thrust it into Orochimaru on the ground. He plunged into Orochimaru's chest with a single blow, without eyes. Blink. I heard that your resurrection ability is very strong, you won't die like this, right? So what? He came to the table on the side and picked up a bottle of liquid from above. This is what Yuan used for experimentation, and it was marked sulfuric acid. It was full of a large bottle, and he fell directly onto Yuan, with nothing left from head to toe. Ah, BD, you dare to pour me with sulfuric acid? Wait, I won't let you go. What kind of magic do you use? Why can't I move, why? Don't think that this will kill me. I'll be back soon to seek revenge from you, little guy. I will pay you back 1,000,000 times the pain you gave me today. Wait, I will make you worse than death. Yuan was in pain unbearable and yelled, but soon there was no sound and he completely lost consciousness. Until he was completely burned out by sulfuric acid, burned down, burned so much that there is not even a single cell left. The 5-year-old Hyogalanmo threw the bottle on the ground. He turned around and out of the laboratory and out of the cave. It was the rock wall that had sculpted the Hokage of the past generations. He jumped on the head of the 3-generation Hokage statue and looked at the lights of the thousands of houses in Konoha village in front of him. Blind. Yes, he is an invisible blind waste during the day, but at night, his eyesight is 100 times better than ordinary people. For example, now, the whole Konoha, and even outside the village, he can see clearly. Damn it! What's the situation over there? While Sun Xiang Lanmo was enjoying the night view of the village, a huge amounts of 9-tailed beast appeared in the village, and on the side of the tailed beast, was standing on the side of the masked Uchiha with soil. Chapter 3 Full Copy. Hyogalanmo cursed, squatted down to hide himself, looking at the scene in front of him. He was passing through the mother's womb, and he knew what was going on now. 9 tails attack Konoha. Today is the day Uzumaki Naruto was born. He looked at the village nervously. Huge amounts of explosions sounded in the village, the cry of the children, the shouts of the villagers, and the sound of the ninjas' roar rescue. Someone organized the villagers to go to the refuge, and the ninja who could fight began to resist the destruction of the village by the tail beast. As if the huge amounts of Kyuubi had lost control, he frantically attacked the ninja in front of him, constantly destroying the buildings in the village. The power of the tail beast is terrifying, and human beings are vulnerable to a blow in front of it. This is a disaster. Hyogalanmo squatted on the stone statue of the 3rd generation of Hokage, frowning at the scene in front of him. 4 generations of Hokage wave Fengshuman appeared on the battlefield. Today is the day his son Naruto Uzumaki was born, and the day when their husband and wife died. Hyogalanmo frowned slightly, but it was a pity that he didn't have enough ability, otherwise he really wanted to use his power to restore the family's reunion and peace. Ding. Target locked, target 4, may I ask the host, the strong one has been detected, do you need to mirror it? A systematic voice appeared in Hyagalanmo's mind, and he asked strangely, what is mirror copy? Mirror copying is to copy all the scenes in front of you to the system, then you can extract the characters in the scenes to copy and learn. The system gave a rough explanation and then continued to ask, the opportunity is rare. May I ask the host, do you want to mirror copy? Okay. Make a copy. As soon as I said this, there was a ticking sound in the system. Mirror lock, copy 1, the powerful nine-tailed beast. Copy start, 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%. 2, Wave Wind Watergate. Copy start, 1%, 2%. 3, Uchiha Takes Soil. Copy start. 4, Sarutobi Sun Slash. Seeing the information in the system appeared, the scene of the four masters in front appeared. Hyagalanmo's eyes widened in astonishment. System, you copy, isn't it just a mirror copy? I thought you were just recording the picture, obviously not. Because Hyagalanmo discovered that after the copy screens of these four masters appeared in the mirror copy list of the mirror system, the information of these people appeared constantly later. Moreover, these materials mainly record everyone's ability and ninjutsu, as well as the training methods of ninjutsu, etc. The recording is complete. May I ask the host, will you start mirroring practice immediately? If the host starts mirroring practice, you can copy the ninjutsu techniques of these people and practice them, except for the tail beast ability. Copy. Hyagalanmo said excitedly. Please select a copy object. Bofeng Watergate. Hyagalanmo already understood the meaning of mirror copying and mirroring practice. At this moment, he naturally wanted to learn all the ninjutsu of Heifeng Suizumi. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt an image of huge amounts of rushed into his mind, and all the knowledge and ninjutsu of Bofeng Shuman entered his mind. This knowledge and ninjutsu appeared in his mind like a surging river, which made people excited. It takes time and practice for definitely to inherit all these things. Chapter 4 King Clone. At the moment, a loud sound of huge amounts of appeared. Boom. Nine Tails launched the tail beast jade towards the Huoying rock wall, and the whirling sound of the tail beast jade circulated in the air. At the moment Hyagalanmo is standing on the head of the three generations of the Hokage rock, and the huge tail beast jade of the Nine Tails is attacking in front of him. He is squatting there, and his whole body is tightly pressed against the rock behind wall. He knew that he would not die. Because according to the original plot, Bofeng Shuman will use Thor to guide the mind to turn the tail beast jade away, so he will be fine. But when the huge amounts of tail beast jade with strong light rushed toward his face, it really shocked Hyagalanmo, who was sitting on the ruler, and the power was too shocking. Excuse me, does the host need to be mirrored? If the host needs a cultivated nine-tailed tail, it can be mirrored. At the moment, a systemic voice appeared in Hyagalanmo's mind, and this voice was more shocking than the sight of the tail beast jade. What? Can we clone the tail beast? Mirror clone cannot clone humans, any beasts can clone. Yes, I want a small nine-tailed tail. When he first heard the name of the system, he thought it was an ordinary system, but now, he really thinks it's too awesome. Okay, mirror cloning begins. He said. The mirror clone table appears, and a nine-tail mirror copy appears in the table. The slow mirror clone has begun, but this speed is particularly slow, and it makes people doubt life. Nine-tailed clone, 0.00001%, 0.00002. In Konoha village, huge amounts of tail beast jade has been transferred by Bofeng Shuman, and they have been transferred to the battlefield. At the same time, Yurihong appeared beside Hyagalanmo. Why are you here? Shirihong reached out and picked up Hyagalanmo, turned and left. Go, I will take you to the refuge. When Hyagalanmo was picked up by her, she happened to see Danzo appearing at the entrance of the Hokage rock wall. One of his eyes was hidden behind the white bandage, and the other eye looked evilly at Hyagalanmo, who was taken away below. His eyes were deep and cold, and his brows were tightly wrinkled together, and he looked at him tightly. He came from Orochimaru's laboratory. How could that kid be here? Isn't it a coincidence? Is he the test subject of Yuan tonight? If it was a test subject, how could he run out? Tuanzang looked back at the long and dark secret road, wondering in his heart, why isn't Yuan here tonight? The rumble of explosions continued, the roar of nine tails destroyed the world, and the ninjas in the village were trying their best to prevent its destruction. The fire was blazing, and the fighting continued. Hyagalanmo was sent to the refuge by Yurihong. Uzuzian in the cave rushed over and hugged him. Smelly boy, where did you go? I scared my sister to death. Mao Yuzian is only 10 years old this year, 5 years older than Hyagalanmo. In her eyes, this white and soft little boy is a little brother who needs protection. Not only her, but several girls think so. Even Inyazuka Hana, who has always been grumpy, has a very gentle attitude to Hyagaemo on weekdays. Lan Emo, are you okay? Are you not injured? I visited your house when the explosion did not see you. Fortunately, you are okay. Several girls surrounded him. Who made him the most handsome of these children? No way, just so attract the attention of girls. Chapter 5, Moonlight Blast. Lan Emo, are you okay? Where did you go? It's so late, and there was an attack outside? How could you run around? You didn't see the nine tails, it's so scary. Inyazuka Hana said, the people in this refuge are ordinary people who have no fighting ability, and there are some shinobu who have just entered school. Everyone is hiding here, and everyone's nerves are nervous. Nonetheless, children can easily shift their minds because they also know how to assess damage and casualties. What do you look at? Didn't you see that he was blind? Still let him see? To this day, he just doesn't mess with everyone, and I don't know how a blind man ran out. He didn't even have a blind eye, even a bird in a cage. If you can't stab the waist, you know it will hurt everyone. Hyaga Hikari on one side looked dissatisfied with the several girls in front of him talking around Hyagalanmo, and said coldly, don't you know? Lan Emo can see it at night. At this time, Uchiha Itachi said coldly while holding the baby Uchiha Sasuke. With that said, the eyes of several children turned to Hyagalanmo. Lan Emo, can you see it at night? Even Uzuzian, who often takes care of him, doesn't know about it, because they rarely see Hyagalanmo at night. On weekdays, he always played with them during the day, but at night, he would go home by himself, so few people knew about it. Yes, Sister Zian, I can see you at night, I can see you now, you are so beautiful. Hyagalanmo's mouth curled up, his mouth was sweet, and he looked innocently at Uyuzian in front of him. She has long purple hair and fair skin and cute skin. She is looking at her carefully with big misty eyes. She is very close, and she shook her palm, trying to test his eyesight. When Uzuzian heard this, a blush appeared in her ears. Little Lanmo, you are so cute. After finishing speaking, she actually lowered her head and pressed lips on Hyagalanmo's face. It didn't matter this time, all the boys on the scene were anxious. You know, Uyuzian is at the level of a goddess in the eyes of these boys. Her beauty, gentleness, and toughness make many boys secretly admire and admire. But now, their goddess actually kissed the blind man? Ah, Hyagalanmo, what are you doing? Who asked you to kiss Sister Zian? Hikari was the first to be impatient, followed by Kaminoki Su, Niko Hate, Yume Muta. Several boys of this age all screamed, among them Moonlight Gale was even more angry, and he struck Hyagalanmo's chest with a punch. Regardless of his sickness, he was only 10 years old. He was trained by the ninja school, while Hyagalanmo was only 5 years old, and because of his blindness, he was still a disability abandoned by the Hyaga family. Everyone does not know that this so-called disabled child has actually been practicing physique, coupled with the mirroring practice in the mirror system that has just been activated. The posture of Bofeng Shuman's physique has appeared in his mind. How could he wait beaten? When Hyagalanmo saw his fist hit, he leaned forward, dodged, then raised his foot and kicked him under the armpit of Moonlight Gale. Moonlight Gale was so painful that he lowered his body and covered his arm. He felt that his arm was about to be dislocated, and his painful tears were rolling in his eyes. Chapter 6. This is a refuge, and many people are hiding here. Although a few children get together to play, the adults don't care, but now that the fight is starting, someone will naturally come forward and fight. Shifeng, what are you doing? The older children bully the little ones. Don't you know how to be ashamed? Moonlight Hade's mother stepped forward and pulled him over and checked his shoulders. He kisses Xian. Moonlight Hade exclaimed angrily. Obviously Xian's Lan Mo, okay. Alright, stop making trouble. Moonlight Hade's mother said coldly, dragging him into the crowd. The other friends looked at Hyagalanmo in surprise. Although they didn't have many chances to see him on weekdays, they never knew that his physical skills were so powerful. And Uchiha Itachi, who was holding the child on one side, looked deeper and deeper, and he seemed to be different from what he had imagined. The reason Uchiha Itachi knew that he could see it at night was because by chance he saw the scene of cooking at home after he threw away the food distributed to him by the village. Later, after studying him for 2 days, he discovered that this kid of the same age could be seen at night, but he was indeed blind during the day. Not only that, he often trains physical skills secretly by himself. Don't look at his softness and whiteness on the surface. In fact, when he trains physical skills, he is very fast, and he is fierce. This is also why the mirror image protection in Hyagalanmo's mirror image system can exert so much power, which is directly related to his continuous self-physical training over the past 2 years. It is also because of seeing his self-physical training. Recently, Uchiha Itachi has also begun to practice self-cultivation at home during this period of time. They are the same age, he can't fall behind him. After a small disturbance, Xian dragged Hyagalanmo aside, and the other children were also taken back by their parents, and the disturbance subsided in this way. The explosion outside the shelter has been much less, but everyone is still very nervous. After another period of time, it was quiet outside, and then someone came in and announced that it was safe outside, allowing everyone to exit the shelter in an orderly manner. Everyone knew that because of the Kyuubi attack, many ninjas were sacrificed in the village. Among them, the 4th generation of Naruto and his wife Shinkuna Uzumaki also sacrificed, and Kyuubi has been successfully sealed. As for whose body was sealed in? There are different opinions. Only the senior management of the village can know this secret, but ordinary people can guess some of it, but everyone will not put it on the surface. Hyagalanmo was sent home by Uzuki Xian, and after he was told to pay attention to safety, she left, and she wanted to go home to look for her relatives. Hyagalanmo's home is located on the edge of the village outside the Hyaga family, which is relatively quiet. Now he is finally alone, and all the ninjutsu abilities and cultivation methods in his mind about the Bofeng Shui man are tumbling, as if he is desperate to find the energy to vent. It's a pity that Hyagalanmo doesn't have chakra right now. If he is not equipped with this knowledge, he can practice ninjutsu well. It seems that the most important thing now is chakra. As long as he owns chakra, then everything is there. Thinking of this, he did not dare to neglect at all, found the most basic way to extract chakra from Bofeng Shuman, and began to practice. Chapter 7 The Art of Immortals. If you want to practice ninjutsu, you need to know what the attributes of your body's chakra are. He didn't know, so he didn't rush to practice ninjutsu, but found a way to improve his physical strength, and then condense chakra. With 10,000 punches, the system mirroring protection increased by 0.5. Increase in mirror training, 1%. Nine-tailed beast clone increased by 0.00002. Currently 0.0001%. 1000 push UPS, the mirror image protection increases by 1%. Although the system is growing slowly, Hyagalanmo feels that this is hope. As long as there is hope, it is better than anything. He has to get stronger quickly. Orochimaru was tortured to death by himself in that way. He would definitely not let it go. He is so strong. When he comes back, if he is not strong yet, I am afraid that he will not know how he died. And the Danzo he saw on the Hokage rock wall. Looking at his expression, he must have guessed something? He and Orochimaru are currently in a cooperative relationship. If he knew that he had killed Orochimaru, he would definitely not let him go. There is also Uchiha Madara who likes reincarnation eyes so much. If you let him know that he is invisible reincarnation eyes, he will definitely not let him go. With so many dangers surrounding him like a time bomb, he must be strong to survive. After staying up all night, Hyagalanmo was constantly undergoing physical training. When the sun was rising and his eyes were out of sight, he stopped for mental training. If you want to extract chakras, you have to extract body energy from the 130 trillion cells of the human body, then add mental energy, mix them together, and then according to your needs, you can extract the chakras. Hyagalanmo closed his eyes and felt the surroundings. A strange luster covered him from all directions and entered his body. This power is not the spiritual power in his body. Young man, you can't do this. It is very troublesome to practice the fairy art in the human world. Besides, your body chakra hasn't formed yet. It's very dangerous. And it's too dirty here, it's very likely to change your own form. You don't want to become bugs, moths, grasshoppers and ants, right? If you don't want to, don't absorb chakras from nature here again, it's dangerous. The sudden sound made Hyagalanmo clever. He looked at the window, although he could not see anything, but because of the mirror system, his mind still showed the scene of the window now. An elderly toad is squatting there wearing a small cloak. It is not big, has white eyebrows and a beard. It is the elder toad of Miyamu Mountain, who is deeply immortal. Little Wawa, I advise you not to practice the art of immortality casually. Not everyone can practice the art of immortality, and you can't refine chakra? From my perspective, you are not suitable for cultivation, just be an ordinary one. People, life is stable and safe, better than anything else. After that, Shenzo Xianren took a deep look at him again, shook his head slightly, and made a vertical leap, disappearing. It originally came to participate in the funeral of the 4 generations. I didn't expect to find that the natural chakra flow in the village was very peculiar when it first entered the village. It was all coming in one direction, so it followed. Unexpectedly, a little baby would sit in his own home and absorb natural chakras. This is a scene that he has never seen in his entire life. It is incredible that a person without chakras is absorbing natural chakras. Chapter 8, Too Excessive. For a moment, it really wanted to bring the child back to Miyamu Mountain, but the next second it discovered that the child's eyes are invisible and he is disabled. For this alone, it has already vetoed its previous decision, and for his safety, it has given a warning and left. Hyagalanmo curled his mouth and didn't take it seriously, but this time he was not going to experiment with natural energy. He began to practice body energy honestly and dutifully. By noon, he was able to retrieve the chakra. The feeling of excitement made him jump for joy, really want to try the power of ninjutsu of the 4 generations of Megami Fengshuman now. He closed his eyes and stood in the yard, feeling the feeling of the wind. The sound of the rustling leaves rang in his ears, and he stepped forward, and he was already on the tree. Another transfer has returned to the room. The speed is so fast, as if he was born with this teleport technique. Immediately afterwards, it was Orochimaru. He stretched out his finger. Before he could practice, the ability of Bofeng Shuman had appeared in his mind. Those ability was just like he was born with him. There was no need for much practice at all, as long as he knew the knot. The printing and extraction method can be realized. A small spiral pill appeared in his palm, constantly spinning. He lowered his head to feel the power of the spiral pill, and asked himself softly, is the wind a tribute chakra? The chakra power of the spiral pill is still rotating, because his chakra has just been refined, and his possession is not very large. He began to absorb the surrounding natural chakras and add it to the rotating spiral pill. With his movements, Orochimaru changed its posture and turned into a Orochimaru shuriken. Not only that, its size was several times stronger than the Orochimaru just now. Others were tired of practicing chakra, but he felt very relaxed. He didn't know that a faint seven-color light and shadow appeared on his eyelids. Smudged on the eyelids of his closed eyes, his black hair drifted down, really a bit fairy-like. If the immortal art of Heifeng Shuman was learned by those toad in Miamu Mountain, then Hyagalanmo is a master without a teacher. And the immortal art he is presenting does not belong to any of the three sacred places of immortality. On the contrary, his immortal art seems to come from all nature, like a collection of all natural chakras. The facial makeup actually presents 7 colors of brilliance. At the moment, an old toad was standing on the wall of his house looking at the scene in surprise, his mouth wide open and his face couldn't believe it. What kind of cultivation method is this? When coming over in the morning, isn't this kid still not able to practice chakra? Why did he have the facial makeup of the immortal technique in the morning, and he has also cultivated into a strange immortal technique? This is incredible. This toad was the master Shenzo of Miamu Mountain who had participated in the funeral of 4 generations. It originally wanted to go back to Miamu Mountain directly, but before leaving, at a moment's notice, he came to the west end of the village and wanted to see the doll that was practiced in the morning. Unexpectedly, it doesn't matter if I look at it, I'm shocked when I look at it. This is too surprising, this scene is simply unprecedented, and it really makes it an eye-opener to see it for a long time. It was wondering here, the Hyagalanmo over there had already heard the other party's movement, a backhand, and the spiral shuriken in his hand flew towards Shenzuo. Crack! Are you going too far? You want to kill the frog. Chapter 9 Toad Oil Bomb. He made a deep turn, avoided the spiral shuriken, and was about to go forward with excitement, but was caught in the hand by the little baby. His speed is too fast. I'm sorry, I'm blind, I don't know who you are. What do you want to hide behind the wall of my house? Are you the thief who steals children? Konoha has always lost children recently. They were all made by Orochimaru. Hyagalanmo naturally knows, and he also knows that Toad is the elder of Miamu Mountain, she is an immortal. But in order not to ruin the character, it is natural to pretend not to know. Hyagalanmo pinched Shinzo Toad's neck with his fingers, stretched out his other hand, and touched his belly. Are you a frog? Let go, let go. I've lived such an old age, no one dares to touch my belly. The elder Shenzuo broke out with a chakra, shaking off Hyagalanmo's fingers, and then the whole toad was puffed up as if he had been wronged by the sky, with a look of anger on his face. You doll, do you know who you offend? You are too much, if it is not for the sake of whether you are blind or a doll, I am now. As he said, Toad turned around and checked in his hands. The carrot knife has shot. Hyagalanmo turned around and avoided its attack. He closed his eyes tightly and his ears were sensitive. The mirror system in his mind had already seen the scene of the opponent and even nearby. Haha, One morning's practice, you can actually become an immortal model, it's amazing. Although Shenzo Xianren's face was serious, he was happy in his heart, and his eyes were excited as if he had discovered a new world. Unexpectedly, this doll was quite awkward. He turned around, huge amounts of chakra burst out. Toad oil bomb. Feng Dun. Hyagalanmo uses Feng Dun. It stands to reason that Feng Dun will not win against toad oil bombs at all, because the mutual restraint between the two is not obvious. But in the next second, Shenzo Xianren was dumbfounded. Originally, the scale of toad oil bombs was not very large, but because the opponent's wind escape was entangled with fire escape, it actually increased the scale of flame burning and explosion. I don't know if the grilled frog is delicious. The doll on the opposite side whispered, and then an instantaneous spell disappeared. There was an explosion of huge amounts of at the scene, and Shenzo Xianren quickly retreated back. It didn't expect it to be standing behind a little baby. Although Hyagalanmo was not very old, Toad Immortal Shenchuo was very small, and he was caught in the hand again by the other party. Immediately afterwards, he unexpectedly turned to the opposite side of Toad's oil bomb flame with an instantaneous technique, and raised the little old toad in his hand. I want to eat grilled frogs. Quoth. I have lived for half my life, haven't encountered such a thing. Shen worked hard, but this kid also had the fairy chakra, and for a while, he didn't break free. The eyebrows and beard on its face were scorched by the flames. With a strong force, it turned its head and bit on Hyagalanmo's finger, breaking free and escaping. Shenzo Xianren thought as he ran, he actually lost to a few-year-old baby, he really lost dead man. With a tang sound, it disappeared from the scene. The flame of Toad's oil bomb disappeared, and the fiery feeling on the scene slowly receded as the wind escaped. Hyagalanmo's mouth bends. Seeing that the old man is running away, he probably won't talk about it. He doesn't want him to become a super weapon in the village at such a young age. He still wants to develop slowly for a few years. Chapter 10. Indeed, Shenzo Xianren who left is constantly comforting himself. No one has seen this, as long as he does not say, others will not know, so for the sake of face, he will not tell others about it for the time being. Hyagalanmo turned around and went back to the room, took a shower and changed his clothes. Just as he was about to sort out the information in the mirror system in his mind, there was a knock on the door of the courtyard. Hyagalanmo tidied up his clothes, walked to the door, fumbled and opened the door. Lan Mo, I'm about to go to the store, are you going to eat ramen today? I will bring it to you, or shall I take you to eat it? Il Ramen Xiao Changpu stood outside the door. She was wearing a pink dress with a smile on her face and her big eyes blinking at him. Hyaga Amo's parents are ninjas of the Hyaga family. 3 years ago, he was orphaned because of a mission and he was sent to the nursery by Konoha to raise him. It was not until the beginning of this year that he asked to return to his own home to live on his own. Although Konoha's care for the children of martyrs is limited, he is still willing to pay for it. He has a fixed amount of nurturing money every month, so eating naturally is not a problem. For example, this LE ramen, he is a regular customer. I'll eat it in your store, and I will come back by myself after eating, save trouble. You ran back and forth. Hyagalanmo began to say. Since the mirroring system was activated, he could not see it during the day, but as long as he wanted to, he could use the mirror perception to know the surrounding situation. For example, now, the little smiling calamus with 2 ponytails tied up and watching the picture of him smiling happily has clearly appeared in his mind. Okay, let's go together. Changpu stretched out his hand and grabbed his finger, and walked out. The 2 people walked slowly down the street, passing through a few alleys, passing through the gates of the 2 houses of the Hyaga's house, and arrived at the main street facing the east gate of Konoha. Hinata Lanmo, you think it is Hyagalanmo? Hinata standing on the side of the street pulled the moonlight blast on one side and called. Among the children of the same age in the Hyoga family, although ability is not the strongest, in front of Hyoga Lanmo, he can take 100 breaths to ensure that he is definitely better than him. But when he was in the refuge last night, Hyoga Lanmo put his foot under Moonlight Storm's armpit. He saw it. He didn't expect his physical skills to be so powerful that he could beat Moonlight, who was 5 years older than them. Blast! Seeing him suddenly appear today, groping, Hyoga had a certain mentality of revenge against him, so he yelled aside of the Moonlight Blast. Big brother Haifeng, have you forgotten how he embarrassed you at the refuge last night? I don't know how he did it, and he could kick you with a kick. It's really irritating. Hyoga Guang added fuel and jealousy, yelling loudly for fear that the other party would not start. At first, it wasn't a lot of trouble to fight between children, but when Hinata Kika called so, the 10-year-old Moonlight Hate saw everyone's eyes again, and felt that his face was dull. He took the 3 children and rushed in front of Hyoga Lanmo. In order to prevent the adults from coming out to stop the trouble, he grabbed Hyoga Lanmo by the collar and dragged him into the side alley. This alley is dark and damp, and people do not often move around. It is a good place for him to take revenge. Chapter 11 I'm afraid. The 4 people surrounded Hyoga Lanmo, and the calamus on one side nervously grasped his finger. Lanmo, I'm afraid. It's okay, don't be afraid. Hyoga Lanmo pulled the calamus behind him. Moonlight Hate looked at him fiercely. Last time, he had suffered the loss of the kid in front of everyone. This time, no matter what, he would find face. Smelly blind, I haven't settled accounts with you last time. I told you that Xian is my girlfriend. You dared to kiss her. Are you impatient? Seeing that you are a blind man, I don't know what you are. Today you kneel down and call me grandpa 3 times, saying that you won't bother with Xian anymore. I will let you go, otherwise, I want you to look good today. Don't look at Moonlight Storm's surface looking sick, but it speaks very harshly. Hyoga Lanmo opened his eyes slightly, and a pair of dark blue eyeballs stared blankly in front of him, as if they had no focus. What if I don't? Don't be beaten. When the other boys heard this, Roar rushed forward, facing Hyoga Lanmo and preparing to shoot. These children are all older than Hyoga Hikari and Hyoga Lanmo at the same age. 2 of them are already at the lower ninja level, and they have been on several missions. Don't fight, don't, wow. Xiao Changpu started crying in fright, turned and ran out of sight. The 4 rushed up, punching and kicking Hyoga Lanmo, but the next second, there was a terrible cry. Ah! The 4 of them didn't know what was going on, and they were beaten out by the other party. What happened just now? They didn't even see Hyoga Lanmo's movements clearly. Moonlight Shippu's family-renowned ninjutsu is swordsmanship. In terms of physical skills, although he is not physically good, he is much taller than the average ninja of the same age. He was kicked by Hyoga Lanmo yesterday, which he thought was a coincidence. But today he knew that it was not a coincidence at all. His physical ability was amazing. Not only that, but the speed made it impossible for people to discern the tricks he used. The 4 people fell to the ground, their noses and faces swollen. Hyoga Lanmo closed his eyes and stood in the alley, as quiet as if the person who shot just now was not him. Uncle, that's them, they want to fight brother Lan Mo. Xiao Changpu appeared at the alley with the guards. Hyoga Lanmo frowned slightly when he heard the voice, and just about to pretend to fall to the ground and not touch the porcelain to show that he was also a victim, he was grabbed by his arms. All the people who gathered to make trouble are taken away. The J-Guard member of the Uchiha family said. Several children were so scared that they cried, "Don't catch me, I'm looking for my mother, don't catch me." At this time, Uchiha Itachi appeared in front of everyone. He had seen the fight just now. The reason why he didn't show up was to see who lost and who won. Uncles, it doesn't matter if children fight, let them go today. Yes, yes, we're just playing around. Hyagalanmo also laughed, and entered the guards. Those children have family members who can take them back, how about him? Do you want to live there for one night? Besides, this is not a big deal. Why does the Uchiha family member of the J-Guard insist on arresting people? Yeah, Hyaga and the Moonlight Gusts. We were just playing around just now, didn't we? Hyagalanmo turned his head and asked the other four people with swollen noses and swollen noses. Chapter 12 Uchiha Belts Oil. They didn't want to join the guard either, so they nodded in cooperation. Yes, we're just playing around, uncle, let us go, we won't be fooling around. That's not okay, all the people who gather to fight will have to be arrested. Whether it was Uchiha Itachi or the children who confessed their mistakes, these people actually took all 5 of them to the J-Guard, even the young ones. The Calamus was never let go. Hyagalanmo frowned slightly, no wonder their family would be wiped out later. This kind of self-righteous, over-enforcement attitude, even if it takes the entire Konoha, I am afraid that it will not be well managed. Sure enough, the guards were full of complaints. Some were locked up just because they drank a little wine in the evening and quarreled with others, and some were locked up because their dog bit someone. Anyway, all kinds of things. Large file size is small, no matter the value is not worth it all entered this game. Hey, I said the police captain, why don't you catch those thieves who steal children? What are you doing to catch us? What heinous crimes we committed, it's worth holding on to you like this. You have nowhere to do it, right? Someone shouted angrily. Shut up, dare to say nonsense, don't you be afraid of being beaten. Then, the Uchiha family rushed into the cell, punching and kicking the man, and the people next to him watched. By this moment, all frowned. As the night approached, the parents of several other children came and the guards took them back. There were 2 people in the large cell discussing the missing children in the village quietly. On the side of the small cell, only Hyagalanmo was left. He closed his eyes and started the internal mirroring system. In the daytime, he had learned all the 4 generations of ninjutsu, and as his body chakra increased and his cultivation efforts, he mirrored the little Kyuubi in the clone. It has reached 0.1%, which is really not a small improvement. He opened his eyes and looked at the cage. According to his current ability, he wanted to escape from prison, but he couldn't do that. Anyway, he is a child, and he just committed a little trouble. It shouldn't last long. Seeing the Uchiha family walking around in front of him, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Taking advantage of the time now, he will practice Uchiha's ninjutsu. Anyway, he was among the 3 people who were mirrored by the mirroring system. Hyagalanmo's natural mirror bloodline, hidden reincarnation eyes, is the most suitable person for the mirror system, and because he is the mutant bloodline of the Hyaga family, he has achieved the system function that can replicate anyone's ninjutsu. If the 4th generation of Yellow Lightning Megami Fengshouman is already a big figure in the ninja world, then Uchiha Dato is definitely a legend among the villains. The Blood Will Eye appears, the Kaleidoscope Blood Will Eye is born, and the Wood Escape Chakra emerges in different time and space. Hyagalanmo's eyes have been added to Uchiha's blood from the natural dark blue, and the eyes are purple-red blood circle eyes, and as his body chakra continues to swim, the ability of mirroring cultivation gradually rises. He felt a burst of heat all over his body, and his eyes turned into a kaleidoscope appearance. This kind of physical energy reacted much more intensely than when he was practicing ninjutsu. No wonder people say that the Uchiha clan has a restless bloodline gene, as expected. Finally, when he opened his eyes again, his pupils had already turned bright red. He tried to switch in the different space, and immediately he appeared on the roof of the guards. After another switch, the whole person was back. Arrived in the cell. Chapter 13, Crystal Escape Red Lotus. Fingers stretched out, and wooden branches appeared on the fingertips. He retracted Mudun and looked at the door of the cell. A guard on duty walked in. Hyagalanmo, your sister is here to take you home, let's go. After speaking, the man stretched out his hand and opened the door of the small cell. Hyagalanmo saw the scene and asked, can I take someone away without my sister? It's so late, it can't be Maoyuzian, there must be something in the middle. As soon as these words came out, the Uchiha family immediately increased their vigilance. At the same time, a fire broke out in the backyard, and someone shouted, fight the fire, it's on fire. The guards were dumbfounded and didn't know what to do for a while. There were 3 people on duty in the house. 2 of them rushed out of the office and went to the backyard to fight the fire. Just as the remaining one was about to lock the door, he was stabbed in his heart and fell to the ground. A young girl stood outside Hyagalanmo's cell. She had blue hair and was about 13 or 48 years old. She looked at the person inside with a charming smile. Brother, we should go home. After speaking, she reached out and unlocked the door, and when she came in, she grabbed Hyagalanmo. He had never seen this woman. Hyagalanmo turned around, avoided her eagle claws, and walked out of the cell. The fire was blazing outside. Many people did not notice the situation in the cell. Most of them rushed. Go to put out the fire. Brother, come here. The girl laughed, and reached out to catch him again. At the same time, several crystal escapes emerged from the ground, almost trapping Hyagalanmo in the crystal escape. Seeing this scene, Hyagalanmo knows who this person is. It turned out to be the crystal escape blood inheriting the boundary red lotus in childhood, one of the reincarnation containers of the Orochimaru. How could she appear in Konoha? Now Konoha's people don't know that those missing children were caused by Orochimaru, and since he killed him the night before, he hasn't moved. He wanted to get her very badly. If not, how could he let Gurren come? Catch him. Oh, I was able to escape my crystal pentagonal jail, ability is not weak, no wonder the adults have to ask you. The girl sneered. This time she quickly rushed forward, and used the crystal escape in multiple directions. It has to be said that although the current Honglian is the limit of blood succession, ability is still a bit worse than she was many years later. Hyagalanmo looked at Gurren. The mirror copy has been successful, and Gurren's ninjutsu training methods and basic information have appeared in the system list. He evaded and rushed to the yard. Originally, he wanted to use Mudun to compete with her, but suddenly he found that several people from Shinin and Anbi had appeared around. If he had any movement, I was afraid it would be soon. Arouse their idea. So he concealed ability, dodged from left to right, and suddenly he saw a person, rushed over, and plunged into his arms all of a sudden. Sister, help me. This person is no one else, but Tsunade's disciple Mude. She hugged Hyagalanmo, dodged to avoid the opponent's attack. Anbi and other ninjas rushed over. Seeing that things were not good, Gurren took back all Jingyun, one turned and fled, and the others hurried to chase, but it was strange that she disappeared in the air, searching the entire Konoha and the surrounding area, but did not find her. Hyagalanmo looked at Silent and the ninja in front of him and asked, that woman is a kid who steals children. She said that Dashimaru wants children. Is Dashimaru a thief? By the way, who is Dashimaru? Since he didn't want him to live well, he wouldn't let him live well in Konoha either. Chapter 14. Hyagalanmo thought so, his eyes cold. The others were shocked when they heard this, and hurriedly took him to the Konoha village office to meet the third generation of Hokage Sarutobi. In the huge office, 3 generations walked up and down in the office anxiously. Tsunade on one side was even more nervous, and the cold sweat on her palms spread layer after layer. She had never imagined that the Shiwan was actually using human bodies. Experiment. The shrewd eyes of the 3 generations were shiny. Hyagalanmo had already walked into the office, and the 5-year-old he looked around and didn't speak. 3 generations looked at the people in Anbi and asked, "Is there any news from Orochimaru?" "No, I'm looking around." "Well, anyway, you must bring him back to me alive." Sandai sighed, turned, and sat on the seat. "You are Hyagalanmo, aren't your eyes invisible?" 3 generations remember this child. Her parents were martyrs. As a member of the Hyaga family, he did not roll his eyes. "My eyes can see at night, and the doctor said my disease is called lens abnormality." Hyagalanmo deliberately explained the cause of his eye disease, just not wanting them to know that he is an invisible reincarnation eye. "Wow, I was negligent, and I didn't know. By the way, can you tell me in detail about tonight? And that woman?" Obviously, the 3 generations are now more concerned about the Orochimaru. "Okay." Hyagalanmo recounted his encounter with Orochimaru from beginning to end, including the night that Kuwabai attacked Konoha and he took him to the laboratory. It's just that he concealed the fact that he killed Orochimaru and awakening Shizuka's system. He just said that he didn't know what was going on at the time, and he suddenly convulsed and fell to the ground, so he took the opportunity to escape. After finishing this story, the 3 generations looked at Hyagalanmo in amazement, with a look of disbelief. "You mean that Dashimaru caught you the night before?" "Yes, I didn't know who the Dashimaru was before. Later that elder sister found me a photo, and then I knew that he was the one who caught me the night before." Hyagalanmo pointed to Silent and said, "His words are perfect. People are convinced. Orochimaru, Orochimaru." 3 generations suddenly clenched their fists and hammered the table heavily. He was his student, Konoha's pride, recognized by the ninja world, but he didn't want to go the right way, so he experimented with children. During this time, Konoha lost several children. Previously, the children from the outer village were lost. Now, he actually started on the children in the village, and even a child with sick eyes was not let go. It was too much to let people from outside the village come to catch this child. Thinking of this, the 3 generations were even more angry, and the whole popularity was restless. He looked at Hyagalanmo, then at the silence on one side, and said, "You send him back. Master Naruto, that girl hasn't been caught yet. Once she comes back to retaliate against this child? Is this the second time they have caught this child?" Mute said worriedly. When Tsunade heard this, his eyes fell on Hyagalanmo, stepped forward, squatted down, and began to examine his body with medical ninjutsu. Hyagalanmo looked at Tsunade and didn't speak. After a while, Tsunade looked at Hyagalanmo in surprise and asked, "Can you have a chakra physically?" When Hyagalanmo heard this, he felt sad in his heart. Having chakras can't be suppressed. It was really troublesome, and they knew about it? Chapter 15. He nodded. "Yes, when I was detained by the guard before, I was idle and fine, so I tried it. It seems that I can get together." "What ninjutsu do you know now?" "I don't know anything yet." Tsunade turned around and found a piece of chakra attribute experiment paper from one of the desks and handed it to him. "Try it. Use chakra to destroy this paper." Hyagalanmo looked at the chakra experimental paper in front of him, and his eyes lit up. He was certain that he could use Feng Dun Huo Dun, Mu Dun, so what attributes did his chakra belong to? He was also very curious, so he reached out to take the experiment paper and applied his chakra to the paper. The eyes of everyone knew Xia, the snow-white paper in his hand suddenly disappeared. It was not lit, not soaked, and there was no other sign, just like that. 3 generations looked at the scene strangely, while Silent on one side rubbed his eyes and Tsunade opened his mouth. Everyone was very strange. What does this mean? Hyagalanmo is also confused. What is the attribute of my chakra? If I remember it well, is this undefined? Tsunade asked strangely with staring eyes. Mute replied, "It doesn't work if there is no definition. Paper is paper, but it has disappeared. The three generations also looked surprised. He had never seen such a situation after he lived such a long time. At this moment, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open, and Danzo appeared at the door. "He is the kid that Yuan asked to catch tonight? Give him to me. My dark part is lacking. I just found one in the Yuan experimental base that was injected with mutant active cells to survive. The child, give me together with him, and I will uniformly train." While talking, Danzo had already walked over and looked at Hyaga Blue Mo in front of him carefully, as if he were looking at a high-value commodity. People who caught Yuan 3 times and 4 times are definitely not ordinary. He keeps the person in his hands first, and then slowly discovers his usefulness. If he has what he needs, then he will take it for himself. Haha, Yuan, you never thought of it? In the end, this child did fall into my hands. Tuanzang's mouth evokes a calculating smile, and the whole person is indifferent like a tomb. Hyagalanmo stepped back 2 steps, turned around and hid behind Tsunade, watching him warily. "Why don't you? Today you have to be willing and unwilling, and you have to be willing." Tuanzang said with an arrogant expression. He didn't pay attention to even 3 generations, let alone a child. "I seem to have heard your voice, in Orochimaru's laboratory." Hyagalanmo pretended to be childish, and said innocently. "Playing with him, his heart is not a child." Hyagalanmo sneered in her heart. "There are some things you don't want to do. He won't go to Umbu today. What can he do? If it really doesn't work, just come to a dead fish and break the net. Anyway, he can use a different space to transfer. Even if they can't beat these masters, they can't do anything to him." "What are you talking about?" 3 generations heard this and turned to look at Danzo, their eyes full of inquiry. "Little baby, don't talk nonsense. When did I go to the experimental base of Yuan? You haven't seen it with your own eyes, don't talk nonsense." Tuanzang's face was ugly, and his brows were frowned. "Catch it and educate it?" But Tsunade guarded him with a protective look. Chapter 16, Follow My Sister. Hyagalanmo tilted his head and looked at Sarutobi Hisaki. "Hokage-sama, can I go to Umbu? I don't want to follow this person, I don't know why, I feel that his eyes are like big snake pill." Hyagalanmo installed pitifully looked at the 3 generations. "You have to go. If you don't go, go now." Danzo heard this and went to catch Hyagalanmo. Tsunade reached out and stopped. "My lord, you must pay attention to your identity." And the expressions of suspicion have appeared in the eyes of the 3 generations. Why does Tuanzang insist on this child? Even if he could mention chakra at the age of 5, this is not unusual, right? "Danzo, I'll talk about this later, don't scare your children, tonight we will mainly solve the problem of Yuan." Finally, the 3rd generation spoke. 3 generations, don't forget, when is it now? 9 Tails attacked Konoha. In the 3 wars, all the advantages we accumulated were gone. Now Union Village is eager to move. We are in a time when we are short of people. It's easy to see a child who can cultivate chakra at such a young age. Do you want to hide it? Tuanzang thinks that the 3 generations are robbing him, and they are both Umbu, and Umbu is not the same as the Umbu of the 3rd generation. And what he said was eloquent, as if he was thinking about Konoha every sentence, and people didn't even have any rebuttal words for a while. Hyagalanmo's heart is tense, he knows he has no chance to choose, but if the 3 generations give him to Danzo today, then he will only have to rebel in the future. At this moment, Tsunade on one side held Hyagalanmo in his arms, looked at the 2 of them vigilantly, and said, "Teacher, this kid will follow me in these 2 days. I will stay silent and stay in the village. In 2 days, you will discuss it carefully and decide later." After speaking, Tsunade left the office holding him. Danzo frowned, his eyes locked on Hyagalanmo tightly. Shiwan betrayed him, but he didn't even take away the red beans. He wanted to take away the child. This shows his importance. He didn't know. In fact, Orochimaru was planning to leave Konoha 2 years later, but because of Hyagalanmo's push, he can only leave in a hurry now. That night, Hyagalanmo was taken to Tsunade's house, and Silent helped him release the bath water. After that, she turned around and walked out. Tsunade was sitting on the floor with a frown and throwing dice, crashing, crashing. She was also in a heavy heart. Orochimaru defected. Will they be the enemy when they meet again? And now that the 3 wars are not over yet, Union Village is ready to move, and in 2 days she is going to listen to the news of Thunder Country with silence. If possible, the 2 of them will unite the people of NB to cut off the back of the Thunder Country. This is the strategy they have discussed with the 3 generations to defend against the enemy. She sighed slightly and continued to roll the dice, but no matter how she rolled it, the points did not agree with her heart. When Hyagalanmo came out of the shower, she was still sitting there. "Sister, I've washed it?" He looked up at Tsunade. She was only in her 30s at this time, and her whole body was filled with the smell of a mature woman. She looked up at Hyagalanmo and beckoned, "Come and play." "I won't," Hyagalanmo said. "Come here. If I didn't take you away today, Danzo would definitely go to your house and take you away tonight. You have to repay this kindness. Just play with it," Tsunade said in a desperate mood. Chapter 17, Gambling Masters. "Oh, good." Hyagalanmo sat down, reached out and picked up the dice, and threw it into the bowl casually. 3-6, the biggest leopard. Not only Tsunade, but even the Silence who was folding his clothes was stunned. "Wow, isn't the little guy lazy? Do it again, do it again." Tsunade got excited and straightened his body, as if his whole body had regained momentum. Hyagalanmo reached out and picked up the dice again. The beauty on the opposite side looked at him nervously, and Silent stopped her work, sat down and watched his movements. He stretched his shoulders, stretched out his hand and threw the dice in his hand again. The 3 dice revolved in the porcelain bowl. Tsunade's eyes looked at the dice in the bowl tightly like a fire, while Silent on one side frowned, his body straightened and his eyes looked at the bowl. Finally, the 3 dice stopped, and there were 3 6s again. "Wow!" Tsunade stood up and walked around the room as if he had discovered a new world. It took a while to calm down. She looked at Hyagalanmo, clenched her fist, and released it again. Excited, she found 2 dice again and handed them to Hyagalanmo. "You try 5 more." Still, 5 6, 2 3 4 5 6, 4 6 2 5, what you want? Before Hyagalanmo did not roll dice, but after he got it in his hand, he casually used the mirror system to slow down the image of the dice in his mind, and then used the natural chakra energy to change the direction of the dice, and then he could get what he wanted. The points are needed. His system is directly related to his vision. Wow! Tsunade danced happily, as if she had discovered a new world. She stepped forward and grabbed Hyagalanmo's shoulders, bowed her head and kissed his face several times. "Baby, go with your sister. Danzo is sinister. If you stay in Konoha, you will definitely be taken away by him. It is safe to follow your sister for at least 2 years." Hyagalanmo frowned slightly, because he knew that the 3 wars were not over yet. It is currently Konoha's 48 years. It was not until Konoha's 51st year that the 3 wars were over. And Tsunade left Konoha for most of the reasons. It is necessary for war. Will he really be safe following her? But if he chooses to follow her, then he might become a wandering ninja in the future. Anyway, he will not enter the roots anyway. "But I'm only 5 years old." He was reminding him that he was still young. "Are you worried about going to school?" "Don't worry, normal people go to school at the age of 6 or 7. I will send you back when you reach your age. Besides, Yuan has just left the village. Do you know if there are any more in this village? His power? What if those people show up and arrest you once you are at home alone? And Danzo, didn't you say that you don't want to join Umbu? It's definitely, if you want to go to Umbu with Danzang, I'm not against it. Tsunade looked at him seriously, afraid that he would refuse, and analyzed the situation he is facing now. Did you read it? You only have two choices now, or follow me, or follow the team. Zhang, can you choose one? Indeed, even if the three generations doubt Danzo again, they will not do anything to him. As long as he stays in the village now, he cannot escape his threat. And if he falls into his hands, even if he has superb ability, I am afraid that he will have to worry every day and be careful everywhere, and he can't keep the day after he knows that he is the invisible reincarnation his eyes are gone. Chapter 18. The so-called guard against villains but not gentlemen, Danzo is a complete villain. Okay, then I will follow my sister. Hyagalanmo said, as long as you can live, you can be a wandering ninja or Sunin, and doing those is better than falling into the hands of Orochimaru and Danzo. Okay, it's settled, I'll talk to Sande. Tsunade rushed out of the room happily. After a while, she rushed back again, picked up Hyagalanmo who was still wrapped in a bath towel, and left the house. In the Naruto office, Sande looked at Hyagalanmo wrapped in a bath towel and frowned slightly. Are you really willing to follow Tsunade? I need your positive answer. I am willing. Hyagalanmo replied. The three generations looked at him reluctantly. This is a seedling. If you leave like this, it is a pity that there are not many people at this age who can condense chakra. Tsunade, I can agree that this kid will follow you temporarily, but when school starts next year, you must bring him back to report, you know? By the way, don't forget your mission. Three generations believe in Tsunade's ability, and believe that even if she takes a child, she will not ignore the overall situation. After he refused Danzo to take the child away, he also thought about it carefully. If this child was just an ordinary child, how could both Dashimaru and Danzo want him so impatiently? I think he must have extraordinary ability. But no matter what it is, it will be good for him to leave temporarily. Besides, he believes Tsunade will definitely send this child back in the future. When the time comes, some things will be discussed later. Now that the four generations have just passed away less than 3 days, so many things have happened in the village, and the girl who used crystal escape has not been found. Orochimaru has defected again, plus the threats from other ninja villages. He really is feeling exhausted. It's okay to let this child avoid the wind temporarily. So the three generations agreed to Tsunade's request. Tsunade jumped up and down with joy. That night, because he was afraid of Danzo stealing people, he quickly packed his things, and left Konoha with Mute and Hyaga Blue Mo. Hyagalanmo was also helpless. He didn't say goodbye to Ozukiyuyan, Zyokangpyo, and others, so he left. After leaving Konoha, Tsunade took Mute and set off with him all the way north towards the country of Iron. They had to pass through the country of Iron to a port in the country of Iron, Kishin Port, and heard about some recent events in the country of Cloud. The Umbu will appear there. They need to investigate to find out who they are in contact with. And all this didn't seem so anxious. During this time, they stopped and went, searching for news about Union Village, and set off to the northeast. They walked during the day and started to Ichi when they met Tsunade at night. So he took Hyagalanmo to the casino. Fortunately, she also knew that the child needed a rest, and every time she won enough money, she brought him back. That is to say, he was able to practice on his own at that moment. With the passing of time, he constantly practiced. The system-mirrored copy of Heifen Mizuman, Uchiha Soil, Sarutobi Riska, and the later copy of the Blood following the Boundary Ice. He has learned all Guren's ninjutsu. Hyagalanmo also does physical exercises every day when he is idle, and after the cloned nine-tailed beast reaches 2%, his body chakra begins to undergo quantitative changes. On weekdays, Tsunade and Silent are very good to him. Although Tsunade of this era gambled, he still hasn't gotten his life, and he won't delay business because of this hobby. Chapter 19. Let's start. It's just that the carrier pigeons she released have been 5 days old, but there is still no news. They dare not move forward without news. Now they can only wait. That night, Tsunade once again appeared with Hyaga Blue Mo in a small gambling shop near the sea in the country of Iron. This was the only way to the port. Because of Hyaga Imoku's recent help, Tsunade not only paid off his gambling debt, but also won some savings. Lan Mo, behave well tonight. Let's go to the hot springs tomorrow morning, okay? Tsunade brows and his eyes are gleaming, but he is worried about the port, but he just didn't show it. It's okay to take a hot spring, I don't want to take a female bath. Probably because he was only 5 years old, Tsunade and Silent took him into the female bath when he went to the hot spring last time, and he was ridiculed by a group of women. Not only that, Tsunade actually obtained the consent of other women on the grounds that he couldn't see it. Do they know if he wants to see, he can see without even opening his eyes? These women are really not defensive at all. Well, you can take a male bath by yourself? Haha, let's go in, tonight is a new venue, you must hold on. Tsunade reached out and held his finger, opened the curtain and walked inside. I will say 30,000 yuan more tonight, and I won't do it. Hyaga said again. Well, I won 30,000 yuan, and I'm leaving. Tsunade happily entered the inner room. The 3 men looked over and saw that it was her. Haha laughed. Someone whispered, this is the woman who is addicted to gambling. It's her, don't say it. Several people whispered, with some calculating gaze in their eyes. As soon as Hyaga entered the house, he felt a strange feeling. This place is different from the usual gambling places. There is a murderous look here. Eldest sister, in less than half a year, have you come to play with your son? Someone stretched out his hand to touch Hyaga, but he leaned to avoid him, and the other party's fingers retracted. What are you talking about? This is my brother. Tsunade pulled Hyaga Blue Mo to front, with a smile on his face. Oh, it turned out to be a younger brother. I saw you in the first half of the year and I never heard that you have a younger brother. Ha ha ha, come and sit down. The other party's mouth was smiling, but his eyes looked at the 2 men coldly. My memory has always been very good, I don't think we have seen it. Tsunade smiled coldly. The 3 of them laughed embarrassedly when they heard this. Really? How do I feel that I have seen it before? Ha ha ha, those are not important, let's get started. This time, they were playing Paiju. Hyaga was brain-powered and smart, and supported by the mirroring system, they won the hand in a short while. The 3 people on the opposite side look at me, I look at you, their eyes flashed, and then some people touched their ears, and some people buttoned their noses. Obviously, it was some kind of secret sign. After using the cipher, they still lost, and finally someone called out, what's the matter? Why do we always lose? This is impossible. You must be drunk, come, someone drew 1,000. In a word, more than a dozen people outside the casino roar burst into the infield. Hey, you guys don't make sense, we didn't draw the old 1,000 at all, okay. My brother is so smart, can count the cards, you lose if you lose, don't even think about not admitting it. Tsunade stretched out his hand and squeezed. Hyaga got up slightly, she was warning him to watch the situation and save his life. Chapter 20. No, I don't believe it, unless you let me search his body. The middle-aged man in the middle of the opposite side called out. They want to take hostages. Hyaga stepped back 2 steps, and Tsunade protected him. You don't want to do a body search. Isn't that money? Brothers, I also walk around frequently on the card. You also know me. I was squeezed in a batch of goods at Kishinport when I was doing business this time. It's a ghost in Union Village. I don't know if you have any way out. If there is a way, I don't need this money and give it to brother. Tsunade's eyes were cold, and he immediately inquired about Union Village. It turns out that tonight is not a casino, it is a task. You still do business? What kind of business do you do? The person on the other side looked at her inquisitively. Don't ask any business, this is a mess, and there are some things that don't tell me. Tsunade looked like an old dough stick. The three men laughed when they saw this scene. Tsunade smiled at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with expressions that were inevitable. You want to know that, are you from Union Village? After that, Tsunade couldn't help it anymore, and he reached out and fought everyone. Hyagalanmo was pushed aside by her hide. The two ninjas of the other side have revealed their prototypes. After the outer garments are removed, the forehead of Union Village on their waists is revealed. They are indeed the ninjas of the Kingdom of Clouds. You're mine, little guy. You won so much money. I'm seeing you not pleasing to your eyes. The table smashed over, and then ran out in a blink of an eye. Grandson, don't run. Hyagalanmo ran, turning around to stare at the man, sticking out his tongue, and said, Grandson, come after. The popular eyes were red, and Roar asked two people outside to catch him. Those who entered the inner room later were their helpers. They ran very fast, grabbing his back collar in a few steps, but they were all avoided by him squeaking and yelling. Oh my God, I was almost caught. Grandson ran faster to catch Grandpa. Grandson, hurry up. Hyagalanmo always stayed as far away as the other three, as if he wanted to being caught, but no matter how hard you can't catch the distance. Those popular freaks went viral. Smelly boy, when we catch you, we will dispose of you first, and then threaten that woman obediently with you, and finally chop off your hands and tear your mouth. I will let you are poor with us here. In a blink of an eye, Hyagalanmo and the three of them had already ran out of the town. Above the silent field, it was pitch black, and there was no one around. Hyagalanmo stood on a huge boulder, looked at the panting three people, and said, Don't worry, I will do your wish for a while. Let your legs break and your mouth will be broken, and then your whole body will be scrapped. You little BD, dare to be hard-headed, catch him. After saying this, the man on the other side wanted to bury Hyagalanmo alive by using the earth to escape, and then use the earth-hidden technique to catch him. But unexpectedly, the mountain shook suddenly, and he stabilized his figure. In the next second, countless tree trunks emerged from the ground, entangled the whole body of the three people on the opposite side. They were caught before they could escape? What happened? Who made ninjutsu? Chapter 21 Invisible Mission. Although Hyagalanmo was only 5 years old, he knew something very well in his heart. During the recent period, Tsunade gambled every time to inquire about the news. Suddenly making a move tonight, it turned out to be from Union Village. The three wars are still going on. All ninjas who appear in a foreign country must be carrying missions on their backs, and these three people in disguise are no exception. Hyagalanmo reached out and searched for his clothes, and as expected, there was a letter hidden in his forehead. What are you doing? Who are you? How can you escape? Who are you? There was a horrified expression on the other party's face. According to their observations during the day, this kid can't know how to do ninjutsu. Why is it so powerful? Shut up and kill you again. Hyagalanmo stretched out his hand to open the letter and read it carefully. It turned out that this was an ambush set by Union Village, who wanted to hijack Konoha's material ordered in the Kingdom of Iron. At the same time, if the mission is successful, they will directly send this batch of materials to the country to seek cooperation between the two sides, and then attack Konoha. Hyagalanmo frowned. The 3 battles of the ninja world were really annoying. They had been fighting for 8 or 9 years, and they were not too tired to panic. He put the letter away, turned and walked down the mountain. Hey, you let me go, this matter has nothing to do with you, you are just a child, we don't make it difficult for you, if you let me go, even if we understand what happened today, otherwise my accomplices will not let you go. Suddenly the other party called out an idiot. Hyagalanmo glanced back at him and stopped, by the way, I forgot, do you have to tear your mouth and break your legs? Then I will do you all. The tree suddenly stretched out, screams came from the scene, and finally the 3 people were dragged to the ground by the tree. Since then buried. When they returned to the inn, Tsunade and Silent were not in the room. They had already gone out to find him. After that, he used the whistle to signal. The 2 rushed back to the inn. After returning, they hurriedly took him out of here and headed to Kishin Port. As soon as he left the town, Hyagalanmo handed over the letter in his hand. Don't worry, 2 sisters, see what this is. I accidentally picked it up when I was hiding. Tsunade opened the letter and was shocked. No wonder there is no movement at the port, they want to cooperate with Iwagaki village? This is important news. Thinking of this, she turned her head to look at Hyagalanmo. Lanmo, you did a great job this time, but now I have something with Mute and need to be away for a while. Can you take care of yourself? Hyagalanmo nodded heavily. No, I don't worry about you. By the way, there are 2 people in a small seaside town 200 miles away from here. I saved their lives. They are Sanrin, but they don't care about the world. You can live with them for a while, Lan Mo, thank you, if it's a peaceful age, I will give you the life you want, but unfortunately, I'm sorry, I couldn't take care of you till the end. At the moment Tsunade is so serious, she is really different from her who wandered around the world after the 3 world wars. Hyagalanmo smiled, you are good enough to me. As soon as he said this, Tsunade's nose was sour. What is it? During this period of time, busy completing tasks either neglected you or took advantage of you. Medical ninjutsu didn't teach you too much. Hey, let's not say, these are for you, I have learned all my life, I hope you can understand, even if you don't understand, when I come back, after we meet again, I will definitely teach you ninjutsu by myself. These are the money you won during this period of time. I put it in the scroll for you. Spend it whatever you want. In war times, everything is not easy, so be careful. Hope the 3 wars will end soon. After finishing speaking, she put the things into his backpack, then bowed her head and kissed his forehead, then she looked to the side and mewed, you can send him over tonight, and then you can go to the port to determine the situation. Then we will contact with slugs. Yes. After speaking, Tsunade rubbed Hyagalanmo's head and disappeared into the night. Silent carried him on his back and quickly left the inn. They thought that the 3 Union village people who were chasing Sun Xiang Lan Mo had run away, but they didn't know that they had died in Huanquan. As the day dawned, the 2 finally reached the seaside town. Mute once again asked him to stay here, and then left. And the 2 Sanrin who were in charge of receiving him looked at him, then took another look at Silent who had left, stretched out their hands and said, you can live with us, don't look at our small town, but here we are. The location is dangerous and surrounded by mountains. There is only one entrance and exit, and because of the 2 of us, it's safe here. The 2 introduced themselves, one named Ali and the other named Jianyi, both of them are Sanrin. One is fat and the other is thin, they sing and talk together. I heard you came from Konoha. Ali looked at Hyagalanmo chubby, with a look of envy. When Jian heard this, he squeezed his eyebrows at him. Ali, don't think that everyone in Konoha is a ninja, okay? He is only 5 years old and just starting out. Let's talk about it, although we are Sanrin, but ability is not low either. Otherwise, How could Tsunade-sama in Sunin let us take care of her apprentice? Right? After speaking, Jian glanced at Hyagalanmo, as if waiting for his answer. Hyagalanmo nodded, her eyes were a little fuzzy, and the day was about to dawn. Seeing his actions, the two people's confidence increased. Who is Tsunade-sama? But in terms of medical treatment, if you dare to say second, no one dares to admit that you are the first. Little guy, we have all learned about your situation. You don't know how to do ninjutsu. You only have a small amount of chakras, right? It doesn't matter, with our two brothers, in the future, you will be a master of ninja world. What kind of ninja, shadow, and with our teaching, you will surpass it all. Ha ha ha. The two laughed, very satisfied with their future plans, especially Hyagalanmo's plans. Several black lines crossed Hyagalanmo's foreheads. The two said as they walked. He looked at the two in front of him vaguely, coughed his throat, and said, "Actually, you can't teach me." "What's the matter? A man should be ambitious. How can you not practice ninjutsu? Besides, can't you be able to practice chakra? As long as there is chakra, there will be a stepping stone to the world of ninja. I hope that in this chaotic world, I don't even have the ability to protect myself, right?" When Ally heard this, he nodded heavily. "Yes, my brother is right." The two stood together, thin and talkative, fat, loyal, and honest, but they couldn't distinguish the situation. Hyagalanmo Imoku agreed to come here because he didn't want Tsunade and Silent to worry about him, but these two had to teach him ninjutsu, which made him very embarrassed. It's not that he doesn't look down on them, it's just that they are better than 4 generations. Are Naruto and the 3rd generation of Naruto great? Chapter 22. He knows both Naruto's ninjutsu. Is it necessary to learn from scratch? You really don't need to teach. Hyagalanmo said embarrassedly. Calculated by time, the 3 wars will be over in 3 years. Before that, he didn't want to pull them back. When the two heard this, there was no movement, as if the burning fire was suddenly poured into a basin of cold water. In this town, there is no child who can cultivate chakra. The two have lived here for 7 days. It's been boring to live this ordinary life like water for 8 years. Finally, a seedling came, and I still couldn't look down on them. The two people who wanted to refute lost their voices, and Hyagalanmo didn't speak either. Who knows, the extinguished flame was ignited again after a while. "Oh, I see, you must have no chakras, so you refuse to teach us. You know, we are also very famous in the small town, we are." Suddenly, the two jumped up, the fat man took the bottom, the thin man jumped on his shoulders, and the two made a stand out from the crowd, and the eagles spread their wings, the two heroes of the Iron Country. Shuangxia in the Iron Pot, big coffee in the ninja world, famous in the world, to eliminate the scum. While they were talking, the 3 of them had already entered the town, and the 2 of them suddenly made such a gesture, causing the children in several small towns to jump and shout. Originally, Hyagalanmo wanted to show that they always wanted to teach him ninjutsu, but when these children shouted, he instantly felt that if he also showed ninjutsu, he would be just like them. He swallowed, cast aside the thought, shook his head, and continued to walk towards the town. After the 3 people had breakfast in the small town, Hyagalanmo's eyes gradually became black as the sun rose. It was also at this time that Alai and Jianyi realized that he was blind during the day. "Ah! I'm really sorry, I misunderstood you, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Jianyi lowered his head to admit his mistake, with a sincere expression on his face. Alai waved his hand. After realizing that he really couldn't see, he also apologized for a while. No wonder this child was sent here. Is it a disability? How can such a person practice ninjutsu? Even if he owns chakra, it is impossible. Back to the residence, there are a lot of things to exercise in the huge yard, such as horse stools, sandbags, and sticks. Jian looked at Ally awkwardly while moving the things in front of Hyagalanmo's steps. Hyagalanmo has seen the interaction between the two of them using the mirroring system, and laughed, "You two don't have to treat me extraordinarily because I'm blind, I'm actually very good." At this moment, several children entered the yard. Teacher Jianyi, good morning. Teacher Ally, good morning. Good morning students. Teacher, is that the new student in our class? He is so cute. Suddenly a student asked. Jianyi looked back at Hyagalanmo, and asked, "Lanmo classmate, we are a teacher who teaches ninjutsu, do you learn ninjutsu?" He remembered that he had said before that he didn't want to learn ninjutsu. If he wants to learn, they can also teach them, but they can't treat them differently because they can't see. Definitely, the right to choose is still in his hands. Hyagalanmo pointed his eyes as an excuse, shook his head, and said, "I'm not respectful." After saying this, he turned around and fumbled into the house. Ally prepared a separate room for him. Now he can have time to study the medical ninja notes that Tsunade left him. Seeing this scene, the students outside whispered, "Is that man blind? Can't he see? It seems so pitiful." Several children whispered, Hyagalanmo didn't care at all. But Mr. Ally in the yard felt that everyone was very sorry for him for excluding him, so he said, okay, let's go to class. By the way, classmates, should we welcome our new classmates and let him come? Join us, it doesn't matter if he doesn't want to practice, okay? He was afraid that everyone's reaction would hurt Hyagalanmo's little mind. Here Hyagalanmo is lamenting, but Mr. Ally has already entered the room and asked his opinion carefully, "Otherwise you will meet with everyone, and you will always study together in the future. Everyone is active outside, you are always, it's not okay to hide in this room." This teacher Ally had already regarded him as a child with a disability and low self-esteem. At this time, if he refused, then he would really become a poor worm in the eyes of everyone. Okay, I can get to know everyone. The rest of the time, on the whole, was pretty pleasant. The children in these small towns are very friendly. Even the two tall boys who like to bully on weekdays are polite to him, without the slightest contempt. But Hyagalanmo can still feel their sympathy in their eyes. Everyone started to practice physical exercises. Hyagalanmo was sitting in a cool place and feeling their training, but the two children were dragged to the stakes. Come together. Hyagalanmo originally wanted to refuse, but when he thought that he hadn't practiced physiques well recently, he should have practiced well, so he agreed. In front of the stake, he just clenched his fist and prepared to practice. The tall boy on one side rushed over, "Little brother, your fist is not clenched right, you should be so hard, look at me." After a few hits, he started to hit the stakes in front of him. Hyagalanmo lowered his head and looked at his fist. The flesh was puffy, and naturally he couldn't see the distinct muscles, so it felt as if he had no strength, but he shot very hard. Didn't he see it? Why? Sure enough, if you are young and have bad eyes, it is easy to be despised. Dahlia, do it yourself, he's still young, don't force him. A beautiful girl on the other side opened her mouth and stepped forward to comfort Hyagalanmo. "Lanmo, you can practice slowly by yourself, don't worry." "Yeah." He nodded. In this way, after practicing for 2 classes, everyone began to take culture classes, mainly learning some words and arithmetic. Alice also talked about crops. After all, the residents of this small town rely on farming for their livelihoods. Learning ninjutsu is to allow them to protect their hometown, and learning planting is to continue to engage in farming left by their ancestors if they fail to become ninjas. In this way, one day passed. In the evening, Hyagalanmo started to read the manuscript that Tsunade left him in her room. This was her own medical ninjutsu record for many years, which included many strange cases, which looked very interesting. Chapter 23, Underestimated him. No wonder you don't like physical exercises and ninjutsu. So you like medical treatment. Ali saw his eyes return to normal and saw the contents of the notes in the middle of his speech, and said. Hyagalanmo shook his head slightly. No, it's just Mr. Tsunade left, let me see. For men, ninjutsu is more important. If you can, even if you take advantage of the night, you have to practice ninjutsu. After he reiterated, he took the quilt and returned to his room. The education on the second day is still the same, but in a different way, such as throwing a shuriken today. I will give you a demonstration first. You must know that your teacher Jianyi is one of the best in throwing shurikens. Look at my posture and the method of holding shurikens. Jianyi picked up a shuriken, turned around, his clothes flew up, and his fingers flew out. The shuriken in his hand was swish and it was nailed into the bullseye on the stake in the distance. The children applauded for a while. Everyone started to practice, but after a long time it didn't work. Jianyi didn't get angry, but smiled happily. This kind of thing doesn't happen all at once. Everyone must practice and work hard. By the way, students, do you know? Hyagalanmo's eyes can be seen at night, in order not to miss each one. Student, shall we have classes in the evening? Okay. He said kindly. No need. Just as Hyagalanmo sitting under the eaves stood up to refuse, several students spoke up. Teacher, I'm going to help my family make pastries at night, because I will sell them the next day. Teacher, I have to take care of my younger siblings at night, and my parents have to make up a mat. Several children refused. But how could Jianyi agree? He said with a cold face, the friendship of classmates is more important than earning money at home. I said that evening cultivation is at night. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly a figure jumped into the yard. When he returned his hand, a dozen of his swords appeared in his hand, and then he threw all of them in a vertical jump. Jianyi, Ali, and the classmates all stared in surprise at this scene, because the person throwing the shuriken was the blind Hyagalanmo. At the same time, Jianyi and Ali saw the direction of the shuriken and shook their heads slightly. Because it won't hit the target at all, it really means nothing if you can't see it. But in the next second, the shuriken sent out in front was suddenly hit by the shuriken sent out from behind. One turned, and then another. The shuriken shot out for the first time hit the bullseye. A shuriken also shot on a stake on one side, also hitting the target. In this way, even targets hidden behind trees or rocks can be hit. Teacher Jianyi, classmates, although I can't see it, my perception technique is very advanced, so what did you do and what you wrote? I know what I saw, don't treat me differently, I am a normal person. He doesn't want to be unable to lead a normal life just because he hurts others. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise. Ali's eyes were full of brilliance. He looked at Jianyi and suddenly gave a thumbs up, the excitement felt like he had picked up a baby. Jianyi coughed and stabilized his joyful throat, and said, yes, not bad. Then we don't have to go to class at night, please work harder, everyone. After he finished speaking, he walked into the house, and Ali followed in, and their excited faces were full of excitement. How about we train him to ninjutsu tonight? Finally, I have seen a student who can practice ninjutsu for so many years. I was a pity for him before. Now it seems that eyes are not a problem at all. Okay, but before that, we must stop him and let him know that our two teachers are not worthless. The two hit it off. After the classmates were over at noon, Mr. Ali cooked lunch. After the three of them had eaten, Jianyi couldn't wait to take Hyagalanmo out to practice. Hinatalanmo, it seems that your physical skills and the ability to throw shurikens are very strong, but that should not be taken lightly. You have to practice continuously. Let's go, the teacher will take you to the back mountain, and today the teacher will let you see and see. What is ability? After speaking, he beckoned to Ally in the room, and the three of them went to the back mountain together. On the hillside meadow, the three stopped. Although my physique is not the strongest in the ninjutsu world, the power of my partner, Mr. Ally, is not a joke. If you can inherit his power for a little bit, then you are on the road of ninjutsu. It can be considered as relying on. Jian squinted at the little Hyagalanmo in front of him, with a look of arrogance. Alice on one side nodded, looked at him and said, "Today you will learn how to control power, and I will teach you next time. In the entire Banyu town, my strength is one of the best." Although Ally wanted to brag like Jianyi, but when the words came to his lips, he replaced the ninja world with Banyu town, which seemed to be very powerful. He raised his fist and slammed down the big rock on this side. The rock cracked and shattered into dross. His strength is really strong, and the gravity of this punch is thousands of kilograms. Jian smiled, "You are still young, don't worry, Hyagalanmo, you can start with that little rock over there. If you are afraid that the rock is too hard, you can try to find a tree for a trial. Remember, don't waste your chakras, focus them all on your hands, and then use force." When Hyagalanmo heard this, he didn't go to the small stone in the distance, let alone find any trees. Instead, he directly pointed at a stone that was bigger than the one that Mr. Ally had just hammered. "Then hit it. The stone hasn't moved." When the two saw this scene, they laughed. Ally waved his hand. Don't worry, take your time, this kind of thing can't be done in a day or two. I don't ask you to be better than me, as long as you can throw this rock into a big pit, then even if this is qualified, are you only 5 years old after all?" He had just finished talking here, the big rock beside Hyagalanmo suddenly cracked and fell to the ground. Then, a crack appeared in the mountain linking the rock underneath. The crack drove directly to a big tree in the distance, and the big tree swayed and slid into the crack, and fell crookedly there. Ally's mouth opened wide, his face couldn't believe it. Jianyi's face was even more pale, and she felt as if she had been beaten on the back of her head. This. He squatted for a long time without saying a word, his eyes looked at Hyagalanmo in surprise, they seemed to underestimate this child a bit. Chapter 24 Ninjutsu Development. After a long time, the two men turned their spirits and looked at Hyagalanmo in amazement. In order to save face, Ally said, "Very good, not weak, not bad, not bad." He swallowed the air and wiped his forehead, then, "Let's learn Jian tonight. You know, if you want to use ninjutsu, you must first know Jian." Speaking of this, the two regained their confidence and prepared to be a teacher again, so that he could understand how good his two teachers were. They weren't the sloppy Sanrin, but the high-level Sanrin that could cultivate him into a ninja. Hyagalanmo frowned when he heard Jian, the two of them were really passionate, how could they not be destroyed? It was said that he could learn by perception during the day, and at noon he dragged him to Hyushin and smashed the stone. Hyagalanmo thought that after he had smashed the stone, they would be able to go back. As a result, the two even let him learn Jian. "Teacher, I don't need to learn." Hyagalanmo stopped. "Come on, I will teach you basic ninjutsu." Jianyi didn't give him the opportunity to explain at all, so he stepped forward and grabbed his hands and began to teach. If a ninja wants to be fast, he must be fast in a battle. Jian works, so Jian is very important. Come, look at the teacher's fingers. The expressions of helplessness grew deeper and deeper, and when Hyagalanmo was about to lose patience, the two finally turned around and went home. "You don't want to take home class this afternoon, just practice Fanjiun Jian here, and we will check it in the evening." Fortunately, the two of them walked fast, otherwise Hyagalanmo would definitely blow them home with a breeze. Generally, ninjas constantly practice the Kyojin technique in the early stages of learning ninjutsu, so the two naturally think that the same is true for Hyagalanmo, who is only 5 years old. Seeing the two of them leave, Hyagalanmo shook his head slightly, and then checked the internal vision system. After checking it back and forth, he began to master all ninjutsu. Although Jianyi and Ali teach the basics, they have to admit that some of their words are still right. Only by constantly proficient can they do it handily. You can use whatever ninjutsu you want to use right away. Blindly arrogant will only make yourself stand still. So often reviewing what you have learned can enhance your impression and expand your ability. Hyagalanmo watched the valley begin to practice ninjutsu, his fingers waved, and undercurrent wind escape appeared. These wind escapes surrounded him and gradually spread. If a person with a large amount of chakras uses wind dun, convert the amount of chakra aggregation, which can turn wind dun into wind dun chakra knife. The sharp blade can cut off the waterfall and break through the ice. In fact, Hyagalanmo already knows how to use wind blade. He turned around and threw a few wind blades out, and the big stone in the distance cracked open, which was nothing to him. He continued to practice, increased the usage of chuk, and began to constantly strengthen the strength of the wind blade. Suddenly, his mind changed to the extreme. As his chakra increased, the wind blades in front of him turned into thousands, and then flew out with one impact, filling the entire hillside. Hyagalanmo looked at the scene in surprise. I didn't expect that the same chakra eruption could cause so many wind blade attacks. Is this really the site of Jianfeng Ranbing? As soon as the words came out, the system made a ding and made a sound. Congratulations to the host, the development of the mirror image is started, 1000 wind random blade, full level. Hyagalanmo's internal vision system, after only half a month, the entire system has undergone drastic changes. Detection host, Hyaga family mutant bloodline, the owner of the invisible reincarnation Hyagalanmo. Age, 5 years old. Physical strength, full level. Chakra capacity, 500%. Chakra attributes, 8 types of natural wind, fire, thunder, earth, water, yin, and yang. System level, level 2. Mirror copy, level 3, list 5, all copied successfully. Mirror training, level 10, list 4, Feng Shui dream, Sarutobi sun / Uchiha with soil, all of them are at full level. Mirror clone, 1, 9 tails 10%. Mirror image development, 1, 1000 wind random blade, full level. Among them, the increase in chakra capacity is the most amazing, and now the system has shown his chakra attributes, which turned out to be 8, which is one more than the 7 most in ninja. Does this prove that he can learn all ninjutsu in the ninjutsu world, whether it is the blood succession limit, the blood succession elimination, or the blood succession snare, so that he will not be restricted by blood on the road of learning ninjutsu? Before, he thought that even if the ninjutsu of some characters can be replicated successfully by mirroring, he has not been able to practice successfully, but now it is obvious that he can. No wonder he didn't have any effort at all when he cultivated the blood-following boundary crystal escape. There is also 9 tails. I haven't looked at the system for half a month. It has been cloned to 10%. Then this year, it is very likely to be cloned successfully. I don't know what it will look like after it succeeds. After the mirror clone shows the cell growth, is it necessary to grow it yourself? But thinking about it this way, there are some more benefits. The tail beast he cultivated will naturally listen to his own words. It is much safer than those human pillars. At least the tail beast breaks the seal and swallows the human pillar consciousness. Will not occur. And he also added a Jianfeng Ranbian in the development of his mirror image. This is a self-developed ninjutsu. Thinking about it, he feels very excited. I think that once, in the past, he created the rebirth of the filthy soil, the wave of the water gate created the spiral pill, and Kakashi also created the Richi, and his ability is one of the best in the ninja world. Then his 1000 wind chaotic blades should go through actual combat. Ability is not low either. The newly developed ninjutsu made Hyagalanmo very happy, and after practicing a few more times, he got up and returned to town. Back in the town, he returned home. Jianyi and Ally were drinking in the room and waiting for him. "How about it, are you familiar with Fengdunkuyin? Show me it?" Jianyi asked with a yawn. Hyagalanmo reached out to make Kuyin's gesture, and Jian once criticized him when he saw him looking dispirited. "Don't underestimate this Jian's technique. Sometimes you can get a second faster than others, Jian, and you might be able to win your victory. If you say how much chakras is related to the strength of ninjutsu, Jian's speed allows you to take the lead." Alice on one side said, "Okay, don't tell me, it's too early, the kids are hungry. Come and eat, I made noodles, you have to listen to what we say, even medical ninjutsu sometimes. You need Jian and accurate chakra extraction. How to extract chakra if you don't know Jian? I will teach you how to extract chakra tomorrow, and then use Fengdun." Ally looked at him happily, then turned to the kitchen and brought out a bowl of noodles for him. The night was deep, and the three of them slept soundly, especially Jianyi, because he had been drunk and the sound of fighting outside did not wake him up. Chapter 25, The Robber is Coming. Hyagalanmo sat up and looked at the window vigilantly. Ally was also awakened and stretched out his hand to protect him behind him, staring tightly at the window and door. "The robber is here, everyone, run away. Hurry up and call the Iron Pot hero, hurry up. Haha, don't even want to run today. Banyu Town has only one entrance and exit. Where else can you run? Come, catch them all for me." The shouts and cursing sounded from outside, and soon someone rushed into the yard and surrounded Hyagalanmo, Jianyi, and Ally. "Go out, we will kill you if we don't go out." There were only two robbers who rushed in, with long knives in their hands, with a fierce look on their faces. A whole, unreasonable. Drunken Jian suddenly stood up, rushed up, kicked the person, kicking that person upside down. Ally protects Hyagalanmo behind him. "Go find a place, hide well, don't come out." After speaking, he rushed up and fought with another person. His strength was very strong. After a short while, he beat the two robbers in front of him with no room to fight back. Hyagalanmo looked at the methods of the so-called bandits, and he was alert that they were ninjas. At the moment, a man's knife was standing on teacher Jianyi's neck. "Whoever of you dares to move, I will kill him now." Two Sanrin also dared to break ground on our Fenglang gang. "Help, help." At the same time, there were yells from residents in the small town, and someone shouted, "Today, even if you break your throat, no one will save you. Call again? Call to kill you again." Although the town is not large, its geographical location is extremely special. It is located in the middle of a mountain on the southeast coast of the Iron Kingdom. It is surrounded by mountains and is full of weathered mountain cliffs. Only an exit on the east can enter and exit. Therefore, once a gang robbery occurs in such a place, there is no one in the village who can beat them. It is very likely that no one can escape. When Hyagalanmo and Ally were driven out of the house, they found that all the people here had been driven to the small square in the middle of the town. And there were 40 or 50 robbers, and it was the first time Hyagalanmo had encountered such a large-scale robber gang. What do they want to do? It stands to reason that they are all asking for money. Isn't the best thing they should do now that they grab the money and leave as soon as possible? Why are they not making money? They surround everyone? What do you want to do? Everyone, today I, Wind Wolf, wants to inform you about one thing. From now on, Banyu Town will be the site of our Wind Wolf gang. If you want to stay, we won't move your property, but there is one thing. They are our slaves and pay taxes every year. Children should be sent to our gang to learn, and they will be members of our gang in the future. They will work for the gang. The adults should help produce and increase income. Definitely, We will also protect your safety, how about? Reasonable. The robber standing at the head has a burly head and a gloomy look in his eyes, and the Kumamoto in his hand is dripping blood. It is obvious that he killed someone just now, and then he suddenly turned his head to look at the tied allies, Jianyi and Hyagalanmo. Because of these two Sanrin, they have not come to this Banyu town for a long time to rob. They finally succeeded in the sneak attack tonight, and this will be their territory from now on. Our town, why should we give it to you? The land here is limited, and we don't have enough food to grow our own food. We have to provide you with offerings, and we have to give you children. What is the difference between you and the robbers? The town mayor was over 60 years old, looking at the coyote in front of him with an angry expression, regretting that these robbers had done evil in the sea before. He always thought that they would not dare to come to the town to make trouble, so he did not invite foreign aid ninjas to protect him. Besides, at the time of World War III, the battle between the major ninja villages is still going on. It takes a lot of money to send ninjas to protect them. They also have two Sunin, Jianyi and Alai, to help. I thought it was not. Something will happen, but I didn't expect it to be exploited by them. Tonight, the villagers in charge of guarding the town's mouth were careless. They accidentally drank the water they had poisoned. They are already unconscious. It stands to reason that in a town like theirs, as long as someone guards the entrance of the village, the situation will not develop to such a degree. How to ring the bell to warn. How to defend against the enemy, etc., they have done a lot of drills. Even if they can't beat each other, they can still have a chance to escape to the Hyoshin cave, but now, hundreds of people in a town are all in the hands of these bad guys. And these people, who don't burn or grab, but see the advantages of the terrain here, and want to turn this into their territory, it seems that they have planned this long ago. Ha ha ha, we are not robbers, we are pirates. Many of us are stamina, so I advise you not to make senseless struggles. No one will come to save you. But for the two of them, I will take them in a while. Behead the public and let them fight us for so many years. Feng Lang looked at Jianyi and Alai fiercely, with an angry look in his eyes. If it weren't for these two Sanrin, they would have attacked Banyu town a long time ago, because of them, and how easy it is to defend and not attack. The entrance of the village made their plans for so many years in vain. Today finally, this place has become theirs. And these two people will use them to kill chickens and lash out monkeys in a while, and see who these ordinary villagers dare not be obedient. Bring all the children. He gave an order. Except for a few people in charge of the perimeter guards, the other robbers all rushed into the crowd and began to snatch the children. At the moment Jianyi and Alai, who have combat effectiveness, and dozens of able-bodied young men in the town are all tied up with ropes and cannot fight at all. Hyagalanmo stood next to Alai with a rope tied to his wrist. Alai looked down at him, and then at Jianyi. The two moved slowly, trying to hide him. It was late at night, the sky was clouded, and the dark square was lit with torches, but the light was not very good. However, as soon as the two of them made a move, the pirate on one side rushed up, grabbed Hyagalanmo, and threw him into the children's pile. I killed it long ago. They want to turn Banyu town into a pirate den to strengthen themselves, so naturally they can't practice the outside set here. They still need these people to provide them with backup forces, so they can't just kill them. Chapter 26. I will kill any of you who are not obedient, ha ha ha, so today you have to agree if you agree, or if you disagree. After that, the headed wind wolf laughed. He looked at the child on one side, his mouth was grinning behind his ears, and his team grew again. These children are the future. Train them all to be pirates, and they will be this. The strongest pirate group in the sea and region. In the future, they will not only grab the finances on the sea, but also attack the nearby land residents. When they think of the growing picture, Feng Lang couldn't help laughing. No, you killed my dad just now, I'm going to fight you hard. Suddenly a 5-year-old girl rushed out, without a rope tied to her body, and she punched and kicked the last person. I think you are tired of life and crooked. The man had a fierce look, lifted the hammer in his hand, and hit the little girl on the head. The villagers screamed in horror, and some people closed their eyes in fright, not wanting to see this brutal scene. At this critical moment, a black figure rushed over, hugged the little girl, turned and disappeared. What is it? All the robbers were nervous. Feng Lang had just sat proudly on the Grand Master's chair and looked like the world. At this moment, he stood up and looked at the scene in surprise. There was nothing, and the children in front of them were still gathering together, crying in fright. The residents in the distance also looked strange and looked around nervously. Where is that girl? Feng Lang is Shangren, he didn't even see clearly, and was still asking others. Return to the boss, I don't know, something seems to have rushed past. Just when the two of them were wondering, another cold wind blew by, and the wind wolf who stood still watching the surroundings suddenly froze there, and then his head fell to the ground all of a sudden, blood sprayed. Ah! The children were so scared that they cried, and the adults hurriedly stepped forward to protect the children. All the pirates had their nervous hairs erected, and now they had no intention of caring about the residents of the small town. Each of them was holding a weapon and looking around nervously. Their boss was killed just by a gust of wind. How fast was this person? Jian was confused, but Ali's mouth opened wide and he couldn't believe it. Because he discovered just now that except for the little girl in the crowd, Hyagalanmo is also missing. All the robbers, I limit you to tie yourself within 3 minutes, otherwise it will kill you. A tender and cold voice came from the air, and that voice echoed throughout the town, with a certain inviolable majesty. Who are you? What's the ability to pretend to be a ghost, have some peeing? The pirate on the opposite side shouted, looking at the dead boss on the ground, his heart was full of fear. Their boss is a shinobi, and he was killed by a single move. He hasn't seen what the other person looks like. It's really scary. When Hyagalanmo heard this, he jumped from the plane tree on the side of the square. I came out, how? All eyes turned to the 5-year-old child. Is it a child? Someone whispered, with suspicion in his tone. It's him, Hyagalanmo, I know him, our classmates. A child cried. How is it possible? Jian was astonished when he saw this scene. Could it be that he was the spy just now? Not only did the people look surprised, but even the people on the pirate side were stunned. They disappeared just now. The man who killed the boss turned out to be a child. It's you, aren't you kidnapped? The pirate who was in charge of kidnapping Alice and others couldn't help but ask at the beginning when he saw this scene. Hyagalanmo gave him a look of idiots, and turned his eyes to the bad guys on the scene. Give them a choice, tie them all up or die, make a choice, right? After saying this, Hyagalanmo turned to look at Jianyi and Ali. They were already stupid. Is this the kid who practiced Jian during the day and afternoon? And what is he doing? Don't tell me he was the one who took the enemy's head cleanly just now? Lan Mo, run, don't talk nonsense with them, and quickly notify the other ninjas to rescue us. Jian shouted loudly. He wanted to understand, even if he was fast and powerful, he could kill their boss with a single blow, but in the face of so many robbers, some of them were still unbearable, and he was no opponent at all. Rather than hitting a rock with a pebble, it's better to escape earlier, and maybe they can meet a kind ninja to save them. Hyagalanmo did not speak, but looked at the robber in front of him. Let's talk, what choice? Kill everyone, see who can he save. The second master's eyeballs burst, and he exclaimed angrily. He didn't believe that what he did just now was done by a child. He felt that there must be a helper near him. In order to prevent him from being in a disadvantaged state, he began to take hostages. The yelling sounds of everyone immediately sounded at the scene, and the dozens of pirates who had wanted to get close to Hyagalanmo instantly dispersed and ran to the crowd. To escape, to Lyubi. Around the abducted crowd, a high wall was erected instantly, separating them from the robbers and protecting them. Feng Dun, Thousand Wind Random Blade. This is the ninjutsu he developed today, and the knot printing technique is way ugly Chanzi. Hyaga's blue ink knot printing speed is so fast that people can't see clearly, and his Diliabai and Qianfeng Ranbing were sent out almost at the same time. Jianyi and Alai happened to be on the wall when they were not blocking their sight. Saw this scene. Jianyi felt his neck clap, he slowly turned his head and looked to the side of Alice. Did you see it? He knows how to ninjutsu. Yes, and very strong. I have never seen this wind escape. Immediately afterwards, the two of them heard screams, begging for mercy, and the sharp sound of wind across the space from outside the soil wall. In less than 10 seconds, the scene was quiet. The Tuliabai disappeared, and the people were saved. After everyone came out of the protection circle, they looked at the 40 or 50 corpses lying in a pool of blood on the scene in amazement, and then looked at Hyagalanmo in surprise. Little friend, you saved us. The old mayor burst into gratitude, and grabbed Hyagalanmo's finger with one hand and knelt on the ground. We thank the savior. Hearing this, all the people in the town knelt down. Hyagalanmo was taken aback and shook his head constantly. Don't you guys, I can't bear it, get up quickly. You saved our lives, let alone kneeling, we are willing even if we lose our fortune. Benefactor, you are our benefactor. The old mayor cried, everyone else thanked the scene. Very moved. Chapter 27 Small Town Hero. Jianyi and Alai stood side by side stupidly, stunned by the sight in front of them. Jianyi felt hot on his face. Before, he had let people practice the knot printing technique for an afternoon. Just now, Tuliabai and the ninjutsu that was called to be Shikaze Ranban were almost finished together. He still used it? Are you training? He is a master of masters. Benefactor, where are you from? Go to my house tonight, I must thank you very much. No, benefactor, you go to my house, I will kill the sheep for you, the roasted whole sheep I made is the best in town, you must eat more. I think we should give some money. Even if we give all our savings to the benefactor, we can't express our gratitude. Everyone knelt on the ground and not only couldn't get up, but they had already begun to plan various ways to thank them. Suddenly, Hyagalanmo was riding a tiger with difficulty, not knowing how to reject these people. That night, after everyone gathered the corpses of these pirates, and set up checkpoints and patrols at the entrance of the town, the celebration began. After everyone had a full day, they let Hyagalanmo and Jianyi and Alai go home. Back at home, the two of them stood in the room looking at Yuka's Hyaga with embarrassment. For a long time, Jianyi scratched his head and asked, I didn't expect you to be so high in ninjutsu. When Xiang Xiling knew about you before, she bluntly said that you can refine chakras, but did not say that you can ninjutsu. She doesn't know I can ninjutsu. Hyagalanmo said. Haha, it turned out to be like this, haha. When the two saw him entering the house, they quickly prepared slippers for him, while Alai ran to the kitchen, washed the fruit for him, and brought them to him. Looking at the two imprisoned, Hyagalanmo said, you don't need to be so polite, just the same as before. That's not good. We look at your ninjutsu. Both of us, not 10 of us, are not your opponents. We are not suitable for your teacher at all. We are too arrogant. It is really embarrassing. Jianyi flushed, bowed her head to apologize. Alice also had a shy face. It took him a long time to say, if it wasn't you today, we wouldn't know how the two of us died. But it's okay. Isn't this what I should do? I live here and help the people here get rid of evil. This is what I should do. After Hyagalanmo finished speaking, the room became quiet again. After drinking some water, he stopped persuading them, got up and said goodbye to the two of them, and went back to the room to rest. From then on, the two no longer forced Hyagalanmo to learn ninjutsu and go to class. He came as he wanted, and left as he wanted. Not only that, his reputation quickly became popular in the town, even if it was him. When he walked to the street for no reason, someone would give him a gift. In this way, after 3 months in Banwol town, Tsunade and Silent still had no news. Hyagalanmo has newly developed 7 types of ninjutsu, and has also trained 2 ninjas with chakras for the village. The clone of 9 tails in the system has reached 100%, and the cells that successfully cloned 9 tails have also entered the clone develop stage. Moreover, his system has not been promoted because there are no new mirror copy targets, but some basic lists have changed a lot, such as the amount of chakra ownership, which has also increased from 500% before to 1000%. This is 10 times the full level of an ordinary person, and it is still the amount of chakras under normal conditions without absorbing natural chakras. If he absorbs natural chakras and enters the fairy mode, the amount of chakras will reach the maximum level of normal people. Tens of thousands of times. In 2 months, he will return to Konoha to report. It's no good that he always stays here. Even if he develops a lot more ninjutsu, he has to continue to grow himself, otherwise he will return in 2 months. Konoha is still not Danzo's opponent, isn't it troublesome? Hyagalanmo couldn't afford to wait that day, so he bid farewell to the people in the town. Jianyi and Ali didn't want him to go. After all, they promised Tsunade to take good care of him, but when they thought of all of them, a person's ability is not as good as a child, so what right do they have to keep him? He was here, really wasting his life. Sanrin, like them, who hasn't improved after more than 20 years of cultivation, said that he was living in seclusion in the world, and staying here for old age care was fine. And he is such a genius that he is really sorry for his aptitude if he doesn't go to the world and strengthen himself. Hyagalanmo left the 2 spells to Jianyi and Ali. 2 teachers, if Mr. Tsunade or Sister Silent come to you, you will teach them this spell. As long as they light the spell, I will come back to see you soon. They. Hyagalanmo practiced all the ninjutsu and ability of Heifeng Shuman. Naturally, he has a special understanding of the charms and spells left over from Yukacheo village. It is not too difficult to make such simple charms, so I left 2 for communication. Well, if the 2 come to Banyu town, we will definitely give this thing to them. Jianyi stretched out his hand to take it, and the whole town came out to see each other. Hyagalanmo was grateful, and after bidding farewell to Banyu town, he left Banyu town. After leaving the town, he used a different space to transfer, and soon came to Kishin port. There was a ruin here. After inquiring about it, he learned that there was a 3-on-3 duel here 3 months ago. Closed by the Iron Nation, the Iron Nation is now on the side of the Fire Nation. 3 months of hard work has allowed Konoha to achieve greater results. Hyagalanmo looked at the sea with deep eyes, and in the distance, an old lady was sitting on a dilapidated pier selling something. Toys, toys, who will buy the toys? Icarus doll, the Calamus doll that can be controlled with this rope. As soon as he said this, Hyagalanmo's heart picked up, and some bad pictures appeared in his mind. He walked slowly towards the port, the sea breeze blew, a layer of fallen leaves and dust flew under his feet, Hyagalanmo's black and blue clothes were blowing in the sea breeze. His steps are very slow. It is daytime and he can't see the road, but he can use the mirror system to feel the changes around him. In front of an old lady, there is a ninja hidden in the stone on the left. She is about 15 or 6 years old. On the right, there is an uncle who jumps on a shoulder. Chakra is amazing. Although these people do their own things, he can feel that all his nerves are watching him. Who? Who sent it? In Hyagalanmo's mind, there were two choices, Orochimaru and Danzo, because only they would use threats like Calamus to force him to obediently submit. Hyagalanmo walked forward slowly, listening carefully to the old lady's shout. Chapter 28, Mudun Ninjutsu. Changpyu-dal, in a remote village, there is a little girl named Changpyu, because she met a very bad child, but was redeemed and became a hero, Calamus. This obviously means that Hyagalanmo can hear, who is the bad boy? Salvation. Is salvation from you? Ridiculous. There is only one reason why Hyagalanmo hasn't acted yet, that is, he is not sure whether the Calamus is really in their hands. Although this pier has been sealed off, there are occasional passenger ships that will dock here. At this moment, a passenger ship at the pier was docked in the port. A group of people got off the ship. The two children dragged their parents and rushed to the old woman's side. "Mom, there are toys, I want this doll." The old lady frowned when she saw this scene. She turned her head and glanced in the direction of Hyagalanmo. He was missing? She stood up angrily and looked around. There was no sign of Hyagalanmo. She angrily picked up the machete on one side. When the people on and off the dock saw this scene, they screamed and fled. "Where are the people?" the old lady cried. "They were ordered to stay here for 3 months, just to wait for Hyagalanmo to appear, and then arrest him to see Orochimaru." Unexpectedly, the character who had just appeared disappeared in a blink of an eye. Here. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the air. Mudun rushed over and pierced the old lady's chest. The other two saw the scene and rushed over, but in the next second, Hyagalanmo's Qianfeng Ranbian has already shot out in all directions. The other two people were shocked when they saw this scene. Didn't Orochimaru-sama say that he doesn't know how to do ninjutsu but only illusion? What happened? Isn't it only 3 months after he left Konoha? How could it be possible to progress so fast? Could it be Orochimaru-sama got it wrong? They had no chance. Just as they dodged backwards, suddenly thousands of wind blades rushed into their bodies. Their eyes were dull, and then the blood was jetted, and their lives were instantly lost. And the scene of Hyagalanmo and the old lady was gone. In order to prevent Hyagalanmo's illusion, the three people started to constantly disturb the chakra in their body when they found the target. They only wanted to seize the opportunity to give each other a slam, but didn't want to be slammed by the other party. In the different space, the old lady was still carrying a machete in her hand, and she hung her whole body on top of the wooden shelter, blood flowing. Changpyu-dal. Hyagalanmo closed his eyes, walked in this white space, and looked at the old man in front of him. "Is it Danzo or Orochimaru? You do not need to know." "Really?" Hyagalanmo stepped forward and touched the old man's body with his fingers. "Jing escape, the nerves are intermittently crystallized." In the past 3 months, although he has not learned a new ninjutsu, he has played various tricks in the ninjutsu he learned before, and the crystallization of the human body is one of them. He can use intermittent crystallization in the target human body under the control of chakra. This crystallization can be the heart, brain, muscle, blood, and nerve. He has done experiments on small animals. Among them, nerve crystallization is the most painful, and most people can't bear it. I said, "It's Orochimaru, it's Orochimaru, kill me." The old man, a ninja from Otanin village, said pleadingly, "We didn't catch the Calamus, and we couldn't get in Konoha, trust me. Please, don't kill me, my granddaughter is still in the hands of Yuan. If I can't take you back alive, my granddaughter will be killed by him, and I can't help it." After that, the old man told them all about their situation in Orochimaru. It turns out that Orochimaru was forced to leave Konoha and had always held a grudge against Hyagalanmo. So for the past 3 months, he has sent his men to inquire about his situation. He knew that Tsunade had taken him away from Konoha, so he went all the way to investigate, but in the end news was lost near Kishin port. In addition, Tsunade and Silent appeared in Konoha in the later period, which made him sure that they would meet in Kishin. Therefore, these three people have been tracking and waiting for his appearance in this place for the past 3 months. The calamus is also set by Orochimaru. He said that if a child has a surprised expression when he hears the name of calamus, then that person is Hyagalanmo. Sure enough, the goal was there, but they failed. I beg you, let me go. The old man said pleadingly. Puff. Although Jingdun stopped crystallization, Mudun had continued to move forward, and blood was flowing in the old man's mouth and nose. Hyagalanmo frowned when he looked at the person in front of him. You just said you can't get in Konoha? This proves that you really want to pay attention to the calamus. An ordinary child will not let it go. Why should I let it go? Past you. Save my granddaughter, our Otanin village is also innocent. The old man was concerned about his hometown, his face was pale, and she had no signs of life. Who is not innocent in this world? Hyagalanmo snorted coldly, and threw her body onto the sea using a different space transfer. He went to another country. He was chased by these adults at a young age. In order to survive, he wanted to constantly strengthen himself. Even if it was a tailed beast, he had to clone and raise it. Orochimaru had already attacked him for the 3rd time. All of this, who will he settle accounts with? Save them? Who will save him? Who will save the world? This is a cursed world. If you cannot become strong, then you must endure pain that you cannot bear. Now, let alone villages like Otanin village, Yunin village, which survives in the cracks, even if it is Konoha, Union village, Yinyan village, and other big villages, aren't the forced children going to the battlefield? There are also those children who were secretly caught by Yuan for experimentation. They are the same age as him, and some are even younger than him. Who has been the master for them? Even if Orochimaru rebelled against Konoha afterwards, the children's experiment was terminated. People also indignantly yelled at Yuan for being inhumane, so how? The dead will never be able to survive, and there is something more ridiculous in this world. Just because Orochimaru has made great achievements in the 4 wars, the 5 major ninja villages have ignored his previous mistakes. This is really impressive. Nausea. Who has called out injustice for those children, and who has called for justice for them? If he had his eyes gouged and the corpse was thrown into the wild at that time, I'm afraid Konoha didn't know that he was missing, right? Only Changpyo, Yuyuzian, and those little friends who couldn't understand him in the village knew that he was missing, right? Thinking of this, Hyagalanmo was angry. If he has ability to persist until the 4th World War, and ability stands at the peak of the ninja world, Orochimaru, he will definitely let him die without a place to bury him. Even if he is alive, he will not let him. He became a hero of the ninja world. Thinking of this, Hyagalanmo's fists clenched tightly. Introspect the system again, because there is no mirror copy object for 3 months, his system has not been upgraded for 3 months, he must do something. Chapter 29. Hyagalanmo is going to Yinyan village, because he has always looked at the ability of the Great Wildwood. If his ability is copied, then he can use dust escape and fly. In the ninja world, the ability to fly can bring the ability to battle. Great convenience. Thinking of this, he was full of fighting spirit, ready to go to Yinyan village. After confirming the coordinates, transferring several different spaces, and after several more inquiries, Hyagalanmo came to the outskirts of Yinyan village. After turning around, he has entered the village, where the customs are far from that of Konoha. The house is soil-rammed and there are few green plants in the village. The surrounding wind blows the rock valley to protect it, which has become a natural barrier for Yinyan village. At the time of World War II, Yinyan village's internal defenses were relatively strict, especially at the entrance of the village. However, Hyagalanmo will shift in different spaces, so naturally I am not afraid of this, but there seems to be not many people in this village. There are almost no children over 10 years old on the street. Hyagalanmo frowned slightly when he saw this scene. This was the consequence of the 3 world wars. The Hokage office is in the most prominent position ahead. He came to the side of the road and bought a mask from the Umbu of Yanyan village. When he was about to pretend to be the Umbu of Yanyan village and went to the Hokage office to meet Onoji, a person appeared in his sight. Within. This person turned out to be the four-tailed man Zolai Lao Zi, but he only appeared for a moment, and then disappeared instantly. Ding, remind the owner that the mirror system is copying characters, Lao Zi and the four-tailed person Zolai. If you want to mirror copy, please follow up immediately. The system that hadn't made a sound for a long time actually issued a warning at this time. Sound. Didn't you copy it just now? Hyagalanmo hurriedly followed. Fortunately, his mirror system perception ability is very strong, and he can immediately feel where Lao Zi is leaving. At the same time, he also discovered that there were a few people from the NB behind him. Seeing this scene, Hyagalanmo came to a hidden place, used the transformation technique to become an adult, and put on Yanyan. The mask of Muranbi followed. Return to the master, the other party is too fast, there is no time, by the way, to remind the host that Lao Zi is a human force. If you want to copy the tail beast in his body, the mirror copy will take longer. If you want to copy in 3 seconds, you need to be in the tail. In the normalized state of the beast, not in the body of human Zolai. System. You mean I need to follow Lao Zi for a while? Yes, master. The system replied. Hyagalanmo didn't dare to relax and followed, but soon he discovered that those Umbu seemed to have spotted him, and someone had chased him up, and began to use secret codes on him. He didn't know what the secret sign of Yanyan village's Umbu was, and it really wasn't that simple to pretend to be Umbu. Just as he was at a loss, several Umbu already surrounded him. Who are you? Lao Zi wants to betray the village. Is it related to you? No wonder these people chase Lao Zi. It turned out that Lao Zi wanted to leave Yanyan village. Hyagalanmo shook his head, he coughed his throat, lowered his childish voice, revealing an adult voice, this matter has nothing to do with me. After that, he disappeared with the instantaneous technique. Several Umbu searched everywhere, but no trace of him was found, and at the same time, Lao Zi was nowhere to be found. Hyagalanmo left the village and came to the woods. He took a deep breath. Now he has returned to his original appearance. He opened the kettle and drank water, and when he was drinking, he wore all over. A man in coarse linen walked in front of him, with a hat on his head and a scarf on his face. If it wasn't for his red hair to sell him, I'm afraid Hyagalanmo wouldn't recognize it. At the same time, several people from the dark part were jumping over the woods. Someone saw the scene turning back and carefully identified the 2 people below. After the change, Lao Zi was nervous, and he saw the child sitting on the rock drinking water. Oh, you drink slowly, are you thirsty? It's all to blame Grandpa, I didn't take good care of you. Ding, I found the copy target, I would like to ask the master, do you want to copy? Yes. Hyagalanmo quickly agreed. Okay. The mirror copy started, the old purple copy was successful, and the tail beast within the cloned person's Zolai body was 0.0001%. The system street appeared. Hyagalanmo's internal vision system was surprised. Although I knew that the system would be slow to replicate the human column power, I didn't expect it would be so slow. Is this the system said it would take longer? Hyagalanmo looked up at Lao Zi, and said, not only am I thirsty, I'm so hungry. The Umbu hidden above saw this scene, no doubt there was him, turned and left, and kept going. Who? The companion in front asked. Grandpa and grandson, it's okay. The person behind Umbu replied. By the river, seeing people leave, Lao Zi quickly turned and walked westward, Hyagalanmo following him. What are you doing? Don't follow me, get out. Hyagalanmo didn't listen to him, he was still mirroring and copying, how could he stop? Lao Zi frowned, and several leaps wanted to shake off the child in front of him. After galloping for almost a dozen miles, he stopped and turned around. The child was still behind him. Oh! There are not many people who can catch up with me at this age. Who are you? Lao Zi asked strangely, a certain curiosity slowly appearing. I'm a Sanren. I heard that you are a human being and have a strong ability. I want to practice with you. Hyagalanmo made up a reason. Old Zi frowned even more tightly, you should find someone else, you have also seen, I will go into exile in the world in the future, I'm afraid I won't have time to teach you. After speaking, he continued to move forward, but Hyagalanmo followed closely. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of the child. After following 3 days like this, Lao Zi couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted to give him some color, but he had kind thoughts, and sometimes the palm of his hand reached Hyagalanmo's body, and he took it back, and after using meltdown twice, it can burn Hyaga blue ink, but it still sprays off. Dogskin plaster, obviously you can avoid it, why don't you hide? Old Zixen had a lingering fear, and she almost melted the child just now. I know you won't kill me. Although Hyagalanmo didn't know much about Lao Zi, since he could stand on the side of Naruto Uzumaki in the Fourth World War, it proved that he was a kind person. Among the people's strengths, no one is worse. Besides, when each ninja village chooses Ren's Huli, it is impossible to choose bad guys with extreme character, otherwise it would be a bomb planted in the village. Good moral character needs to be maintained well, not to mention bad character. If people with unhealthy minds become human pillars, then the future of this village will be unimaginable. Therefore, Hyagalanmo believes in Lao Zi. Chapter 30 Dogskin Plaster. It really is a dogskin plaster, come here, eat roasted sweet potatoes. Lao Zi touched his red beard, and shook his head helplessly. Hyagalanmo came to him, looked at his appearance in surprise, and asked, Mister's beard is so long, won't he burn his beard when he is sprayed? Puff. Lao Zi spouted a mouthful of water, ahem, who knows, I haven't burned it anyway. Oh, that's okay. Hyagalanmo nodded. The two were silent for a while, and Lao Zi looked back at him and said, you have a good background and your speed is fast. I feel that if the two of us fight against each other, maybe your ability is better than me? Definitely, I'm guessing. After speaking, he sat down and started to make a fire, then took 2 sweet potatoes from his backpack and roasted them on the fire. Neither of them spoke. He looked at the flame stubbornly. Suddenly he looked back at the children next to him, and then looked at him up and down, or let's try after dinner. Stop it. Hyagalanmo shook his head, staring at the sweet potato. If you don't fight with me, I won't agree to your request and learn ninjutsu with me. How come you have to let me know your details? Old Zi raised his eyebrows and gave a rare smile. As he said, suddenly he turned around and kicked Hyagalanmo, then turned around again, melted and ejected. Hyagalanmo dodged backwards, and the earth escape appeared, blocking the melting escape, and the water escape waterfall, cooling the melting escape after the soil escape. The technique of hiding the wood, the whole person has disappeared in the woods. Yes, what else can you learn from me with this ability? Lao Zi said. Melting escape. The art of scorching river rock. Suddenly, the child who appeared above the tree vomited and escaped, which surprised Lao Zi. Lao Zi's few jumps have fallen in the distance, with expressions of disbelief in his eyes. He carefully looked at the child hanging upside down on the tree, and then asked for a long time, how can you melt away? In his impression, there are not many people in the ninja world who can use melt. Because if I see someone using ninjutsu, as long as I want to learn it, I can learn it. See? You don't use perception techniques. Lao Zi deserves to be a very careful person. During this period of time, Hyagalanmo had been following him in black and white without showing that he was blind. He didn't expect that he knew it all. Yes, although I used the perception technique, but I also saw the perception. Hyagalanmo told the truth, his eyes were dark blue, and his black hair was drifting in the wind. The whole person had fallen to the ground, and those eyes seemed to be hidden. The entire starry sky is general. Lao Zi was surprised that there are such children in the world. If such a character is known by Onaki, I am afraid that even if he would rather lose more than a dozen shangnan, he still has to get him, right? He hated Onoki's unscrupulous way to achieve goals, and even more hated his actions during the 3 world wars by killing the people for food in order to win, so after several conflicts with him, he decided not to work for this kind of person anymore. So he left Yanyan village. But he didn't expect that he actually picked up the treasure. What's your name? To tell the truth, Lao Zi could tell that the child was hiding something from him. Hyagalanmo thought for a while, and said, Kanaha, Hyagalanmo. As soon as he said this, Lao Zi walked a few steps quickly, and came to him at once, crouched and looked at him carefully. Are you from the Hyaga family? You didn't roll your eyes. Yes. I seem to be of a mutant lineage. This is the first time Hyagalanmo talked about his body to an outsider in such a long time, but he did not explain the system, because the existence of the system cannot be explained here. Clear, but blood can explain everything. After saying this, even though he was in the deep mountains, Lao Zi looked around vigilantly, and then made a silent motion to him, be quiet. People who are not particularly trusting about this kind of thing will not be allowed to tell you about it in the future. Also, except in Kanaha, you are not allowed to say that you belong to the Hyaga family, especially here. Having said this, Lao Zi let go of the child in his hand, sighed, and sat on one side of the rock. Then he looked at the mountain fire caused by melting in front of him, used earth to escape, and covered everything. Let's go to the nearby some good food in town. This child trusts him so much, which makes Lao Zi feel strange. Since he has left Yanyan village, he will definitely not go back. Moreover, he opposes Onaki's unscrupulous practice for the village, so he naturally wants to protect it. This child. But when he thinks of the ordinary people who died because of Onaki's stubbornness, his heart is tumbling, and he feels unhappy. In fact, for your existence, you don't need to worship me as a teacher, and you have learned my ninjutsu, and there is no need to let me teach you anything. Lao Zi looked down at Hyagalanmo, and looked at this. My child, the more excited my heart is. If it was in the past, I was afraid that the person who met Kanaha would be a fight, but since he learned to let go and no longer entangled with some things in the village, he felt a lot easier. Not only that, but now he can still fight with Kanaha. It's a miracle that one of his children lived together peacefully. But I really want to learn all ninjutsu from you. I know that some ninjutsu is confidential and can't be handed over to others casually, but I really admire you for a long time. Hyagalanmo's internal vision system, also almost a little bit, was able to mirror and copy the four-tailed beast. Old Zi shook his head slightly. I'm sorry, I can't teach you. I can't get rid of you. I am incompetent. But as a ninja in Yanyan village, I can't teach the children of the hostile ninja village. This is what I do to my hometown. Basic loyalty. Hyagalanmo didn't speak, and the two entered the town one after another, and went to a restaurant to eat. Sitting at the same table, Lao Zi ordered a lot of vegetarian food. Only then did Hyagalanmo realize that Lao Zi believed in Buddhism. No wonder he didn't like killing. Today I only allow you to follow me one more day. You are not allowed to be so rascal in the future. You are young and have a strong ability, but you can't learn badly. You are alive and there are so many things you can do. Why do you have to be obsessed with ninjutsu? I'm ready to give up the profession of ninja. As he said, Lao Zi poured a glass of sake and drank it with his head up. Although he was afraid of meat and fishy, he didn't avoid alcohol. Hey, do you know? I have been thinking about rebelling against Yanyan village for a long time. Little guy, where are your parents? Don't they worry if you come out by yourself? They are dead. Hyagalanmo replied in a low voice. Because of the war again, right? He nodded. In this damn world, there are certain things that don't have to happen, so why don't some people understand? Chapter 31. Last time in Tueo village, Okino personally ordered that in order to kill several hidden Umbu in Cheyenne village, he burned the entire village and a stronghold in the north of Cheyenne village. He ordered Umbu bombing. As a result, it actually exploded in the wrong place. When Lao Zi said this, he shook his head, sighed heavily, and continued to drink a glass of wine. As he drank more and more, he said more and more. For more than 10 years, he has long been uncomfortable with Oyemus. He had been arguing with him for various actions, but he couldn't change some of Ohimu's ways of doing things. If he listened to me, the 3 wars would have ended long ago, and the land of the earth would have been settled long ago. 10 years of wars have caused indelible damage to every country, but does it make sense to fight? What's the use of being dead or alive? Who swallowed whom in the end? Isn't the 5 great ninja villages still the 5 great ninja villages? As Lao Zi said, the corners of his eyes were red, his compassionate heart, he was very tortured because he couldn't understand what Onoki did. I can see it too. I can't change this world. I won't change them anymore. I can change myself. From now on, I will no longer care about the affairs of Yanyan village, right? After speaking, he raised his neck and drank again. At the moment, more than a dozen swords flew from his hands, 2 of which were facing his throat. With a roll of Hyagalanmo's sleeves, he rolled the pierced shuriken to one side. At the same time, Lao Zi turned over and had already left the tavern, followed by Hyagalanmo. On the roof, a dozen people from the dark part of Yanyan village surrounded the old Zi Tuan, and a few people behind them were holding large scrolls. They were members of the sealing group. Old Zi, you owe so much to Yanyan village. It's too unreasonable to leave like this. Even if you want to leave, you should return some things to us. The headed man has a strong figure with a face. Wearing a mask, he looked at Lao Zi tightly. What they were talking about was the tail beast in his body, a person with strength. Without the tail beast, there would only be a dead end. Yanyan village's ability to remain evenly matched in the 3 wars is directly related to their possession of 2 tail beasts. Now that Lao Zi leaves, this will inevitably become a big loss for Yanyan village. Daemyo can have no Lao Zi, but he must not lose his tail beast at this time. As a result, several waves of Umbu were sent down, with only one goal. Lao Zi is not important to life or death, the important thing is that the 4 tails must be brought back. Bullshit. Little Hyagalanmo suddenly rushed to Lao Zi, and said, You people, all you talk is bullshit. What does he owe you? What is he owed to you, dare you say it? Several people in Umbu looked at this child, and their hearts were different. Who was this? The courage is not small. Where did the baby come from? If you don't want to die, just get out of here. It's you who should get off. Do you think I don't know? What you want is nothing more than the tail beast in his body, but when you used him as a pillar power, did you ask him for his opinion? Hyagalanmo he looked closely at the people in front of him and said. Lao Zi has been a man of Zulai for more than 30 years, and no one has ever spoken for him. When he was young, they said that he was the sharp edge of Yanyan village and he wanted to protect Yanyan village all the time. Over the years, he has protected they, but he hurt others. They will never understand the torment of conscience. He had disagreements with Onoki, and all of them only targeted him, but not the matter, which made him more and more disappointed in them. No one can see his pain, even now, when they stand in front of him, they just want to return their weapons instead of listening carefully to his voice. Lao Zi looked at the child standing in front of him, feeling relieved. At least one person in this world would be willing to stand up and speak for him. That's enough. Stop talking nonsense, just hit it. Lao Zi made a simple and honest voice, and the whole person rushed out like a flying sword. Melting escape, the art of burning river rock, melting escape, burning river erupting fire, melting escape, direct burning. Lao Zi launched an attack and Hyagalanmo also fought with the two dark parts on the left. In an instant, the entire town was covered by magma, and the dark parts of Yanyan village were gathering more and more. There were only a dozen people before. In just 10 minutes, there were more than 20 umbu gathered here. Is this a lot of people? It seems that Onoji is going to take Shiwei back. 2 done, enter the water escape ninja, the others retreat, and the seal squad advances. The strong umbu leader commanded the order on the spot, and the umbu people began to change their formation. The water escape ninja began to launch the water escape, melting escape. The nemesis of the fire escape is the water escape. Seeing this scene, Hyagalanmo frowned slightly. Lao Zi's body was already red, his eyeballs turned orange, and all the hairs on his head stood up, and he had already begun to call tail animalization. After so many years of human Zuli, he has been able to master the tail beast, and he wants to use the tail beast state to kill these dark people. But the other party came with more than 20 people and brought the sealing class, obviously just didn't want to let him go. Ding, congratulations to the master, 100% of the four-tailed beast in Zuli's mirror clone is successful. At the moment, Hyagalanmo's system sent a message of successful replication, and now he can retreat. But, at the moment, Lao Zi is in danger. Can he go? Hurry up. At this moment, Lao Zi yelled. His movements were very fast, and he was already blocking Hyagalanmo's front. I'll cover you, you leave quickly. This old man, although stubborn, was good to him. He couldn't leave now. No, I'll help you. Hyagalanmo jumped and began to key in. Earth escape, the art of Earth Dragon. Huge amounts of Earth Dragons drilled out of the ground and rushed towards the seal squad behind the NB ninja. Crystal escape, Crystal Thorn. Suddenly thousands of crystal thorns were condensed in the air, and they rushed towards the opponent. This is also the ninjutsu invented by Hyagalanmo. It is a ninjutsu that is simpler but more aggressive to use in Jingdun. It is him who is in the wind. Inspired by Jianfeng Randao. What is it? There were a lot of crystal thorns, and the speed was very fast, and 3 people were immediately pierced into quill. And these Jingdun had been aimed at the leader of the dark part, the strong man. He took a step back, blood was exposed on his eyeballs, his fingers were about to become imprinted, the crystal thorns had already pierced his wrist. Go, Lao Zi. Hyagalanmo ignored the danger that Lao Zi was about to turn his tail into a beast, stepped forward and grabbed his wrist with a teleport technique, and disappeared. And the crystal thorns at the scene have already rushed to the 24 NB ninjas in front of them. The casters are gone, and the ninjutsu is still running. How powerful is this chakra manipulation? Chapter 32. Fortunately, some people used the earth to escape the earth flow wall, some people got into the ground, and some people used water to block the dark side of the operation. Even so, they still lost 5 NB ninjas, even the dark side of the operation. The leaders were stabbed to severe injuries. Go and investigate. Investigate now. Who is that kid? The sturdy man shouted loudly, and several Umbu leapt and chased after him. On the lowest mountains in the north, Hyagalanmo pulled Lao Zi's wrist. The two looked at each other and laughed. Life is really amazing. I've seen it for a long time. I didn't expect that my four-tailed man, Zolai Lao Zi, would be rescued by a child one day. Ha ha ha, and I was a child from Konoha. This is really amazing. The fate of you. Lao Zi looked at the sky happily. The setting sun went down, the sunset glowed, and the lowest sky continued to rise. He reached out and hugged Hyagalanmo. You will be my brother from now on. Ha ha ha. Hyagalanmo smiled awkwardly. Don't you think this age gap is a bit big? Although it's a bit big, are we friends of the year end? Lan Mo, thank you, because of your help, I escaped a catastrophe. If not, I will definitely be drunk by them during today's battle. He stretched out his hand and patted Hyagalanmo's shoulder. The more he looked at him, the more he liked it. But your earth dragon art is good. There are very few people who can use such a big earth dragon in the land of earth. In the entire Yanyan village, I feel that in addition to the 3 generations of Mutuying, only his son Huangtu can use it, but his is much smaller than yours. He laughed very happily. He felt that for so many years, he had never seemed so happy as today. Hyagalanmo looked at the setting sun, his eyes flashed, and then he closed his eyes. Soon, the day that belonged to him was about to begin. Brother, big brother, I suddenly have a plan, don't you know if you want to listen? Old Zi smiled and looked back at him. What's the plan? Let's let the 3 wars of the land of the earth come to an end soon. Lao Zi looked at the sunset firmly with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Hearing this, Hyagalanmo frowned slightly. Although I feel a little awkward to call your eldest brother, but if you insist, I can only call that way. Eldest brother, with your strength, I want to end the 3 wars. This isn't it impossible? I used to feel a little impossible, but now that you are by my side, you can defeat more than 20 Yanyan villages' dark parts. There is nothing impossible. I have lived in Yanyan village for so many years, and I know them very well. The 3 world wars have lasted for so many years, and Yanyan village has already been strong outsiders. Can't you see who can learn it with ninjutsu? As long as you learn Onoji's ninjutsu, defeat him, and take down the 5-tailed man, nothing is impossible. Speaking of this plan, Lao Zi was excited, as if victory was just before his eyes. Brother, do you believe me that way? Hyagalanmo looked back at him, and saw that under the sunset, he nodded heavily. The red hair and the sunset photo roar responded like a burning flame. I believe you, but I also want to retreat. Even if it fails, I will let you escape from Yanyan village alive, so you can rest assured that I will not make fun of your life. Lao Zi was excited. Said, the light of the sun flashed in his eyes. Hyagalanmo didn't speak, and just looked at him like this. After a long time, he nodded heavily and turned back. Okay. That's how the plan began. Outside Yanyan village, a 5-year-old child was sitting on a carriage and appeared at the gate of Ninja village with his eyes closed. The person in charge of the guard saw him and asked loudly, Who, the pass? No. There is a carriage behind the carriage that the child is sitting in, with the curtains on. I don't know who is sitting in it. Oh, it's a big tone. You are not allowed to enter Yanyan village without a pass. Hurry up and don't block the way of others. The guard shouted loudly. Hyagalanmo closed his eyes slightly and said softly, Let you Tuying come out to see me. Little boy, you have a strong tone. If you don't want to die, leave as soon as possible. If you don't, you'll blow your head right now. The man took a few steps forward and reached out to catch Hyagalanmo. But I don't want people to be in front of him. His hands have been pierced by the red crystal piercing the palm of his hand, and the blood rushes down. It's Jingdun, he is the kid who uses Jingdun. 3 days ago, Umbu carried 5 corpses back to the village. They were dead. The 2 guards had seen them. Their bodies were covered with spikes like red crystals, their noses and mouths bleeding, and their deaths were miserable. And now, they actually saw people using this blood inheritance boundary. Come on, quickly notify Master Tying that the enemy is coming. The guard behind saw the scene and turned around and ran towards the village. In less than 3 minutes, Onoki had already drifted over, and 30 ninjas followed him, instantly surrounding Hyagalanmo. Dayemu floated in the air, behind his hands, carefully looked at the child in front of him, ordinary people's clothes, black short hair, a pair of eyes closed slightly, and no forehead protection on his head. Because of the arrival of Oyemu, the child opened his eyes and a pair of dark blue eyes appeared. Although he opened his eyes, he did not have a focus. This child was actually blind? But Huangtu didn't say that this child can't see it. What's the matter? While Onaki was still wondering, Hyagalanmo's eyes closed again. Because in less than 5 seconds, his mirror system had copied all the opponent's abilities in the mirror system through his eyes, and all the ninjutsu abilities of Onaki had all appeared in the copy list. You are the kid who helped Lao Zi. Who are you? Where do you come from? Why help Lao Zi? And why are you here? Do you know that being an enemy of Yanyan village is an enemy of the land of the earth? You ride in the car, who is it? Oyemu's voice was deep, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at him tightly. Hyagalanmo looked around. There were 30 ninjas and then looked at the village. In addition to the 2 guards at the door, there were 7 or 8 ninjas standing inside. They were not very old, only a dozen. The 5-tailed man did not appear when he looked like years old. My eldest brother is sitting in my car, and he is also the one who came to challenge you, Onogi. This challenge, if you lose, please give up your Earth Shadow throne and give it to my eldest brother to sit on, otherwise it will destroy you. The village. Hyagalanmo's voice is cold and his eyes are deep. When the people on both sides saw this scene, some pissed laughed, and some were nervous all over, because the nervous person was the one who had met with Hyaga Imoku. Don't look at the child who looks harmless to humans and animals. In fact, ninjutsu is very good. It's amazing. Chapter 33 The 5-Tailed Man. At present, they are in Yanyan village, except for the 3 generations of Tying, they really haven't seen such a powerful ninja, and don't know where he came from. Why did you help Lao Zi? Old Zi, did you leave Yanyan village really because of Tying's location? Oyemu had already guessed that the person in the car was his old friend, Shiwei Lao Zi. Is it for my rights and status? You know better than anyone. Lao Zi's voice came from the carriage. After Onaki winked at the ninja on his side, the fingers of both hands on his back slightly waved dust escape, the technique of peeling the original world. He suddenly attacked, and instantly the transparent cube of the original world stripping technique enveloped the entire carriage, including Hyagalanmo all in his ambush. Oh, I thought you guys are so capable, but that's all. As he said, Onaki looked at both sides, SEAL class. They had studied before that if they caught Lao Zi, the first thing they did was to extract his tail beast. Since he has already decided to leave Yanyan village, the tail beast must be returned to them. That is their super weapon. Without the tail beast, they will also lose one weapon close to them in the 5 great ninja villages, so in any case, Shiwei can't let him take it away. Where is that kid? At the moment, someone cried out in surprise. Oyemu looked back and saw that in the original world stripping technique, the child had long since disappeared, only a carriage is left. I don't know if there is Lao Zi inside. He looked around warily, his eyes sharp. Suddenly there was a mess in the village. It's not good, there is an attack. At the same time, a child was floating in the air, a gust of wind blew by, flying sand and rocks in the ninja village, dusty. It's not good, we got it? Oyemu revoked the technique of stripping the original world, and came to the carriage, a dirt escape, and flew into the carriage on the carriage. Sure enough, it was empty inside, and there was no old purple at all. Although Lao Zi is not in the carriage, the child is obviously covered by his original world stripping technique. Even if he is underground, he can't escape. After all, this kind of ninjutsu is surrounded by all-round geometry. What's the matter with that child? Escaped. Oyemu felt strange and turned and flew towards the village. Hyagalanmo's wind escape stopped, looking at the tying in front of him, and said, "Do you know why I just used the wind escape just now? Because Lao Zi won't let me hurt the villagers." Really? It's a pity that you gave up your best opportunity. Today I will show you the horror of the old man. After speaking, Oyemu stared at him. Dutton, the rock mill glen. The huge amounts of earth and stone golem appeared and attacked Hyagalanmo. At the same time, Onoki's dust escape original world stripping technique appeared, instantly surrounding him. "Me!" he shouted loudly, "let you taste the feeling of being crushed." Within the original world, huge amounts of pressure were generated, and immediately after the next second, the child's eyes showed a state of red blood circle eyes, and then they disappeared. Is it a member of the Uchiha family? Although he didn't know what ninjutsu the other party was using, he recognized those eyes. Could it be Konoha in collusion with Lao Zi? If that is the case, things are in trouble. If Lao Zi takes refuge in Konoha, who can compete with Konoha in the 5 great ninja villages in the future, and the advantages of their Yin village will disappear. No, the kid must be killed today. But where is Hyaga Blue Mo in the huge ninja village? Not only that, even Lao Zi, they don't know where they are going. Originally, Onoki wanted to send all Umbu out to find Lao Zi, but he was afraid that the two were in Yin village. In order to guard the house, he did not send Umbu out, but told all the ninjas to be vigilant. Whenever there is a movement, report now. Moreover, he issued a secret order to make the 5-tailed Han on the front line return to the village as soon as possible. The village is in trouble, so it is natural to protect the village. He is a human pillar and can fight against Lao Zi. As for the other ninjas, he can fight against the child with all his strength, but on the border side, he can only wait for the stability here. Unexpectedly, for 3 days in a row, the village was very peaceful, and Lao Zi and the child kept showing up. Until the 4th day, after Wu Vai Han returned to the village, after an explosion of huge amounts of Yin village, everything changed. 8 or 9 rock grinding wheel golems appeared in the village and began to wreak havoc. At the same time, countless crystal thorns floated in the air, as if they would fall at any time. Those crystal thorns were as dense as raindrops. If they fall, the people below will surely be harmed. On the street, the cries of the people, the sound of running away, and the smashing of the golem became a whole. Report to Lord Tying that 2 rock golems were found in the east, 2 in the west, 3 in the south, and 3 in the north. They are coming to the village office, and they are destroying all the way. Report to Lord Tukage that our people dare not go to the streets at all. The crystal needles in the sky seem to fall at any time. Now the people in Anbi are hiding in the house and using ninjutsu, but they can only use ninjutsu in the village. The village causes harm. Where is the guy? Onoki rushed out of the Hokage office. Today's events have exceeded his cognition. Even for a master like him, using 2 or 3 rock mill golems at a time is the limit. Someone uses 10 at the same time. Who is this? Seeing the sky full of crystal thorns floating in the air, as if they would fall down at any time, Oyemu used earth escape to cover his head, and used the earth evacuation fist and earth evacuation technique to attack both sides. The attacking rock mill golem fought back. This is obviously his ninjutsu. How could anyone use his ninjutsu to attack the village? Who the hell is it? No, the 4-tailed man was arrested. Suddenly, I didn't know who yelled, Oyemu only felt that his eyes were dark, and then he saw a huge amounts of Mudun tree trunk wrapped around the five-tailed man flying into the sky. That was the last man in their village. When Oyemu saw this scene, he hurried to chase it. At this moment, all the crystal thorns in the sky fell down. Those crystal thorns are full of the thickness of the bowl. If they fall, let alone people, even those earthy houses will be completely destroyed. This is someone who wants to destroy their village. If he leaves, Yinyan village will be over, but if he doesn't rush to chase, then their Yinyan village will lose even the 5 tails. Soil escape, the technique of strengthening the earth. Huge amounts of earth escape appeared, and he deserved to be the master earth shadow of Yinyan village. He was able to use huge amounts of earth to escape to the sky above the village, protecting the whole village. Chapter 34 Destroyed Yinyan Village. The crystal escape from the sky fell down, one by one inserted on the earth escape. Some villagers below screamed, the whole village turned into a dark world, and those earth escapes had already covered the whole village. Below, Yinyan village is extremely dark. Above the protection of the earth escape, the sun shines on the crystal thorns and the crystal thorns pierced on the earth escape, like shining jewels. Onaki shook his whole body. Roar couldn't breathe well, he hadn't used so many chakras in a long time. In the distance, a child was floating in the air. He was wearing ordinary clothes, with black hair on one end, and looking at the side with his eyes out of focus. When he waved his hand, all the crystal thorns disappeared. The rock mill golem in the village has been wiped out by the ninjas in the village. Hyagalanmo floating in the air looked at Onaki and said, "Can you hand over the position of your earth shadow? Who are you? The old man fights with you." Onogi knew that after this battle, all his accumulated ninja abilities had been exhausted, and he no longer had the abilities to compete with the other 4 ninja villages. To be on the safe side, he could only withdraw from the ninja wars 3 times, even though they can't go head-to-head with them anymore with the excuse of failure. Oyemu rushed up, and the opposite Hyaga Blue Mo floated in the air, without any hurries. His fingers printed dust escape, the technique of boundary stripping. If the original world stripping technique can be aimed at human targets in a small range, then the bounded stripping technique is aimed at the big environment and the big goal. Moreover, the technique of delimitation requires more ability and chakras, and people who do not have a certain level and bloodline cannot use it at all. Seeing the emergence of boundary, Oyemu turned and hurried away. Fortunately, his speed was fast enough, otherwise the boundary stripping technique of several hundred meters would surround him. Haha, what did Tying-sama run? I am in a good mood today, so I will let you go, and there will be some time later. Since the goal has been achieved, he doesn't need to stay here anymore. After turning around, Hyaga Blue Mo disappeared, and at the same time everything in the boundary stripping technique that he had just covered turned into dust. Onaki's heart beat wildly, he could no longer hold on, and fell from the sky, and the protective soil above the village also fell with his body, and all the chakras were lost, and the village's houses were buried. For the most part. Although the earth escape caused damage to the village, at least the lives of these people were saved. But this time, the 2 people in Yinyan village had nowhere to go, and the entire village building was almost destroyed. When the Umbu people fought the rock mill golem, they sacrificed more than a dozen people, which was a terrible loss. Since then, the 3 generations of Hokage in Iwakura village, the country of the earth, announced that they will withdraw from the 3 wars of the ninja world, and all the ninjas will return to the sideline. The 3 wars that have been stalemate for 1989 have officially come to an end in the country of the earth. On the northern snow-capped mountains, Lao Zixiao leaned forward and backward, because he was happy. He had already drunk 5 bottles of wine. He looked at the 5-tailed man who was suppressed by Mudun in front of him, and turned to Hyagalanmo. "Brother, you helped me a lot. To be honest, I thought you would not succeed. I was ready to sacrifice myself and let you escape. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it for 3 days. In time, you have actually learned all the ninjutsu of the 3 generations of tying. You can even know the ninjutsu he hasn't used before. You are simply amazing. Lao Zi looked at Hyagalanmo happily. Do you know? Now I really want to call you Big Brother. You are the most powerful person I have ever seen in my life. After finishing speaking, he didn't know if he was drunk or on purpose. He actually bowed deeply to Hyagalanmo, and then shouted, Big Brother! Big Brother, you drank too much. Hyagalanmo stepped forward to help, then looked awkwardly at the 5-tailed man who was suppressed by the wooden dragon and the charm, and reminded him that there are still people here. Isn't he afraid of embarrassing when he does this? Who said I was drunk? I am happy, Big Brother, I am happy, my wish for more than 10 years has finally come true, I am happy. With that, Lao Zi drank another bottle of wine. The heavy snow flew, Lao Zi was drunk, the 5-tailed man was suppressed by Mudun, the tail beast's power could not be activated, and the whole person looked at Hyagalanmo with resentment. Hyagalanmo didn't care either. She got up and looked around, and said, Let's go, let's avoid the wind and snow. After speaking, 2 soil escapes appeared and dragged Lao Zi and the 5-tailed man to leave here. It has to be said that with Onoji's ninjutsu, many things have been improved. For example, these 2 brawny men who can't walk by themselves, he can put them on the earth escape, and then use the super light rock technique to make them levitate beside him and move forward. The 5-tailed man looked at Hyagalanmo with alertness. What did he want to do by arresting himself? He looked at him tightly, even though he had 1,000 questions in his heart, he didn't ask anything. He didn't ask, and Hyagalanmo didn't say anything. He went down the mountain. In a valley, Hyagalanmo used soil to escape from a cave, and took the 2 of them into the cave to escape the wind and snow. Lao Zi slept soundly, and Mudun continued to suppress Han. Hyagalanmo's internal vision system, Onoji's ninjutsu has all been learned, as long as he strengthens his cultivation later. The mirror copy of the 5-tail Han also started as early as yesterday. Although the progress is slow, it is still going on. The mirror clone of 4 tails has not yet started. I have been busy learning Onoji's ninjutsu these days, and I forgot to add it to the mirror clone. Hyaga Blue Ink operating system copied the mirror image of the 4-tailed beast and placed it on the mirror clone interface. Ding, the mirror clone starts, 2 4-tailed beasts, 0.00001%. Ding, congratulations, Master, touch 10 tails integrate, bang bang bang. Suddenly the entire mirror system was completely converted, especially the mirror clone. When Kyuubi was cloned before, there was only one list. Since he successfully put the copied content of the 4-tailed beast on the mirror clone side, the entire mirror clone interface list suddenly appeared in a long row. At the same time, in the front place, there were 4 more words 10. Tail integrate. System, you obviously want me to clone all the tail beasts. Otherwise, why did you make such a long list? Hyagalanmo counted, and sure enough, there were 9 in total, of which the first 9-tailed clone already in a full grid state, and Kyuubi has entered the mirror image development interface. Yes, Master, if you clone only 1 tail beast, it proves that your choice is human Zolai, but now that you have cloned 2 tail beasts, then the system analysis your goal is no longer as simple as human Zolai. You definitely want to integrate the 9-tailed beasts into 10 tails. This is a vast project. Congratulations to the host, inspire new functions of the system. At the same time, the system is fully upgraded. When the host has successfully cloned all the tailed beasts, the system will give the host a mysterious big gift package. Chapter 35. After that, Firework was released in the system. At the same time, the entire system interface was upgraded. When he was practicing in Banyu Town before, the system was still at level 2, but at this moment he suddenly jumped to level 4. Mirror cultivation has also directly jumped to the 8th level. Hyagalanmo laughed. Sure enough, the system was a blessing project. Although the system was upgraded, he didn't feel much in his body. It was like giving you a computer to study. Hyagalanmo sat on the ground and began to practice, and the mirror system continued to copy all the contents of the four-tailed man nearby. This snow lasted 5 or 6 days, and Lao Zi had been drunk for 5 or 6 days. During the period, the five-tailed Han did not even say a word, but these are not important. Hyagalanmo does not provoke him. Anyway, he has a tail beast in his body, and it will not be good for him to be anxious, as long as the mirror system can just copy his ability and the tail beast in his body smoothly. Ah! Finally Lao Zi woke up. He looked around, then looked at Hyagalanmo and asked, "Big brother, what time is it now?" Called Big brother when he woke up. Hyagalanmo looked at the entrance of the cave that was blocked by heavy snow, and said, 5 days later. Sleep really well. I haven't slept so well for many years. After speaking, he turned his head to look at the five-tailed man and asked, "Brother, are you hungry?" Asked a word, the silent man suddenly jumped up. Mudun was controlled by Hyagalanmo Chakra. He suddenly made a strong force, and Hyagalanmo didn't pay attention. Mudun was broken by him. Then, taking advantage of Hyagalanmo and Lao Zi not paying attention, he jumped and shouted steam leap and rushed over. When Han was not in the tail beast state, he belonged to the ninja of the physique type, with fast speed and strong momentum, and this steam jump is a physique attack that uses momentum to harm the opponent. If someone else suddenly uses this trick at such a close distance, he will definitely be hit. Even Lao Zi has been injured by his impulse trick, but Hyagalanmo can use the wave wind gate, which is known as the yellow lightning of instantaneous surgery. Seeing the other party rushing over, he made a vertical leap and had already left the cave. "UBD, you ruined my village, I want to fight with you." The five-tailed Han chased after him. At the same time, he was already in the tail beast state, and Lao Zi chased him out. "Han, listen to me, things are not what you think. If I guess it is right, the war in the land is over." Lao Zi shouted, trying to prevent Han from going crazy. He understands Han. Although he is speechless on weekdays, if he accidentally touches his flash point, it is still quite terrifying. Breaking point. The tailed beast state appeared, and the five-tailed King Mu rushed over, his eyes flushed, his speed was fast, and the 5 horns on his head glowed bluish-white in the snowy world. Among the tailed beasts, the five-tailed Mu King's ability is not the strongest, but its impact and trampling power are very powerful. It once injured Yao with its own impact. Hyagalanmo uses the instantaneous technique to keep evading, but unfortunately his wooden escape is not strong enough, and he copied the wooden escape obtained by the ability who cultivated Uchiha soil. This is compared to the wooden escape of the original master Senjutsu. It's a far cry. If it weren't for his amazing amount of chakras, I'm afraid he would not be able to suppress the five-tailed man's tail beast power by relying on the wooden escape tree trunk in the past few days. If given the opportunity, he really needs to copy the Mudun of the next generation of Mudun, or find all the cultivation methods of Mudun, only then can his Mudun continue to strengthen. Hyagalanmo used the Uchiha flame formation to block the five-tailed Mu King. The opponent's eyes turned red, and he avoided the flame formation with a few jumps, and then began to condense the tail beast jade. "My God, it really wants you to die." Lao Zi cried out loudly when he saw this scene, "Big brother, be careful." With his voice, the 5 tails didn't give Hyagalanmo time. The tail beast jade just condensed to the file size of the bowl, and then launched. Regardless of how small the tail beast jade is, its power is amazing, let alone Hyaga blue ink. Even if the tail beast is on the opposite side, if it does not evade or counterattack, it will be seriously injured. Hyagalanmo's mind clenched, and there was a scene of the transfer of the tail beast jade when Heifengmaizuman attacked Konoha at the Nine Tails. It seems that today, he has to try flying Thor to guide mine. I have to say that during the 3 months that I was in Banyu Town, it was a great benefit to review the ninjutsu of those masters every day. This allowed him to react quickly in such a stressful situation. In a blink of an eye, the tail beast jade on the opposite side suddenly disappeared 1 meter away from his body. King Mu was dumbfounded, and when he quickly wanted to condense a tail beast jade again, the previous tail beast jade had already appeared in front of it, and immediately followed by a boom sound, it was exploded toward the ground. All 4 feet up. At the moment, Mudun appeared. A dozen Mudun tree trunks firmly tied the 5 tails, and Hyagalanmo had begun to use the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family to seal it. Finally, King Mu in the 5-tailed state gradually disappeared, and the Han who appeared in the snow was exhausted. He was trapped in the wooden escape. He looked up at the Hyagalanmo in front of him. This child is ability. Lao Zi ran over and looked at Hyagalanmo with concern. How is it, you are not injured? I'm okay. Hyagalanmo said. Suddenly he was tight, and the burning of the spells in the seal perception made him happy, which proved that there was news in Banyu Town. Big brother, I have to leave here, my sister is looking for me. Lao Zi nodded slightly when he heard this. Yes, you have wasted long enough time here. For the sake of our land, you also offended Yanyan village, but it doesn't matter. Just your ability, offend the whole world. It's okay. Ha ha ha. Lao Zi smiled happily. He looked back at Han and said, don't be angry. You will understand when you return to Yanyan village. Maybe you don't understand our approach, but please remember that it's also for the good of everyone. Okay, since eldest brother can't accompany us anymore, let's just leave the group. There is no permanent banquet in the world, and we will have a period in the future. Hyagalanmo nodded and asked, then what are your plans for the future? I am going to be a wandering monk. This is my wish many years ago, and now it is finally realized. Well, you have to pay attention to your safety. Goodbye. Hyagalanmo said goodbye to the 2 of them, and then moved to a different space and disappeared on the scene. Lao Zi looked at the place where he disappeared, and sighed in his heart. This power was really peculiar, and he disappeared even if he didn't see it. He turned around and let go of the 5-tailed man in the snow, and then left here as well. Chapter 36. Back to Konoha. In the seaside town of Iron Country, Hyagalanmo just arrived at the beach and saw Silent standing outside the town. She stretched out her arms to greet him, and Hyagalanmo rushed into her arms. Sister Silent. Lan Mo, I'm telling you a good news. The 3 world wars are over, and the Kingdom of Soil is the first to make an announcement to all countries, officially withdrawing from the 3 world wars. The war is over. Mute's happy eyes were filled with tears, and Hyagalanmo reached out to wipe her. Sister, don't cry. Mute nodded happily, but tears flowed uncontrollably. I can't help thinking of my dead relatives. After that, she wiped her eyes vigorously, and hugged Hyagalanmo. Go, let's go back to Konoha, school is about to start, and you can gather chakra. It should be no problem to go to the ninja school. Let's go back and sign up. Hyagalanmo nodded when she heard this. It seems that the 2 teachers, Jianyi and Alai, did not tell her that she could know how to ninjutsu. Okay, let's go home. Back to the village, the streets and alleys were full of joyous roar, everyone's face was filled with cheerful smiles. Silent brought Hyagalanmo into the village and was hugged in his arms. Lan Mo, where have you been this 6 months? We thought you had an accident. Fortunately, you were fine. Uyuzian looked down at him, with a smile on her happy face. Everyone was very happy. Someone danced to celebrate, and some went back to the village to reunite with their relatives. Everyone was excited to celebrate this historical moment. Hyagalanmo smiled happily when he saw this scene. In some respects, the end of the three world wars was an inevitable result, and the first retreat of the land, in some respects, only accelerated the speed of this result. Cheyenne village has long been unable to protect itself, and Weian village has troubles inside and outside. Konoha has suffered heavy losses due to the Nine Tails attack. Yunyan village has made enemies everywhere but scarred. The major powers have been fighting all year round, and it has long been necessary to recuperate. As a result, Yunyan village withdrew from the Third World War, and the other four countries also announced an armistice, choosing the opportunity to sign an armistice agreement, and the war was finally over. April flowers will bloom, Xian plugs Cheyenne, Xian's sister, happy birthday. On the street, Hyagalanmo handed a large bouquet of flowers hidden in the scroll to Ozuki Xian, her eyes full of surprise. It is brilliance. Lan Mo, you know my birthday. Ozuki Yuyan's cheeks flushed with joy after receiving the flowers, and she raised her eyebrows when she saw the scene, and rubbed Hyagalanmo's head. Yes, you never gave me flowers. Me too. I haven't received either. All of a sudden, the Inyazuka Hana who came to meet him, Zio Kangpyo shouted. Well, I will send it all the other day. Hyagalanmo laughed. At this moment, someone ran over, and after looking at him carefully, he turned and ran away. This person is Uchiha Izumi, a girl from the Uchiha family who is the same age as Hyagaemo. She has a good relationship with Uchiha Itachi. When Kuwabai attacked Konoha, Itachi had saved her life. Not long after, she and Itachi came to the street. From a distance, she pointed to what she said to Itachi. Itachi nodded slightly, and disappeared as soon as she turned around. Although Hyagalanmo closed his eyes, his mirror system was open, and everything on the street was naturally felt. He was surprised when he saw this scene. What happened to Uchiha Itachi? That night, the full moon was in the sky. After going to Sandaina to report, he returned to his residence. Tsunade-sama didn't know what he was doing. He hadn't seen her since returning to the village. Mute originally wanted him to live with her, but because of a dinner with her friends tonight, she had already gone out with her friends, and Hyagalanmo hadn't been home for a long time, so she returned to her home early. After taking a shower, he stood in the yard looking at the stars in the sky, and suddenly a dark shadow passed by and stood on the wall of his house. Uchiha Itachi. Hyagalanmo said softly. The other party didn't speak, and hadn't seen him for half a year. He seemed to have changed a lot. He looked down at the Hyaga blue mo in the yard, his eyes tangled, and then he turned and disappeared, just as he did during the day. Just look and leave. Hyagalanmo chased after him, Uchiha Itachi speeded up, but he still followed behind him, and the two left the village. In the woods to the west, he finally stopped, then turned to look at him. Itachi, even if you were silent again, you would say a few words before. What happened this time? Although we are not friends, we are not enemies. Hyagalanmo asked, what's the matter with you? After a long time, the boy on the opposite side said, it's okay, it's just that I've been a bit entangled because of your disappearance in the past 6 months. After finishing speaking, he sighed slightly, turned and sat on the big rock on one side. Hyagalanmo came to him, recalling his departure from Konoha, and suddenly understood. He asked embarrassingly, you don't think I was killed by someone from your family, right? After all, he disappeared from the guards, and only a few of the parties knew about what happened in the three-generation office afterwards. Others, including the Uchiha family, did not know. Hyagalanmo has no father and no mother, and the Hyaga family does not care about him. Don't look at the relationship between Uchiha Itachi and him is not so good, but he is the same age as him, at least he knows that he exists and was taken away by the guards. Yes, afterwards, he suddenly disappeared and no news was found. He suspected that the guards were also possible. After asking this question, it took a long time for Uchiha Itachi, who was sitting on the rock, nodded, and then sighed. Hyagalanmo could imagine his troubles over the past 6 months, and stepped forward and sat next to him, laughing haha. For a long time, he stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder. My disappearance has nothing to do with your family. Don't think too much, it's okay. At this time, Hyagalanmo didn't know how to explain the gratitude and embarrassment in his heart. He was grateful for his concern. The embarrassment was because he caused a misunderstanding between him and his family. And he found that in front of him, he smiled so hard to create the atmosphere, but Itachi didn't even smile. There is something hidden in his eyes, that kind of tangled emotion comes from his family. Oh, don't think about it. You are only 6 years old. Why do you think so much? We will go to school to sign up tomorrow. Are you happy? Maybe we are in the first class. What do you want to do when you grow up? The 3 wars are over. In the future, the village will be peaceful. Do you want to be a teacher after practicing well? It's good to be a teacher. You can play with many children. Although the plot develops according to the plot, Itachi has paid a lot for the later period of the village, but Hyagalanmo hopes that he can change his mind and hope that he will not take on too much of the Uchiha family. No matter what they do, he hopes that it has nothing to do with him. It can grow up happily. Chapter 37. Uchiha Itachi finally bent his mouth, showing a smile, then patted his shoulder and said, "You have so many words. Your words are too little, and I can't get a fart for a long time. Let me guess. I ran so far with you." Hyagalanmo retorted. "Then the two of us are, you're talking ridiculous, I'm a fart." The laughter of the two slowly wandered in the forest, with a magical color unique to childhood. Yes, destiny is so miraculous. 6 months ago, the two of them had a wait-and-see relationship and attitude. They did not expect to see each other again 6 months later. They turned out to be good friends, and they are still good friends who can play any joke. Early the next morning, Hyagalanmo got up early and began to wash and clean up. When he came to look at the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror, his fingers slowly touched his eyes. It was really not a good thing that he could not see during the day. Although the mirror system could help him perceive everything around him, his pupils could not deceive people. It still made him feel a little pressured. After taking a deep breath, he turned around and picked up his backpack to report to school, but as soon as he turned around, he stopped there. There were people outside the door, and there were more than one, at least 2. People in envy. They did not act, hiding in the distance, secretly looking at his house. Then, is their purpose not to catch him, but to observe him? They just came back last night and they acted today. It seems that these people are not 3 generations, they should be Danzo people. Haven't seen you for half a year, Danzo hasn't given up? However, he did not go directly to the Hokage office to ask for someone like 6 months ago. It seems that his mind has changed a little over the past 6 months. At least he should not be as important as Yamato in his heart, otherwise he would come back yesterday. At that time, he came to him. Since he wanted to observe him, then he let him observe enough. Hyagalanmo saw the existence of the dark roots, and simply turned off the mirror perception, closed his eyes and fumbled out of the room. As soon as I arrived at the door, Mute came, "Lan Mo, go, my sister will take you to school." As she said, she pulled up his finger, "Lan Mo, I'm going to see Master Tsunade this afternoon." "You are going to school, can you be alone?" "It's okay, I can do it," Hyagalanmo said. Silent nodded, and whispered in his ear, "Don't worry, Danzo dare not do anything to you. Tsunade-sama quarreled with Sandai that day, so I asked Sandai to give her a guarantee." Sandai said, As long as you behave well, you will definitely protect you, so you don't have to worry about those people. If you practice well, even if you go to the dark part, you will definitely not go to the roots, but follow the 3 generations. Hyagalanmo frowned slightly when he heard this. They had decided his future. They didn't even ask him what he meant, so they made a simple decision. Along the way, Hyagalanmo didn't speak, but Silent was very worried. She held his palm tightly and constantly instructed, "You practice hard at school. Although you can't see it, you can use your ear's sharpness. And can't you see it at night? Cultivate well in the evening, and don't eat randomly on weekdays. By the way, when you sign up later, if someone at the school stops you, I'll tell them that you can gather chakras. Don't worry, you will be able to sign up smoothly. Besides, you are a member of the Hyaga family and the descendants of ninja martyrs. They should not stop you because of your eyes." Originally, Mute didn't want to comment on the shortcomings of his eyes so straightforwardly, but she was worried that when she arrived at the registration venue for a while, the people in the school would speak more directly than this, so in order to prepare him, she still said directly, "The matter of his eyes." Hyagalanmo didn't care, but constantly nodded, Mute sister, don't worry, I will work hard." As the surrounding voices increased, Hyagalanmo knew that they had reached the gate of the ninja school, and everyone lined up to sign up. The one in front of him was Hyaga. He looked at Hyagalanmo in surprise, and asked, "Why are you here? Do you want to be a ninja? You can't see it, and you still want to be a ninja? Who will be in the future? I'll take care of you as a group with you, how to perform tasks." "Shut up," Hyagalanmo said coldly, closing his eyes. "The adults have retreated to the back, and the queues are all children, so no one pays attention to the conversation between the two. Ha, you still dare to shut me up, do you want to fight? Wait, I will make you look good sooner or later," Hyagaka said harshly. "I'll be waiting anytime, don't be a tortoise when the time comes." Hyagalanmo's face was cold. At this time, Hyagalanmo's mirrored perception is already on. In the distance, Sandei is standing in the school's yard, talking to the people next to him, while Danzo is standing next to Sandei with his eyes tight. Staring at him, at the same time, in his left and right direction, the 2 dark roots were still staring at him closely. For other children, today is the first day of entering the ninja school, but it has become the day of choice for him to choose and be an ordinary life. If he chooses to live a normal life, he just needs to seal his chakra with the sealing technique of the Maelstrom family for a while. If he chooses Umbu, whether it is the 3rd generation or Danzo, as long as he reveals that he has a lot of information about chakra, he believes that he does not need to enter the classroom, and they will find him. Faced with 2 choices, he would definitely choose ordinary life. He worked hard to learn so many ninjutsu, but it was not for some treacherous villains to use. 3 generations did not say that if the person in Danzang knew that he was an invisible reincarnation he would only. I'm afraid that he will use conspiracy to worry about his eyes again. Instead of facing such dangers, it is better to be an ordinary person and stay away from them. Thinking of this, Hyagalanmo sealed all her chakras with a sealing technique, and then walked forward step by step in line. After both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi had already signed up, they entered the school, and gradually, it was Hyagalanmo's turn. The teacher at the school gate looked up at his eyes while filling in the basic information for him, and then made a mistake. Ninja school is a place to train ninjas. If a person is not suitable to be a ninja, he cannot come to the school to study. The child is a bit special. Teacher, my brother is okay. He can gather chakra. Don't worry. Although he can't see it during the day, he has good eyesight at night, and I believe he will definitely be a better ninja in the future. Because of nervousness, Mute, who was standing next to Hyagalanmo, had already begun to plead with the teacher who was undecided by the hesitation. All the students and parents were quiet. Everyone looked over. Some were whispering and some were frowning slightly. Chapter 38, The Most Annoying Person. But we have never enrolled such a child. Sometimes it is a good choice for children to give up properly. There are 360 lines in the world, and the best in the world. The teacher obviously did not want to admit him to the ninja school. The next 3 generations and Danzo heard this and came over. What's the matter? What's going on, doesn't he know yet? This sentence is obviously to distinguish the boundaries, so that everyone knows clearly that they will not plead for a child who has no value in use. Hyagalanmo's fingers clenched into a ball, or let some chakras come out? But if he released chakra, it would prove that he compromised the school. Isn't it the ninja school? If he couldn't get in, he wouldn't go. He wasn't a ninja who had to be Konoha. Thinking of this, Hyagalanmo's fingers gradually loosened. The teacher in charge of the registration saw the question of Sandai Danzang, and quickly stood up and bowed. My lord, look at this child's eyes. At this moment Hyagalanmo's eyes were open, and his pupils had no focus. 3 generations knew this. As long as he said a word, he knew it was okay, and he could go in. But the 3 generations did not speak, and Tuanzang on one side opened his mouth. Let's do it? Mute doesn't mean that this child can condense chakra? I checked. If that's the case, not only should he go to school, but if the seedling, if it's not bad, we have to nurture it. If it is definitely not, then let's discuss it again. How about it, Hyagalanmo? Obviously, these 2 old foxes have discussed it a long time ago. Why can he choose not to root to the umbu of the 3rd generation? I'm afraid that if he is photographed today, he will have no choice at all. Under everyone's eyes, they wanted him to ride a tiger. In front of everyone, he was able to gather chakra at the age of 6. Hokage asked him to go to Anbujen in the name of protecting the village. If he objected, then he would be against the entire village. If he agreed, it would just block Tsunade. Mouth, Danzo can justly take him away. At that time, even if he has monstrous ninjutsu, if he opposes it, he can only be a betrayal. Be a betrayal at the age of 6? How does it feel? A bit early? Thinking of this, Hyagalanmo actually laughed. Okay. As he said, he stretched out his arm. Tuanzang frowned slightly, grabbed his arm in a fist, then looked deep, and began to check his meridians. His eyes were like a scorpion in the desert, vicious and vicious. If he is in the laboratory now, he probably wants to take him off to study, right? After Tuanzang's investigation, his brows became tighter and tighter. Everyone looked at them, and some villagers whispered, "What's the matter with that kid? Why did the village elders check him personally? Is he very good?" I don't know, a child abandoned by the Hyaga family, or a blind man. What's so great? Maybe it's not suitable for ninja school, right? The people of the Hyaga family bowed their heads slightly when they heard this. It is true that nobody in their family cares about Hyagalanmo, but so does he. What kind of ninja school is he coming to when his eyes are all like that? Isn't this a shame for the Hyaga family? Although everyone talked a lot, it didn't affect the previous investigation in the slightest. Well, is there a chakra? Silent asked hopefully. Tuanzang looked down at the child in front of him. His body was empty and there was no chakra at all. Is he really just an ordinary child? In the past 6 months, he has been in contact with Yuan, and has also given a few well-qualified children to Yuan, hoping to be a contact between the two in the future. When we met, he had asked about Hyagalanmo openly and secretly, but Orochimaru actually said that he didn't know any Hyagalanmo, and didn't know if he was really trying to cover it up or didn't know. But now, from his investigation, he is indeed just an ordinary child. Danzo shook his head. Nothing. How is it possible? Master Tsunade personally checked it half a year ago, and he had chakra at that time. Mute said in disbelief. Is it because of neglect of cultivation in the past 6 months and disappeared? Karma lies in diligence, and you can't be lazy in everything, said the 3 generations. Silent felt guilty when she heard this. For the past 6 months, she and Tsunade-sama have been busy performing tasks, so they neglected him. If he doesn't practice, chakra disappears is normal. She sighed slightly. 2 adults, please accept this child. Although he can't see it during the day, he can see it at night. No, since it's an ordinary child with a disability, for his own good, the ninja school can't accept him. Danzo said vindictively, 3 generations, for the safety of this child, I feel that he better not leave a ninja. This way, he is not suitable for being a ninja. When the 3 generations heard this, their eyes were tangled, and he was also considering whether to Hyagalanmo. Forget it, don't do it if you don't want it, I'm afraid it won't do well if you want it, I'm going home. Don't you want him? Does he still want them? He still doesn't care about something about the ninja school. If it weren't because he was young and wanted to settle down for 2 years, he wouldn't have come to sign up. Wait. Slowly, slowly. Suddenly, in the direction of the street corner, a sturdy figure rushed over. This man was tall, with a pair of wooden clogs on his feet, a grey dress and red vest, and long white hair. It was one of the 3 forbearances. His running look is exaggerated and funny. After running to the front with a sweat, he panted and asked, I'm not here late, well, that kid, I think it's fine. Jalea bowed his head and hugged Hyagalanmo in his arms. If the ninja school doesn't want him, I'll accept him as a disciple? You don't have any opinions, right? It's definitely. If you have opinions, it's not easy. This kid, anyway, I fell in love with it. After speaking, he began to look at Hyagalanmo carefully. Wow, what a kawaii kid. With that said, he actually lowered his head and started rubbing against Hyagalanmo with his hippie smiling face. Yes, kid, I will live in your house tonight. Mute, seeing this scene, clapped his hands and applauded. It turned out to be Mr. Jiraiya. That's great. Let me just say. Lanmo is very capable. You just don't believe me. Did Tsunade-sama tell you something? Great. Mr. Jalea appeared, and it was a foregone conclusion that Hyagalanmo entered the school. This person who had cultivated the 4th generation of Hokage, he spoke, who would not give a bit of face. Besides, he said that he would train Hyagalanmo himself. This situation it is different from positioning. Chapter 39. Why bother? It's a waste of time for an ordinary child to be guilty of so many people begging for him. Danzo regrets today's arrangement. If you know that this child is nothing, he doesn't come to school. After saying this, Tuanzang gave a cold snort, turned and left here. This kind of children, even if they stay, they can reach the level of those in the Hyaga family at best. What's the point? What he wants is not the talents of Umbu, but people who can be used by him and can enhance his ability. Since he is just an ordinary child, he doesn't need to waste time here anymore. Danzo regrets it. If you know that he is nothing, he hasn't always thought about him in the past 6 months. Surprisingly, what ability did this kid have been fond of before? Is it really just a coincidence when he was stealing a child? After all, when Orochimaru was doing experiments, he used a lot of ordinary children. When he defected, he didn't even take away ninjas like Matere Adzuki Beans. If he was really better than Adzuki Beans, how could Orochimaru be indifferent to him for half a year? Ask. Thinking of this, Danzo felt more and more that his guess was correct. He was an ordinary child, and he really wasted a lot of time and energy on this child. Well, this is the offspring of a martyr. We should not treat him differently because of his shortcomings. We have to treat him equally and give every child the same opportunity. Whether we can be a ninja is not what we say, we have to wait and endure. Let's talk about it when taking the grading class. Well, Hyagalanmo, you can enter the school. At this time, the three generations took a step forward and said some high-sounding words to all the students and parents, which seemed to be a kind and good Hokage. Everyone nodded. The sign-up teacher at the door flushed with embarrassment, and then said, "Yes, yes, Mr. Jilaya, please give me the child. I did something wrong today. It shouldn't be because of the child. If you have any shortcomings, you can draw conclusions, and there will be a ninja evaluation in the future. As long as he can condense the chakra, he is likely to become a ninja. Please enter the school." "Okay, the registration form is all filled out, right, then I will take him in." Jilada did not hand Hyagalanmo to the school teacher, but took him into the school by himself. Silent jumped up to the old happily. "Lan Mo, I'll go back and make some good food for you. I will pick you up after school at noon. Make more, cute little mute, I'll go to eat at noon too." Jilaya turned his head and smiled squintingly. Silent waved his hand and went to the vegetable market to buy groceries. After Jilaya entered the school holding Hyagalanmo, he struggled to slip off his arms. "Don't hold me, I'm 6 years old, no need for others to hold me." "Ha ha ha, come, sit here for a while." Jilla was also not angry, turned around and came to a big tree and patted the seat next to him. Although Hyagalanmo closed his eyes, his mirror perception is open, so now every movement and every expression of his is imaged in his mind. He walked over and sat next to him. Today is the first day of school. There are people coming and going on campus, but it is quiet and cool under the big tree. In April, the cherry blossoms were flying all over the sky. Hyagalanmo raised his head and looked at the blooming flowers, feeling the temporary tranquility. "Ha ha." Jilla suddenly laughed, and then he turned his head and stared at his eyes. "Actually, you can see, right? Your mission is complete, you can leave." Hyagalanmo said. "What task? You don't think that Tsunade asked me to help you like the girl who is silent?" As soon as he said this, Hyagalanmo stood up suddenly. He said that it was obviously not the case. "You." "Haha, yes, you guessed it, wow, ha ha ha." No one could understand the excitement of Jiraiya. He saw Hyagalanmo guess why he would help him. He jumped to the tree and rushed to the ground again. His grin went behind his ears. Just like a happy monkey. Hyagalanmo's head drooped, and he knew that there was no impermeable wall in the world. Toad works deeply, that big mouth. If it wasn't Tsunade that Jiraiya asked him to come back and help him, then it must be Toad with a big mouth. Otherwise, how could he know his existence? "Don't worry, I'll never tell anyone. I know that Orochimaru is making trouble for you, and Danzo is also staring at you. I will never tell them your strength, but you can tell me why you can practice the art of immortals by yourself, and the facial makeup turns out to be colorful? Why?" Jilla's excited eyes had a curious expression, and his face was filled with a smile like discovering a new world. "I don't know, it's just that I heard a few kids talk about how to practice chakra that night, and I was going home to try it. It turned out to be like that." Hyagalanmo explained. "You can also helix pill. Could it be that he has taught you for 4 generations?" "No, I just saw him use that ninjutsu," Hyagalanmo said again. As soon as he said this, Jilaya's eyes widened. "Then can you show me your fairy skills?" "No." Hyagalanmo stood up, ready to go to the classroom. "Hey, don't do this, show it to me." "Show it to me, right." Jilla also caught up. Until the class, he still stood in front of him begging, but he said only those 2 sentences, and no one could hear anything, until the class bell rang and Shan Cheng Aoba walked into the classroom. but he hadn't left yet. "Mr. Jiraiya, are you here? Mister, do you want to teach?" Yamashiro Aoba asked. No, I just take a look, Lan Mo, I will pick you up after school, bye." There was no way, Gillette turned around and left. The next time is the time for the students to get to know each other. Not many students were enrolled this time, and many ninjas were lost in the 3 wars over the years, and even fewer children were born to children of their age like Hyuga Lanmo. More than 30 people including Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, Hyuga Hikari, Hyuga Amo, Inyazuka Hana, and Unichi Takerutsu constituted the lower grades of this class. And their teacher is Yamashiro Aoba. He is a special shinobu who can read the memories of others. Although he has a timid personality, he has good aptitude. In the entire Naruto story, there are not many places to introduce him, but his ability should not be underestimated. He was once able to fight his opponents in close combat and survive in the late battle against the undead duo. Unexpectedly, you really came in. I thought you would only be sent back. Hyuga Kika, sitting on the right side of Hyuga Lanmo, whispered to him. Chapter 40. Let me open my eyes. Hyuga Lanmo was too lazy to pay attention to him and didn't even look at him. Uchiha Itachi on one side snorted coldly when he saw this scene. He sat on Hyuga Lanmo's left hand and tilted his head to look at Hyuga Hikari. If you do dare to taunt him to try. After speaking, he stared at him, and Hyuga saw the scene, pouting and turning his face away. In the past 6 months, even if Uchiha Itachi has not yet gone to school, his name has spread throughout Konoha. His physical skills, Uchiha family's ninjutsu and so on have extraordinary achievements. No matter how arrogant, Hyuga Hikari dare not offend him. Hyuga Lanmo laughed at this scene. Uchiha Itachi glanced at him and said softly, "School tonight is over, see you in Nishiyama Woods." He nodded, and had to say that the person who can let Uchiha Itachi come forward to protect, besides his brother, he is the first person. After school at noon, Jiraiya with a happy smile on his face waited at the school gate early, picked him up and ran back to Tsunade's house. Mute had already prepared the meal. After the 3 people finished eating happily, he started again, Hyuga Lanmo, just show me it, just once, and open my eyes. I haven't seen it yet. You just give it whatever you want. Let me show you. Can we go to Zishin now? Can it work? What are you talking about? Silent was about to leave the task in the afternoon, and she asked while packing her things. It's okay, kids, don't ask about it. Gilletta dismissed it for fear that the mute would be a good thing. Silent reluctantly, after packing up his things, he told Hyuga Lanmo to be safe in the village alone, and said that if something happened, he would ask him to find 3 generations, etc., and then set off to do the task. There is no one in the family, and Jiraiya is energized again. Hyuga Lanmo is not resting well, and when he turns around, he looks at Jiraiya. Okay, I can show you it, but I have one condition, you must agree to it. What is the condition? No matter what, as long as it doesn't violate conscience and morality, I will agree. Gillette's eyes beamed. Don't ask me why in the future? Don't ask anything, can you do it? Hyuga Lanmo looked serious and serious. Gillette also nodded, raised 2 fingers and replied, okay, as long as you show me colorful facial makeup, I will find any strange things on you in the future, and I won't ask again. Okay. I'm waiting for you in Zishin. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo moved in a different space, and the person was gone. Jiraiya's chin almost fell to the ground. He looked around the room, and then stroked the air where he disappeared. He almost jumped up. What's the matter? He just disappeared like this? By the way, Zishin. He quickly set off to Zishin. On the top of the mountain, Hyuga Lanmo was sitting on a large raised rock, waiting for him. When he saw him, he asked, How could you suddenly disappear? Hyagalanmo raised his eyes to look at him. Although his pupils are not in focus, Gilles still read the message from his frowning brows. Okay, I don't ask, let's get started. He rubbed his hands in excitement. Since he heard from Toad that there is a blind child in Konoha who can learn the art of immortality without a teacher for a long time, and the facial makeup is still colorful, he has rushed back without stopping. Konoha, even dreaming on the road, he could dream of that scene, and now he is finally fortunate to be able to see it. He took a deep breath, his whole being like a devout believer. Hyagalanmo sat on the rock, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the chakras in nature. The surrounding mountains, grass, trees, rivers, and the little chakras hidden in the air gathered together and slowly sucked into his body. Hyagalanmo felt comfortable all over, and a refreshing sensation spread all over his body. When he opened his eyes again, colorful chakras appeared on his eyelids. The whole person who saw the surprise of the scene did not know how to express the same wow. No wonder Shenzo would say that the world is so great. This is really a spectacle. By the way, Lan Mo, Yuan caught you because of this. Sir, you promised me something, did you forget? Hyagalanmo took a few breaths, cancelled the fairy mode, restored it to the original state, and walked down the mountain. At this time, exercise is most comfortable. Well, I don't ask, I don't ask. Jalea smiled happily, and quickly chased up, and the two returned to Hyagalanmo's home together. After school was over that evening, Jalea also came to pick him up from school personally. After the two had dinner, Jalea also left the house. Seeing him leaving, Hyagalanmo hurried to Nishiyama. Sure enough, Uchiha Itachi was already waiting there. N.S. Hyagalanmo was about to say hello to Roar, but he didn't want Uchiha Itachi to turn around, and dozens of kunao flew over. Hyagalanmo leaped in a few leaps. Suddenly, there were kunao from above and below, to the left. This is Uchiha Itachi's turning and flying technique of throwing kunao, and it is a well-known throwing method. Hyagalanmo flipped and jumped again, then kicked, then turned around again, and he was nowhere to be seen. Uchiha Itachi turned and looked at the woods, followed by stepping up. The next dodge, flying shots, and close fighting, the two were happily fighting, until 2 hours later, 30 miles away from Konoha, the two stopped fighting and left. Unexpectedly, you have made a lot of progress in half a year. 2 hours ago, I didn't take advantage of it. Uchiha Itachi smiled and looked at Hyagalanmo. You are also very strong. A little bit stronger than you. Uchiha Itachi compared her fingers, then opened the water bag and started drinking. Tomorrow is the day when the school teaches and refines chakra. Do you still want to grow steadily? Some things are not as fast as life is so short. If we don't hurry, how can we protect the village in the future? Hyagalanmo looked at the starry sky and said, I don't want to grow up too fast, I want to slow down. Slow? You are with me, why are you slow? After Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, he turned around and began to seal the seal, fire escape, the art of phoenix fire. Seeing this scene, Hyagalanmo quickly responded, water escape, the technique of water dragon bombing. Water escape, the technique of water bullet. Huge amounts of water escape sprayed over and instantly extinguished his phoenix fire technique, and then collided with Uchiha Itachi's water escape water tooth bullet technique. Uchiha Itachi looked at his water escape closely. Under normal circumstances, his water escape ninjutsu is much stronger than the water dragon bullet. Besides, Hyagalanmo's water dragon bomb has already fought with his fire escape and phoenix fire art. Compared with the water escape he used later, he can only lose. Uchiha Itachi made a quick prediction and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 41. But what Uchiha Itachi could not think of was that the opponent's water dragon bomb, apparently not very powerful, but after extinguishing his own phoenix fire, it directly confronted his own water dragon bomb. Not only that, but watching the not very strong water dragon bomb suddenly pressured him with the sharp water teeth bomb, the water dragon rushed towards him. Uchiha Itachi hurriedly dodged away. He looked back at Hyagalanmo. "You are very strong. Hyagalanmo, what kind of ninjutsu do you know?" he asked with bright eyes. Hyagalanmo used perception techniques to perceive the surroundings, and found that no one was watching over here, so he stretched out his hand to make a seal, and then pressed it on the ground. "Do escape, Duria wall. Wind escape, wind blade." Hyagalanmo stood still after showing two more ninjutsu, the other fire escape, thunder escape, wood escape, blood following the limit, blood following the elimination. He did not show off. It was definitely, even so, he felt that he had performed too much, but Itachi was his good friend. Even if it was concealed, he felt that he could not conceal too much, so he revealed the other two kinds of ninjutsu. Uchiha Itachi stared at him in awe, then he took a deep breath, his fists gradually clenched together. "I will definitely try to catch up with you." In the next few days, everyone was learning Tillian Chakra at school, and only Yuyu's Hibo Itachi performed outstandingly. Therefore, his current education is no longer limited to the lower grades. He will be educated by the teacher alone most of the time, and he will also start in-depth study of ninjutsu with the upper grade students. And Hyagalanmo continued to study slowly with everyone in the class. There is no Uchiha Itachi in the class, and Hikari is very excited. Today, I satirize Hyagalanmo. Tomorrow, he will hide his chair in class or throw away his school bag. Anyway, he can think of damages to him. I used it all, but I didn't dare to do it directly with Hyagalanmo. After all, he still remembers the consequences of the previous two hands-on exercises. He didn't dare to stand up against him, so he bullied Hyagalanmo and couldn't see it. Even so, he didn't take advantage of it, because several of the girls in the class took great care of Hyagalanmo. As soon as Hyaga did something, the girls over there had already come forward to help him solve it. Until it happened that the school bag was thrown into the women's bathroom, Hyagalanmo made a move and knocked out his two front teeth with a single punch. From then on, he didn't dare to bully him anymore. The life of the class is the same as before. Hyagalanmo's ninja training progress has been at a middle level in the class. Whatever Hikaru is, he is like him. He can condense chakra, so can he. He can shadow duplication, so can he, and so can the physical skills he can use. This was enough to make Hyaga Phosgene, until half a month later, 3 generations of Soil Shadow Onoki from Yanyan village came to Konoha, and everything changed. Onoki came to Konoha mainly to sign an armistice agreement with Konoha. Hokage had signed with Konoha before. The two parties had decided to sign an agreement in the country of rain, Kyukaitani. I don't know why, Onoki suddenly wanted to visit Konoha. After the truce, the other side had a very good attitude and expressed that they wanted a friendly visit. By the way, the 3 generations could not refuse, so they agreed to come to Konoha. Everything is prepared in advance. Internal and external defenses, reception of diplomacy, and what to say and do are all planned in advance, and ordinary people don't know that the 3 generations of Hokage Onoki are coming to Konoha, only to find the warning of the recent village. It seems to have improved a lot. The villagers didn't know, so the children who were studying at the ninja school all day did not know. Until that day, Onoki entered the school accompanied by 3 generations of Sarutobi Hisaki and a few elders. At that time, Hyagalanmo was sitting on a swing and swaying back and forth. Because it was a rest time, his mirror perception was turned off. He felt the romance of spring flowers, the sun was shining, and he was relaxing. "Hi, kid, we meet again." The sudden voice made Hyagalanmo instantly activate the mirror perception, but it was too late. When he saw the scene in front of him clearly, there was already a group of people around him. He also heard the sound of someone coming by before, but he thought it was a classmate at that time and didn't care. In front of him, the 3 generations of Tying Onaki stood in front of him, with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and deep hatred in his eyes. And beside him, the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi, Danzo, Zwanxiaochun, Shimura Danzo, and several upper-level teachers in the school all surrounded him. You. Hyagalanmo wanted to ask, "Why are you here?" But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed again. "Hinata Lanmo, do you know Lord Hokage?" Sarutobi Hisaki's eyes were full of inquiry. "Hokage-sama, don't you know?" Onoki looked around, as if he was surprised that Konoha had put such a master in the school. "Sarutobi Hisan, are you pretending to be confused? Or do you really have no idea what this kid did?" With a smile on Oyemu's face, he continued, "This kid in your village is a master." Hyagalanmo frowned. Although his eyes were not in focus, all his nerves had collapsed. If there were not so many high-level villagers here, he really wanted to seal Onogi's mouth again. At this time, Zi Lai had also appeared in the distance, looking at this side in surprise. "Why did our Yinyan village withdraw from World War III? Don't you know? It's all because of this kid, ha ha ha, Konoha is really a good method. Not only did you have 9 tails, you also let a kid go to our village to make trouble and ruin us. Not to mention that the village in Daxia also kidnapped our tail beast. You really made me look at it?" After speaking, Onaki turned his head and glanced at Hyagalanmo coldly. At the same time, his mind kept spinning. Why did he come to Konoha for a friendly visit? And in order to get the other party to agree to let him come to Konoha, he kept saying a lot of good things to them? The reason is simple. He just wants to know who the child who defeated him and ruined Yinyan village was. If this child is not in Konoha, then he may be Sunin. And his identity has only these 2 choices, one is Sanrin, and the other is Konoha's person. Because he saw that the child used the blood will I, but just now, Sarutobi called the child Hyagalanmo, so he is not from the Uchiha clan, but he is from the Hyaga clan? This really surprised him. At the same time, he also saw that Konoha did not know that Hyagalanmo was a master. Chapter 42. If otherwise he can be discovered by him. I'm afraid they have been assigned to do tasks or entered the umbu a long time ago. How could it be possible to swing in the school? What are you talking about? The 3 generations of Hokage had cold eyebrows, and the whole person's face was filled with lead, and the whole body was filled with a strong murderous intent. Ha ha ha, why should Hokage get angry? During the war, whoever has ability and who uses it, I am not here to find the back account. After speaking, Onaki turned his head and looked at Hyagalanmo coldly. However, if Master Naruto is willing to pay a little price for what happened in the past, I don't want any compensation, and I can leave it alone for the time being about the tail beast, but I want this child. After speaking, he stretched out his finger and pointed at Hyagalanmo. When Danzo heard this, he took a step forward and was about to catch Hyagalanmo. At the same time, several other high-level leaders all stepped forward, and Roar immediately blocked Hyagalanmo. Master Tying, what are you going to do? Don't forget that this is Konoha. Ji Lai frowned and yelled. You take Hyagalanmo away. Sarutobi Hisaki also said to Jiraiya. At the moment he couldn't tell how he felt in his heart. He had long felt that this child was not easy. He didn't expect him to hide so deeply. He and Danzo lied to it. And he was almost caught by Tying just now. At the same time, Danzo's brows frowned. I'll take this child away, you can talk about the rest. I don't want you. Hyagalanmo turned to Danzo and said to Danzo. Although he couldn't see it, Danzo's disgust was undoubted in his eyes. When Sarutobi Hisan heard this, he suddenly understood why this kid had hidden his strength because of Danzo and Orochimaru. He waved his hand, and Gillette turned and left with Hyagalanmo. Dokage Onaki and the ninjas from the Yanyan village around them watched the two leaving figures tightly, and their hearts were full of anger. Master Tukage, I'm sorry, I can't meet your conditions just now. Don't you want to sign a truce agreement? It seems that you are not sincere. Since you are not sincere, then please leave. This time you used Konoha. We believe you too much. Konoha will never believe anything in Yanyan village in the future, please. Sarutobi Hisaki is not a vegetarian either. As soon as he rolls his eyes, he knows who is at home. Although Hyagalanmo's incident shocked his liver, gallbladder, spleen, stomach, and kidneys, he was trembling, but at the same time, he also knew who was the superior in terms of power at the moment. Dokage, who was defeated by Konoha's child, has any right to shout here? I also said that I want to find the back account, and I have to have the ability if I want to find the back account. Although he was a little stunned by the news, he is Hokage, how could he be led by others after evaluating the situation? The village of Yanyan was destroyed and the tail beast was held hostage. What a big message, Oyemu said so, and I don't know if he was dazzled by anger. At the same time, Onaki realized that he was talking a little too much, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Master Naruto is not more angry, walk away, the agreement that should be signed is still to be signed. Besides, our tail Orkzolai has returned, and the village has not caused much loss. Those are nothing. The 3 wars are indeed too long. Everyone should rest too. In this way, Dokage Onoki and Konoha officially signed an armistice agreement, and he also knew that the child who swept their Yanyan village was Hyagalanmo. Hyagalanmo has since become the #1 enemy of Yanyan village. Not only will they continue to send Enby to assassinate him, but they have also published a bounty notice on the black market. Those who catch Hyagalanmo alive will receive a reward of 30 million and take it. The person with his head has a reward of 20 million. In the Hokage office, 3 generations of Hokage were sitting on the desk and tapping their fingers on the desk. Next to him stood Zwan Xiaochun, Shimura Danzo, and Mito Minyan, 3 of them. Master Hokage, we are back. After seeing the people from Yanyan village leave, Jiraiya appeared at the door of the office with Hyaga Blue Mo. Come in. The 3rd generation of Hokage stood up, staring at Hyagalanmo tightly. He closed his eyes and walked in. Sit down, please, come here, bring a chair. No need. Hyagalanmo stood in front of a few people and said directly, if you have something to say. Danzo frowned slightly, what attitude? Hyagalanmo, how do you explain what happened today? Is the Yanyan village incident related to you? You really caught their tail beast, what's the matter? On the one hand, Danzo, who had been frowning, suddenly uttered. Don't you know what's going on? Do you still ask me? Hyagalanmo turned his head to leave him, and didn't bother to face him. What do you mean? Looking at his questioning expression, Danzo was strange in his heart. Could it be that this matter has something to do with him? If it weren't for you to force me into the roots half a year ago, could I leave Konoha? Can those things happen if I don't leave Konoha? Hyagalanmo's eyes suddenly opened, and a pair of dark blue eyes appeared in front of everyone. I let you enter the Enby, also for the sake of the village. Every Konoha person should work hard for Konoha, and you too. Danzo shouted loudly. My parents have lost their lives for Konoha. Isn't that enough? Hyagalanmo replied angrily. Konoha also protects your safety, if you don't have Konoha, you still don't know where to beg for food. Tuanzang said unwillingly. How did Konoha protect my safety? From the moment I was caught by Orochimaru and almost did an experiment, Hyagalanmo died in Konoha. You protect? What kind of protection did you use? Master Han takes me away, I might be gifted to Yuan by you now. Hyagalanmo's face flushed. The reason why he came back to see them with Mr. Jiraiya was because he was not afraid. He now has enough power to protect himself, although he can't guarantee that he will win a big victory in front of these masters. But it's absolutely no problem to escape safely. Who will he be from now on? He doesn't care at all, he doesn't hurt others, and others don't want to use them to hurt him when he doesn't want to. You. Tuanzang looked at him angrily, and couldn't say anything for a while, because just a month ago, he sent a few children to De Shiwan. Okay, Danzo, you go out. The three generations discovered that Hyagalanmo would be extremely angry as long as it involves Danzo. It seems that this child does know something about him. It's just that Danzo is a friend he grew up with. Although he does everything, by no means, he does it for Konoha. So even if he knows some things, he still closes one eye, but he can't do it today. He must let Danzo leave, otherwise, things will be very bad. Chapter 43. Three generations don't want to offend him. Because he has already seen that this kid doesn't care about Konoha anymore. Don't watch him make a big fuss in Yanyan village, but he definitely didn't do those things for Konoha. As for what's in it? I'm afraid only this kid knows. Besides, he can't be forced anymore. Since he can return to Konoha smoothly in Yanyan village, he can even leave Konoha. He was only 6 years old. If he let a child who could defeat a master of the shadow level leave at 6 years old, it would be his dereliction of duty for 3 generations of Hokage, especially now, when Konoha is short of people. What? 3 generations of you let me out? You let me out for a child? Danzo looked at Sandai angrily. Please go out, and from now on, don't talk about letting this child go to Root, please go out. The 3rd generation of Hokage reiterated very seriously. You. Danzo looked at the 3 generations angrily, then looked at Hyagalanmo again, flicking his sleeves and leaving the Hokage office. When Shimura Danzo left, the anger in the office eased a lot. The 3 generations originally wanted to ask Hyagaemo, but now it seems that this child has a deep misunderstanding of Konoha, and he has experienced it at such a young age. After so many things, he was afraid that no one would believe it except those who were good to him. And Tsunade isn't here yet. If she is here, maybe something still needs to change. Today, this child must not be forced anymore, and in any case, he must be stabilized. Hyagalanmo, don't worry, we let you come, no other meaning, the people in Yanyan village have also left. I just want to ask, just one sentence, you really made a big fuss in Yanyan half a month ago village, defeated Oyemu and grabbed their tail Orc Zuli. 3 generations of Hokage looked at him closely, while turning to bed. Xiaochun and Mito Minyan also took a small step forward, as if they were afraid that they would not hear the other's answer. In fact, they know that there is really no need to ask about this kind of words. Onaki is a 3-generation Hokage, a film-level figure who has been in office for more than 40 years. How can he say something false? It's just that they are so curious, they really want to hear the person answer this question head-on. The fingers of the 3rd generation were rubbed together, and he lowered his head and looked at Hyagalanmo tightly, while Ji Lai was also extremely nervous on one side, and his eyes fell on him. He really didn't expect that this kid would ruin Yanyan village. Seeing that they hadn't done anything excessive, Hyagalanmo nodded yes. With a simple word, the 4 people in front of them all breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder Yanyan village will be the first one of the 5 ninja villages to announce that it will withdraw from the 3 wars. It is really a nest, and there is no ability to fight again. Then can I ask one more question? Just one. 3 generations squatted at, looking at the day with the blue ink. His attitude was particularly gentle, as if he was afraid he would refuse. You said? Hyagalanmo said calmly. Where is the tail orc pillar power? How do you catch the tail orc pillar strength of Yanyan village? This problem has arisen, and the other 3 people once again set their sights on him. Let it go. Hyagalanmo replied lightly. It's a pity, it's a pity. Zhuan Xiaochun almost jumped up, but after just that, she stood firmly again. Oh, okay, let it go. Or let it go. 3 generations laughed, stood up, and couldn't ask any more. Although he wanted to know more things and more details, he really couldn't ask. Can I go home? Hyagalanmo asked. At this moment, he really admires the 3 generations of Sarutobi Hisaki, no wonder they can be Hokage. He was already prepared when he left school in the presence of Onaki and Konoha. If Konoha forced him to do something he didn't want to do, he could only leave here forever. If they let him be rooted. He killed Danzo and left. But the 3 generations of Hokage turned Danzo out in front of him. He also asked him not to mention Hyagalanmo into the dark roots in the future. Not only that, but his attitude towards him was particularly good, so he asked 2 questions, and didn't say anything else. This is for him to leave room in Konoha. With such a large space, this is his home again, with his friends and teachers, how could he still leave? Therefore, 3 generations are not lost to 3 generations, a good method. In the afternoon, Gilles returned home and dragged him to the bathhouse. That afternoon, he didn't go to school. The 2 stayed in the bathhouse comfortably for an afternoon. Later, Gilles also sent him away. He is a gift. When Hyagalanmo got the scroll, his chin almost fell to the ground. He looked around, as if afraid that others would see it, and looked back at Jiraiya in surprise. Sir, this is a forbidden technique? Yes. What you need? Zi Lai also raised his brows, with an expression you know. Seeing no one around, Hyagalanmo stretched out his hand to open it, and the first line of words read autographed by Qian Shaozujian. Seeing these 6 words, Hyagalanmo felt that the hairs on his back were standing up, and he looked back at Jiraiya, feeling excited. His body has wooden escape chakra, but because it is a copy of Uchiha's wooden escape with soil, Uchiha's wooden escape with soil has limited ability, so his wooden escape is also limited. After his constant efforts the day after tomorrow, Mudun chakra can also be used at will, but he has a more difficult problem, that is, Mudun ninjutsu. Uchiha doesn't know how to take the soil with the wooden dungeons among the senjutsus. What he often uses is the basic ninjutsu and cutting techniques of the wooden dungeon, and the tree world descends. Knowing the reasons such as ninjutsu refining and ji-yin, cannot be used at all. Even people like Uchiha Madara and Danzo who have implanted the body cells between the senjutsu columns in the later stages can only use the basic wooden dodge, and the deeper wooden dodge will not at all. Hyagalanmo's body has 8 chakra attributes, so if he wants, Mudun chakra can become his original chakra just like Senjujuan. With Mudun chakra, but I don't know how to practice ninjutsu and ji-yin method, I still can't learn deeply. And now, the small scroll that Ji-Lai also gave to him turned out to be a handwritten note from Senjuzuzu, which made Hyagalanmo excited. This is a treasure. He looked at Jiraiya in disbelief, and the other party made a silent action. Hush, I stole it from the secret library. Don't tell anyone, not even Tsunade, you know. Hyagalanmo nodded again and again, his eyes lit up, and he asked in a low voice, how did Sir know that I would escape? Last night I saw you use the wooden escape to make the young saplings germinate. Gillette also whispered back, I don't understand this, you can take a good look, I'll go next door to see. Chapter 44. After speaking, Ji-Lai also ran out around the towel. After a while, there was a screaming sound from the female bath next door, and the next second, Hyagalanmo saw that Ji-Lai had also escaped the bathhouse. Hyagalanmo laughed when he saw this scene. He carefully placed the scroll and wrapped it in waterproof craft paper and got up and went home. As the sun sets, Hyagalanmo closes the door, draws the curtains, takes out the small scroll, and opens it slowly. Wood escape. Wood dragon technique, Mingshen gate, cutting technique, tree binding eternal burial, tree sea descending, Big Forest Technique, 4-Pillar Prison, Lianzugia, Tree Root Burst Burial, Wooden Duplication Book, Wooden Man Technique, Flower Tree. The world is coming, the skills of ranking are all the skills of bagging. Behind is the fairy method used to practice the technique of becoming an immortal. Thousands of hands, and the top-level Buddha used by thousands of hands. This is simply a treasure. Hyagalanmo stayed up all night, and has been reading this mutant practice secret book written by the Kinshao Zujian. And before dawn the next day, he had already gone to the back mountain and began to practice Mudan ninjutsu from the beginning. He didn't return to Konoha until the sky was bright. Mr. Jiraiya didn't return home for the whole night. When he arrived home, he saw Zio Kangpyo standing in front of his house with a basket in his hand, as if waiting for him. Icarus. Hyagalanmo greeted Roar. Lan Mo, I made some cakes. I brought some for you. You can taste it? Zio Kangpyo happily handed him the basket in his hand. Hyagalanmo reached out and took it and opened the cloth cover that covered it. It was beautiful. Fresh flour pastries are placed on the plate. Thank you, Calamus. He reached out his hand, picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. It's delicious. It's delicious, I made it myself. Changpyo smiled happily. Changpyo didn't go to the ninja school. I heard that next year his father would send her to an ordinary school to learn knowledge, so she is still at home now. They used to play together a lot, and Uncle Il also took good care of him. Since Hyagalanmo left Konoha with Tsunade, they don't see each other often, plus they have gone to the ninja school, so there are even fewer opportunities to meet. Ns. Zio Kangpyo hasn't seen him for a long time, so he came here to take a look. It's time for him to go to school. Changpyo put all the cakes in a paper bag and put it in his school bag. You work hard, we will play together again when we have time. Okay. Hyagalanmo nodded happily, reached for the school bag in her hand, and went to school. Today's school is the same as in the past. Hyagalanmo has entered the class, and Hikari is talking to others. Ha ha ha, did you see it yesterday? That Tying came to our school and talked to Hyagalanmo and asked him if he kidnapped the tail beast of Yanyan village. He also said that he destroyed most of Yanyan village. I was hiding behind the bushes, and I heard all their conversations, which shocked me at the time. I think Hyagalanmo can't be so good, right? Later, Master Naruto left the school with 3 generations of Hokage. I went to the teacher in the school to ask about this. What happened to you, guess? What's the matter? The classmates all looked at Hikari nervously. They had also heard about what happened yesterday, but they didn't know what happened afterwards. It's all fake. The 3rd generation of Hokage recognized the wrong person, so let me just say it. How could Hyagalanmo be so powerful? He also ruined most of the entire Yanyan village. He has just gathered chakra, and can just throw accurately. Li Jian, he doesn't even know where Yanyan village is. How could he go to Yanyan village? Haha, it's all fake. Hikari laughed loudly. At this time, Hyagalanmo entered the classroom. Everyone looked back at him, and Inazukaka came over. Lanmo, did that Tying really recognize the wrong person? He nodded. It seems that this is a 3-generation seal. This kind of thing should not be publicized, whether it is for public or private. This is not good for Konoha, so it is best to shut up. After all, it is easy to cause misunderstandings when Renzoli was hijacked. The class bell rang, and Uchiha Itachi, who hadn't appeared in the class for several days, appeared and sat next to him. You're back. Don't you go to a separate class today? Hyagalanmo asked. The teacher asked me to come back today, as if there is something going on in school today. Uchiha Itachi replied. Sure enough, after a short while, Mr. Shan Chengqingyi rushed into the classroom. Classmates, gather in line and go to the playground to hold a school meeting. Soon, All the students in all grades of the ninja school have reached the playground, and the playground is full of people. On the rostrum in front, the 3 generations of Hokage and a few school teachers appeared. They sat down, and the 3 generations began to speak. Students, in order to celebrate the end of the 3 wars, our school decided to hold a competition to test the current strength of the students. For this test, we have set up 3 awards. The first prize is a collection of 5 chakra ninjutsu secrets. The second place rewards the real scroll of fire escape water escape ninjutsu, and the third place rewards the real scroll of earth escape. In addition, there are bonus rewards. The first place rewards 50,000 yuan, the second place rewards 10,000 yuan, and the third place rewards 3,000 yuan. UN rewards. I hope everyone will work hard. Everyone in each class, please go to the competition venue in 5 minutes. After the 3 generations finished speaking, they walked off the rostrum and left the school. As soon as the principal left, the lower grades surrounded Yamashiro Aoba in the middle. Teacher, what should I do? The whole school has a unified competition. We must lose in the lower grades. Yeah, we are not even ninjas. We haven't protected our foreheads yet. Are we going to participate in the competition? Some students asked worriedly. This time the whole school must participate. Except for those who have tasks, no one can refuse the competition for any reason. So students, let's not back down. Let's do this. The most important thing is to participate. The teacher will follow you and everyone will work hard together. Shan Chengqingyi raised her fist and said. Hyagalanmo frowned slightly and looked back at Uchiha Itachi. He didn't seem to think this was a bit abrupt. With so many people in the school, they all came to Zishan, and everyone was waiting outside the woods, because the teachers at the school would have to talk about the content of the competition. After a while, an elderly teacher went up to the heights and said to everyone, the first match point, the dense forest of Zishan, the first 200 people who reached the top of the mountain can enter the next stage of the competition. The competition begins. After speaking, the teacher waved his hand, and everyone rushed into the dense forest. Hyagalanmo unhurriedly followed Shan Cheng Aoba without any fighting spirit. Soon, everyone was gone, and only these lower grade students were left. Teacher Yamashiro was full of fighting spirit and constantly cheered everyone on. Everyone must work hard. Even if we are the last to go up, we must cheer. Go forward, Uchiha Itachi, hurry up, catch up, at this time you have to rush forward, go up. Chapter 45, Hyaga Blue Ink. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi looked back at Hyagalanmo, and then quickly followed him up. Students, don't worry, we can do it, even if we are the last to go up, we have to cheer. Teacher Shan Cheng continued to encourage everyone. Hyagalanmo followed the students, not showing himself at all, very low-key. This made the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi, who was hiding in the office and using the crystal ball to check the entire game, very anxious. Why did he suddenly make such a game? I didn't want to test what ability Hyagalanmo has in the end. If it hadn't been for the BD to make trouble, he would have asked someone to test Hyagalanmo yesterday, but Danzang almost forced him to explode. How could he dare to test it out? So yesterday he had to stabilize Hyagalanmo first, and did not dare to ask him more, so he returned home and continued his previous life. But the 3 generations are curious. He really wants to know what ability this kid has. Why was it possible to defeat Onoki and kidnap the Orczolai of Iwakura Murao? Because of this incident, he didn't sleep all night and came up with a way to use the entire school's teachers and students to accompany the Hyagalanmo competition, just to test his ability. But now, this child has no fighting spirit at all. Isn't this a waste of this opportunity he created? This can't work. He waved his hand, and the dark part on one side approached. After he bowed his head and said a few words to him, he suddenly stopped, saying, "Wait a minute, there is a situation." Although the three generations were talking to the people in Enby, his eyes had been fixed on the crystal ball on the table. At the moment, on the West Mountain, there were a few ninjas who didn't know where they were secretly following the lower grade students. They hid well before, so the three generations did not find out, but now, because the ninjas and teachers of the upper grades have gone up the mountain, the lower grades have fallen behind, except for them in the mountains. Without anyone else, those people have boldly appeared. At the moment, on the West Mountain, the lower grade students all gathered together and looked at the tall trees in horror. Several people appeared on the surrounding tree trunks. Some of them have the foreheads of the rebels of Wuyan village, some have the foreheads of the rebels of Kainan village, and two of them are Sanrin. That should be Hyaga Lanmo, Hyaga's white eyes, very easy to recognize, shot. After the other party finished saying this, they all rushed towards Hyaga Hikari. Hyaga Hikari's jaw almost fell to the ground when he saw this scene. He cried with a wow, and stretched his hand to the side. Hyaga Lanmo. "Don't catch me, you have admitted the wrong person, I am not Hyaga Lanmo, he is. Yamashiro Aoba jumped forward and stood in front of Hinata Hikaru. "What do you want to do? We are definitely going to arrest people." After speaking, the four people rushed up. Shan Chenkingyi was not the opponent of these people at all. Although his physical skills were amazing, the opponent was crowded. In less than 2 minutes, he was severely injured and fell down to the ground. Several classmates stepped forward, and they were also hit by the other side's sweeping leg, but Hinata had already grabbed them and took them away. Hyaga Lanmo frowned slightly. He knew that today's game was aimed at him, but he didn't wait for the trial of Enby, but waited for a group of Sunin. "What's the situation?" No matter what the situation is, it is impossible for him to let Hyaga Hikari do it for himself. "Teacher, are you okay?" Hyaga Lanmo stepped forward and stretched out his hand to investigate his injuries. How can I say that he had been with Tsunade for a while, and he was also a person who had studied the medical ninja manuscript given by Tsunade. Soon, he found pathology, 3 ribs broken, liver hemorrhage, and it was all right for the time being. "Teacher, you go back to the village first, I'll go and see." After saying that, Hyaga Lanmo jumped onto the tall tree, and chased it down. At this moment, the third generation of Hokage was watching the scene in the office. After he discovered that Hyaga Blue Emo was missing on the crystal ball, he was so scared that Roar couldn't breathe well. "Hurry up, the people from Enby, hurry up and support." Before, he wanted to let the people of Umbu test his ability. He didn't expect that someone would attack him right after he left the village. They didn't need to take action at all, but if you want to know his ability, you still need someone to witness. In addition to his crystal ball, although he can see the game on the mountain, he can't see the current situation of Hyaga Lanmo. The reason is very simple. His detection method is called the telescope technique. It needs to use a crystal ball as a mediator to gain insight into the opponent's situation. However, to use this technique, a specific condition is required, that is, to know the opponent's chakra attributes. He can't see Hyaga Blue Emo in crystal ball because he still doesn't know what his chakra attributes are. The reason why he let the students and teachers of the whole school play this trial game with him is to use the different chakra attributes of the teachers and students to check Hyaga Lanmo's performance in the competition. I wanted Enby to test him, but now it's alright. I don't know where Sanrin is coming out. Take Hyaga Blue Ink and ran away. Thinking of how much loss his departure would bring to Konoha, he turned around and picked up the cloak, turned around and jumped out along the window. He wanted to find him himself. 70 miles north of Konoha Baishin is the Death Forest, and most people would not come here, but these Sanrin took Hinata and went directly north. "Don't catch me, I'm not Hyaga Lanmo, I explain why you don't believe it, I'm really not him." He burst into tears, and he really didn't want to recite this pot. God, did I bully Hyagalanmo too much on weekdays? Now I have to pay it back. Hyagalanmo, I'm sorry, I shouldn't bully you, wow. Hyagakwang wept loudly. Smelly boy, do you think we are a fool? The Hyaga's people are all with blank eyes, and you are the only one in the class with blank eyes. Who will we not catch you? Coward, I still want to dump someone else. The strong man snorted coldly. No, you really caught the wrong thing. Hyagalanmo is a blind man. I have a good eye, but I am not him. Hey, I can't tell. It's so long-winded, make him faint. The next second, the strong man slashed with one hand, and Hyaga fainted. Someone is coming. Suddenly, the perception ninja in the team said. The strong man in front said, I'll go first, you guys will be the last. No, this person was caught by all of us. Even if we get the bounty, we have to be together. If you go first, what if you swallow the bounty? The other three did not get behind, but caught up with the one carrying Hyagako in front. Chapter 46, I apologize to you. They are a temporary organization of Sun and Team, which is dedicated to catching the rewards of the black market bounty characters, and Hyagalanmo's information was only on the black market reward list last night, and they rushed to Konoha today. Coincidentally, they were still planning how to perform the task. Unexpectedly, today the students of the ninja school went to Konoha Nishiyama to participate in some competition, so they just shot it. What they didn't expect was that Hyagalanmo, who currently ranks third in the black market bounty, was so easy to catch. Anyone who makes a casual shot will become theirs. Then what to do? Do you stay? When will we defeat that person, and when will we go on the road together? These people are working together for the first time, and there is no tacit understanding of mutual distrust. I think you still don't leave anyone. Just when they were disagreeing, Hyagalanmo had already appeared in front of them. You can't leave people behind, or kill them. He sounded like ice, standing on the tree trunk with a cold expression on his face. Who are you? A little hairy boy, dare to speak big words. Among the four, the man wearing the forehead of the Wuyan village rebellious forehead suddenly rushed over. At the same time, a layer of thick rose up in the dense woods. Fog. Water curtain, what are you doing? Don't use the technique of mist concealment, be careful that Majin slips away with the child. Cao Ninbu village rebel said on the side. A gust of wind blew, and the fog quickly dispersed. Sure enough, Majin and the child were no longer on the scene. Seeing this scene, the three of them had no intention of dealing with Hyagalanmo, turned around and chased after them. Hyagalanmo raised his eyebrows. These people don't have the spirit of teamwork at all. He chased him up with the instantaneous technique, and directly stopped in front of the strong man Majin in front of him. Put him down, I will spare you not to die. In fact, Hyagalanmo could kill him directly, but he didn't want to hurt Hyagahikari. Because the man's finger was placed on Hinata's neck, if he didn't make a move, he would use force on the other side, then Hinata would be over. At the same time, the other three ninjas had already caught up. Mike-jin, you really can't believe it, you want to embezzle the bonus. No, you see, how does this kid feel a bit like the kid on the black market scroll? Majin has already felt that the boy in him is not Hyagalanmo at all, because by contrast, the one standing in front of the big tree is right. They are more like the boy who babbles. The water curtain on one side pulled out the rewarding scroll and looked at the portrait on it carefully. Black-haired child with closed eyes. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as the one in front of him. Before they saw the boy in the painting with his eyes closed and thought the other person was white, so he deliberately closed his eyes. Now they understand that they couldn't see it, and they caught the wrong person in the first place. Pop. The brawny Majin directly threw Hyagako. Hinata Hikari, who fell on the ground from a tall tree, was in pain. He woke up and saw 5 people on the tree. One of them was Hyagalanmo. He happily reached out and said to Roar, "Hyagalanmo, I'm here. I know, take good care of yourself." Hyagalanmo finished speaking and rushed up. After brushing the wind blade twice, he killed the perception type ninja in the team. Among them, his ability was the lowest, and he was the first to be destroyed. This is the cruelty of the ninja world. If you don't move forward, don't work hard, and always bottom out, you will lose your life sooner or later. Seeing this scene, Hikaru was surprised. Is this still the blind Hyagalanmo who always follows him with his grades on weekdays? When did he become so powerful? He rubbed his eyes, and he didn't even see how Hyagalanmo made the move just now, and the other party just folded. Thunder Escape, the technique of Sky Thunder. The technique of Wood Escape and Wood Dragon. Hyaga blew Ink Ji-Ying quickly, and the remaining 3 opponents have no room to fight back. Among them, the man named Majin is the strongest ability among the 4, and can reach the level of particularly high forbearance. Seeing that things were not going well, Malong kept chasing him behind him. He jumped in and came to Hinata Hikaru. He reached out and fished him up, and then put his fingers on his neck. "Smelly boy, stop quickly. Otherwise I will kill him. If you know that this kid is so powerful, he shouldn't have thrown the hostage away just now. No, don't kill me." The kidnapped Hikari turned his face pale in fright. Hyagalanmo stopped ninjutsu and landed on a big tree opposite the man. "Hyagalanmo, I apologize to you, I'm really sorry, I always bully you on weekdays, I always say bad things about you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, please help me." The opposite Hyaga began to cry. Looking at the deep forest, he always felt that this place was far away from Konoha. When it was over, Hyagalanmo would definitely not save himself. He would definitely hate him so much in his daily life. Ns. Puff. Just when Hinata Guang lost his confidence, suddenly a wooden cutting technique exploded in the burly man's body. At the same time, a figure jumped over and swept him onto the opposite tree. It was Hyagalanmo. God. He looked at Hyagalanmo in front of him, and suddenly felt that he was so tall, and he seemed to be shining. Looking back at the person who planted under the tree, his body had been inserted into the tree like quill. "You are so amazing, Hyagalanmo." Seeing that the enemies were dead, Hyaga Hikari burst into joy. Go back." Hyagalanmo grabbed his wrist and performed an instantaneous spell, which disappeared and reappeared, already several kilometers away. "Hyagalanmo, your speed is so fast, Hyagalanmo, you are a hidden master, wow, where is this? Why haven't we reached the village yet? Death Forest. Halo. No wonder I feel gloomy here, but I feel safe with you by my side, Hyagalanmo, let's play together in the future, Hyagalanmo, I suddenly feel that I like you so much, I feel like I am already your obsession." Finally, when the two arrived at the village, Hyagalanmo shook off the nagging Hyaga Hikari in his hand, but he posted it again, with a smile on his face, and he started bragging when he saw his classmates. "Oh, you haven't seen it? Hyagalanmo is really too powerful." 4 people surrounded him and beat him. With a wave of his hand, both of them died. The remaining one wanted to threaten him with me, but he did it again. With a shake of his hand, suddenly a wooden bomb exploded from that person's body. Great. The whole class was surrounded by Hyagalanmo. "Really? That's great, Hyagalanmo, you are so good, go to the competition?" Just now their seniors laughed at us, saying that we are one. The little beanbags of the first grade hit and jumped high, and we also said that our first grade small bench smashed and smashed. Chapter 47 The Despicable Danzo. Hyagalanmo didn't hold back and laughed when he heard this. "Where is the teacher? Did you go to the hospital?" Well, the afternoon is better than the second one. If we lose, we will lose. Don't care too much. Let's go to see teacher Yamashiro. Hyagalanmo finished speaking, and walked towards the Konoha hospital in the village. In the distance, the Umbu did not catch up with them and the third generation saw this scene. They sighed. After they came to the woods, it was too late. When they finally caught up with a few people, it was over there. Anyway, they didn't watch to that battle. And the conclusion that the three generations can draw now is only known from Hyaga Hikari's mouth, that Hyagalanmo can use instantaneous spells, would escape ninjutsu. Also, his perception technique is very powerful. Even if he can't see during the day, he can accurately strike the enemy and know what's happening around him. It's definitely. Sometimes he doesn't seem to know. For example, when Oyeki came yesterday, he waited until Oyeki spoke. He seemed to have just reacted. Probably this is related to the use of chakras in his body. No matter what, this child is totally obsessed. When he came to the hospital to visit teacher Yamashiro, there was nothing wrong with him. He was relieved when Hinata Mitsuo came back safely, and Hikari blew Hyaga blew Mo in front of him again, saying how he was so powerful, how he saved himself, etc. Teacher Yamashiro looked astonished. Looking back at Hyagalanmo, this kid turned out to be a master. Uchiha Itachi was successfully selected into the top 200. In general, the lower grade group is not too ugly, and at least one is included. The second game was held in the afternoon, the third game in the morning the next day, and the fourth game in the afternoon. In general, the three generations of Hokage spent 60,000 to 70,000 yuan in bonuses, 3 ninjutsu cheats, and a school student and teacher for 2 days. In the end, they didn't get any information from Hyagalanmo. Thought of. But what can he do? People didn't make it in the first round. Does he have to force them to make a move? Besides, it makes sense to take shots in the competition. If everyone withdraws from a class, should the people in Umbu act on such young children? Anyway, this time he didn't get what he wanted. The life of the school is the same as before, school and school every day, basic education. And Mr. Jalea left Konoha because of the investigation of the whereabouts of Orochimaru, and Hyagalanmo resumed his life, but fortunately he had many friends around him. Recently Ozuki Yuyan was on a mission outside, but Koirabu, Inyazukaka and Hinata Hikaru often came to his house to play with him. The iris is beautiful, lovely, and quiet, and also makes a variety of pastries and delicacies. It is very popular. Although Inyazuka is with them, she spends most of the time with her dogs. Only that Hyaga was really nagging, he was bragging all over the evening after school. What are the 64 palms of the Hyaga family's gossip, 128 palms of the gossip, what are the white-eyed perspectives, how powerful they are, and so on, and how interesting their family gatherings are. Participated twice, but it blows to the sky. What also said that the file-size sister of the Zone family is beautiful and cute, she likes him the most, and laughs when she sees him. He was talking about Hinata Hyaga. When she was born, Hyagalanmo was not in Konoha, so naturally she didn't go to his house to send gifts. It's definitely, he, who is forgotten by the family, doesn't matter if he goes or not. Unexpectedly, just when a few friends were playing in the yard of Hyagalanmo's family, the Hyaga Zone's family came to invite Hyagalanmo, which made him very puzzled. He didn't know what happened until the Zone family. 2 people in the main house are drinking tea, one is the main master, the patriarch of the Hyaga family, Hyaga Hizu, and opposite him is sitting the yin-slanting villain Shimura Danzo. The 2 are holding teacups with a smile on their faces. Say what? Hyagalanmo had never seen Danzo smile before, but at the moment, the smile on his face was like a hideous monster, which made people extremely uncomfortable. Lan Mo is here, come, sit in the room. In Hyagalanmo's memory, Hyaganissa had never spoken to himself before, and today he was smiling, as if he knew him very well. "No, I'll just stand here, just tell me what you have," Hyagalanmo said. "Haha, look at this kid, he's so arrogant, but it doesn't matter, I like it, haha." Danzo once again showed his disgusting smile. He changed his strategy. In the third generation, he didn't get permission, so he ran to Hyaga's house to say good things to Hyaganissa. For him, this is really a big improvement. It's not a small improvement for him at such an old age. Learn to turn. Haha. Hyaganizu also laughed, but when he was toasting a cup of tea, he still looked at Hyagalanmo from the corner of his eye. There have been a lot of rumors about him recently, but the upper management in the village have never treated him special, so much so that he thinks those rumors are false. But today, Danzo went to the door in person, and said that there was a good thing to talk to the patriarch of his Hyaga family, and he wanted to see Hyagalanmo, and lost a smile. This proves that those rumors are true. Thinking of this, the heart of Hyaga hippos jumped bang. Just imagine that a 6-year-old child of the Hyaga clan could defeat Onoji and almost destroyed Iwagaki village and caught their tail beast. What is this ability? Let alone a child, even dozens of Shangren have never seen that they can do this. Hyaga Hizuto took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and looked back at Hyagalanmo again. The child stood there stubbornly, with an expression of reluctance in his eyes. It seems that the Hyaga family has not taken good care of him over the years. So much so that he has a more conflicting expression. Seeing Hyagalanmo standing in the courtyard, Danzo's smile was even stronger. "Hyagalanmo, I wonder if there is any misunderstanding between us? Why don't you come in and have a good talk, your patriarch sits here. Don't you give me this little face." Hyagalanmo raised his head and glanced at Hyaganazu. After a long time, he took off his shoes and entered the main house. "That's right, come on, have a cup of tea. By the way, children drinking tea is not good for their health, otherwise." Tuanzang looked around. Hyaganisuda immediately understood, and said, "Come on, bring a glass of milk." "Yes." Someone outside replied. "You don't have to worry about it, just talk about it. Why are you looking for me so late?" Hinatalanmo. Suddenly Danzo stretched out his hand and wanted to grab his finger to show his closeness. But he pulled his hand and put his hands behind his back. Chapter 48 Old Fox. "Ah, he. Hinata Hirazu smiled awkwardly when he saw this scene. He wanted to reprimand Hyagalanmo for being rude, but he didn't have the right to reprimand him when he thought that the Hyaga clan had ignored him all these years. Today, being able to bridge the gap between the two and sit here to talk is already the limit. If he relied on his status as the head of the Hyaga clan to overpower others, it would be a bit too ignorant. Haha, it's okay, I actually don't mean anything else, I just like you very much. You know, I used to ask you for 3 generations and ask you to join us, but you just don't agree. I know that there is a misunderstanding between us, but it is really just a misunderstanding. I really have nothing to do with Orochimaru. I did know him before, but I didn't know what he did. I'm loyal to Konoha, how can I support the Shiwan doing that kind of frenzied experiment? Hyagalanmo, you have to trust me." Danzo talked and laughed while drinking tea. In fact, he was extremely angry in his heart. When he lived such an old age, when did he say good things to others so inferiorly? Even for 3 generations, he would not give him such treatment. If this kid still doesn't agree to go with him today, don't blame him for being impolite. Even if he uses extraordinary means, he will be willing to do it. Today, he is here to give him the last chance to solve the problem peacefully. When Hyagahizu heard this, the smile on his face had disappeared. No wonder Danzo would come to their house and ask him to find Hyagalanmo to meet and chat. So there is such a deep connection between them. Danzo-sama, is there anything between Orochimaru and Hyoga Lanmo? Hyoga Hizu couldn't help but asked. After asking, he also felt a little gaff, closed his mouth and stopped speaking. As the head of the Hyoga clan, his child was lost and almost died. He was out of the village for half a year. He didn't know why, and now he still has the face to ask others. Ahem, it's okay, it's all a misunderstanding, don't talk about the previous things, Hyoga Lanmo, I have explained all what I should explain to you today. I came here to ask you, do you believe me? Hidden at home and practiced several times before coming here, he believes in his acting skills. I don't believe it. Hyoga Lanmo turned his head to look at him, his dark blue eyes became more and more introverted in the night, as if he could see everything. His eyes are really beautiful. They don't feel anything during the day when the pupils are out of focus, but as night falls, after he can see the affairs, his whole person seems to be full of spirituality because of those eyes. Tuanzanki's teacup was heavily placed on the table. He stabilized for a long time before releasing the pressure of the fire that was stirred up by Hyoga blue ink. Hyoga Lanmo, why are you so stubborn? After all, you are a member of Konoha. Isn't it what you should do to go into the route to protect Kono? Right, Patriarch Hyoga. Suddenly, Danzo set his sights on Hyoga Sunfood. Why did he come to his house? Isn't it just asking him to help persuade Hyoga Lanmo? Why didn't he say a word? This old fox just sat there drinking tea with a smile, and said nothing. Can he not hold down a 6-year-old child? Haha, how do you say this kind of thing? I feel that the child is still young, and there is no ability to go to Umbu, let him wait for 2 years to talk about it. What status is Hyoga Nissa, the patriarch of a family? There are some things. Just look at it. If the 3 generations agreed that Hyoga Amo entered the roots, could he still come to him for help? Obviously, the 3 generations rejected him, and there are people from Tuanzang who are still looking for help with such painstaking efforts. Isn't he always bright, can't come dark? Since he didn't directly use the Dark One, it proved that he had measured this matter, and he couldn't beat Hyoga Lanmo, so he came here to offend people. He wouldn't do that kind of thing. These years, the Hyoga's family hasn't cared about Hyoga Lanmo. At this time, let him come out and use the big tail wolf to offend someone who has defeated Onoki, so he won't do it. But is Hyoga Lanmo really that great? Hyoga Hizu looked at him strangely, trying to use his eyes to check his body chakra, but because Danzo was sitting across from him, he had to stop. Well, I'm here for nothing today, Hyoga Lanmo, are you really not in your roots? Danzo stood up, this was his last time to ask Hyoga Lanmo with kind words. No, never. Hyoga Lanmo suppressed the anger in his heart and said, who did he think he was? Well, you're waiting. After speaking, Tenzo left the main house in a huff, and left the home of Hyoga Nissa directly after a vertical leap. Hyoga Lanmo bowed his head slightly, saluted Hyoga Hizu, then got up and turned to leave. When he was leaving, Hyoga Hippocampus rolled his eyes to check his chakras all over his body. Only the thin, silky chakras wandered through his meridians. Isn't this even more forbearing? It seems that the rumors are indeed false, but why does Tuanzang insist on this child? This is too strange, right? Hyoga Lanmo returned home. Several friends had already left. The yard was dark. He entered the house and turned on the light, and started washing and preparing to go to bed. When I slept in the middle of the night, suddenly a pair of arms grabbed the bed, and then with a bang, a white smoke rose, and the person on the bed had turned into wood. Looking at Hyoga Lanmo again, he has entered the yard, and the 6 masters of the dark part have surrounded him round and round. Danzo was standing in the dark. He was really mad, and he was even slapped against him in the village. Take it down, I want to see people alive, and I want to see a corpse when I die. As soon as these words came out, all the surrounding dark parts rushed up. Hyagalanmo's several vertical leaps fought with each other. In the darkness, there are two eyes looking at this side through the crystal ball. He is the third generation of Hokage, Sarutobi Hirakai. Beside him, stood a man wearing a mask. This man was not tall, with white hair, and was clean and fresh. This man was Kakashi Heiji in his youth. "My lord, do you?" he asked in a low voice. 3 generations shook his head. "Don't worry, look at his ability. His speed is very fast." Just after receiving the sentence, Hyagalanmo over there has already shaken off a few dark roots, and appeared on Danzo's head. "Either you die or I die today." After finishing speaking, he suddenly jumped in, a powerful lightning appeared in his hand, and slashed at the people below. Danzo dodges Fengdun Shuriken. Danzo's wind escape shuriken is to increase the sharpness of the shuriken so that it can cut rocks easily. Chapter 49, Leaving Konoha. The same is Fengdun, Thousand Wind Random Blade. The Hyaga Blue Mo on the opposite side did not hide, and directly used Fengdun to fight. He only heard a whistling sound in the air, and then there were thousands of Fengdun Feng swords beside Hyagalan Mo who wanted to rush across. So strong. The injured Anbujen quickly retreated. Danzo saw the scene and used Mudun to stop him, but his Qian Feng Ranbing did not start in a straight line. Many of them were able to rotate and turn. Danzo was in front of Mudun to stop him. After that, the pants were cut off, and the butt was hit directly. The wind blade entered the body. The pain was unbearable. The wind cuts were different from ordinary concealed weapon wounds. Coupled with the huge amount of Hyaga Blue Ink Chakra, the ability of Qian Feng Ranbian was very strong, and the stabbing was hidden in the group. The wind blade pierced directly into his pelvis, and then disappeared. Ah! He couldn't help but yelled, "Wind escape, vacuum." This ninjutsu was like aiming at the target, like a machine gun, with continuous wind and escape attacks. Danzo's eyeballs burst, and he looked closely at Hyagalanmo, and attacked him. Hyagalanmo snorted coldly when he saw this scene, and huge amounts of Tudun appeared in front of him, blocking the opponent's attack, and then he had a momentary spell, which had come to Danzo's back-cutting technique. "Enough, don't kill." 3 generations appeared and quickly stopped Hyagalanmo. Before his handprints were finished, Tuanzang turned around and used Mudun to catch him. In this way, the 3 generations and Tuanzang were arrested. Seeing this scene, Hyagalanmo opened his mouth, steam escape, burst of gas. The huge amounts of explosions sounded, and 3 generations withdrew, and Danzo was injured because of his pelvic bone. It was too late to see the chi burst and wanted to escape. In order to survive, he had to quickly lie on the ground. That's it, his right face was still covered. I got burned by a burst of air. Moreover, the power of the explosion was great. When he was lying on the ground, all the clothes behind his back were blown up. Even if his body was not injured, the clothes on his back were blown to pieces. Kakashi came to Hyagalanmo and asked, "Are you all right?" Hyagalanmo stepped back, frowning his brows and looking at the people in front of him. The 3 generations quickly explained, "Hyagalanmo, I asked Danzo to come and let him give you a test. Congratulations, you graduated from ninja school. This is a guardian. You can form a class to perform the task tomorrow. NS." With that said, the 3 generations handed over a guard. Hyagalanmo's brows tightened. He glanced at Tuanzo. The people in Anbujen had already put clothes on his body. He stood up and looked at him viciously. His legs were a little lame. The injury is not light. It's Hokage-sama who asked Tuan to hide it? Come and tell me that I want to see people when I live, and I want to see the corpse when I die. Hyagalanmo was cold all over. Suddenly his body slowly rose slowly. In the night sky, he was floating in the sky, his clothes fierce, like a god descending to the earth. He just wants to arouse your fighting spirit. 3 generations are still lying. Hyagalanmo laughed, one by one, it's really a good way. A 6-year-old child will not let go. Danzo, don't you think I don't know what you do? When Danzo heard this, his eyes were cold. It's weird in my heart, is this Konoha really worth the death of so many people? After saying that, Hyagalanmo jumped and disappeared into the night. Danzo, if you don't force him today, he won't leave. 3 generations turned around and shouted at Danzo, Anbi, hurry up and chase, don't have any physical conflicts, and let Jiraiya and Tsunade immediately. Come back, get this kid back for me. 3 generations are now very regretful. If they knew that this child had decided, he would not speak for Tuanzang just now. His mind is definitely not a child, he is mature and smarter than an adult. And Hyagalanmo didn't leave at all, he was now in the territory of Konoha Uchiha's family. He was sitting on a telephone pole outside Uchiha's Itaka's yard, reaching out and using the wind to knock on the window of Itaka's room. After a while, Itaka jumped out of the room. The two came to the small park next to the Hokage rock wall. There is a small venue on one side and an iron fence on one side. From here, you can directly see the entire panorama of Konoha. At this moment, the night is deep, and there is no one here. Itaka, I'm here to say goodbye to you. Hyagalanmo said. Where are you going? Itaka frowned and asked. He has been patronizing cultivation recently, and he has never had a good chat with him. He has heard the rumors about him. To be honest, he was very happy for him when he heard that others knew that his ninjutsu was powerful. But now, why did he leave Konoha? He doesn't know this very well, but he must have something that makes him intolerable. Otherwise, how could he choose this path? The sky is big, as long as I can protect myself, I can go anywhere. Hyagalanmo didn't want to explain too much. Uchiha Itaka nodded, and the two children stood on the heights of Konoha and looked at the whole village without speaking for a long time. Uchiha Itaka is a person with a high IQ. During the time they were silent, he had already thought about all the things he could encounter in the future, and finally he said, Fortunately, I have seen your ninjutsu, otherwise it will be counted. It's dead, I won't let you leave Konoha. It's messy outside. During World War III, one saw many children who lost their lives because of the war. Fortunately, you are strong enough. He said deeply, and sighed again. Will we meet again in the future? Yes. Itaka, before leaving, I will do one thing for you. I hope you will have a happy family in the future, and the whole family will be reunited. Hyagalanmo looked at him and laughed. What's the matter? Uchiha Itaka asked. A little thing, Itaka, not much to say, I should go now, goodbye. Hyagalanmo finished speaking, a different space shifted and disappeared. Uchiha Itaka stood there and sighed deeply, then turned to look at Konoha. No matter what choice he made, he was his friend. In the deep tunnel, a group of people stomped and walked, and a light was on in a room in the distance, and there were bursts of screams. Master Danzo, you must endure it. The wound must be cleaned up before the next treatment can proceed. Please endure it. The medical ninja next to him said. I can bear it, hurry up. Danzo's irritable voice sounded, Hyagalanmo, little bunny, today's shame, I will never forget the shame of today, one day, I will let you die in my hands. Humph, you thought you were awesome, didn't you? Play with me? I was not forced to leave Konoha. From now on, you will be Konoha's enemy. When your friends see you, they will want to kill you. When Jiraiya and Tsunade see you, they just want to bring you to justice. You think you are victory, let me tell you, you will never beat me in your life. Chapter 50 Cuttings Danzo. Danzo muttered to himself in resentment, and the next second, a medical ninja standing next to him, Yo-Yo, said, "You have done, sure you know the cutting technique, right?" Danzo frowned and looked back. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, the tall medical ninja at the scene turned into Hyagalanmo, and his fingers were already placed on his body. "Wooden, cutting technique." Ah! Severe pain exploded from Danzo's body. After he made only one sound, he completely died. "Today will be the ending you will never forget." Hyagalanmo looked at the corpse in front of him with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, then took off his white coat and threw it on the ground. He bowed his head and admired the Danzo who was stabbed to death by the cutting technique in front of him, and said, "Yes, very perfect art. Taste." The medical ninjas on both sides collapsed on the ground in fright. Someone ran out of the room and yelled loudly, "Nothing, someone killed Danzo." The evening breeze is breezy, and the blue ink of Hyaga stands on the top of the tall trees on the high mountains. Looking at the clear starry sky, he sucked in the air forcefully, and then opened his arms. This is the breath of freedom. From now on, he will no longer have to trick Konoha for those intrigues. Worried. He reached out his hand and touched his eyes. A smile came up at the corner of his mouth. Since he is no longer in Konoha, let him continue to complete the other tasks of the system. Didn't the system say it? When he trains 10 tails, he will give him a mysterious gift package. For the gift package, he has to work hard. Thinking of this, he bowed his head slightly and searched for the current location of each tail beast in his mind. After he calculated it through time, at the moment, not long after the end of the 3 wars, the 9 tail beasts have now been sealed by the major ninja villages. Renzulai's body was gone. Among them, 1-tailed Shaorai Igara, 9-tailed Lama Naruto Uzumaki, or a doll under 1 year old, and Nanao Kongmingfu. Where is it now? It's a bit out of time to find them. For the rest, the 2-tailed traveler Zolai, the wooden man and the 6-tailed rhinoceros Zolaiu, are about the same age as him, and they are almost the same. There is also 3-tailed Manjulai Yakura. Thinking of him, Hyagalanmo thought of Uchiha, who is currently using illusions to control Yakura in the village of Misty Hidden. He, this infatuated species, can avenge the entire Misty village in order to avenge Haranolin. The scourge is horrible. This kind of retaliation is unprecedented. Since Yakura forced Haranolin to become a Sunwai man, Uchiha also forced him to become a Sunwai man. After simply killing him, Uchiha took the soil and turned the village he cared about upside down. Moreover, in the name of Yakura, he was stinking for thousands of years. This method was truly amazing. This is really 10 years of sharpening the blade, and the knife pierces people's hearts. Hyagalanmo smiled at this thought. He decided to go to Wuyan village. Thinking of this, he jumped from the tree and headed south. He was not in a hurry along the way. He stopped and stayed for 2 days when he encountered a place with good scenery. When the weather was bad, he would find a place to hide and practice by yourself. Finally, after half a month, he came to a small town near the sea in the southern part of the country of fire, ready to do some repairs, and then went to the country of bears, and then took a boat to the country of water. The reason why he didn't directly transfer to Wuyan village in a different space is because he wanted to walk all the way and take a look, and enjoy the different scenery and customs by the way. When he arrived in the small town, he saw Jiraiya's exaggerated smile as soon as he got into a restaurant. He turned and left, Tsunade blocking the door behind him. "Smelly boy, the 2 of us didn't offend you, can't you sit down and talk?" Tsunade reached out and took his fingers and walked inward. Hyagalanmo frowned slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. "Come here to sit." Zi Lai also ordered a few dishes and prepared a bottle of fruit wine for him. Gillette also poured a glass of wine for him, and Tsunade also picked up some dishes for him. At this moment, Silent walked in from outside, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw Hyagalanmo at a glance. Blue ink, Tsunade-sama said before that you might come here, but I didn't expect you to actually show up here. Holding a few packages with a large file size in her hand, she came to Hyagalanmo and hugged him in her arms. You must have suffered a lot, that Danzo is really annoying. Silent, don't talk nonsense. Tsunade reminded that even if some of the high-level characters are bad, it is not something they can evaluate. That's right, I hate him the most. After speaking, Mute sat next to Hyagalanmo, and she opened the package in her hand. I heard that you are going to travel for a few years. I bought a lot of things for you. This is underwear. You are outside by yourself. You can't always wear old clothes. Wash and change frequently. This is thicker clothes. If you go to the north, where there is heavy snow and cold weather, you always use chakras to prevent air conditioning. It is not good when you sleep and rest. Wearing more can save energy. These are shoes. I made them for you 3 months ago. I didn't make them until 3 days ago. Speaking of this, Mute couldn't speak anymore. She curled her lips and couldn't hold back the tears. Hyagalanmo reached out and stroked her back, comforting her. I'm fine, don't worry. Silent nodded heavily, sniffed his nose, and continued to turn over the package for him. This is something to eat? Don't always eat military food. Although it relieves hunger, it doesn't taste very good. There is also this, some medicine, and there are medicinal materials and medical equipment, which you can use when you learn the things on Mr. Tsunade's handwritten notes. You put these in the big reel, easy to carry. Hyaga Imoku said that he didn't show any feelings. Jiraiya and Tsunade didn't come here to find him and didn't catch him back. They came to see him off, and Silent, he really couldn't bear her. Come to Lanmo, let's have a toast. Gillette also raised the cup and said, I will often return to Konoha in the future. As for Danzo, don't worry, he dare not do anything to you. Is he still alive? Hyagalanmo frowned. Is he dead? Gillette had never heard of such news, and looked at Hyagalanmo in surprise. Hyagalanmo didn't speak. Indeed, how could a person like him die all at once? If he is still alive, then it proves that he used Izanagi. I thought I could remove a future stumbling block for Uchiha Itachi, but I didn't expect to do it. If there is no Danzo, maybe Uchiha Itachi will not have to make that difficult choice in the future, thus killing the entire family and defecting to Konoha. Regardless of whether he is a double agent or someone who has Konoha even after leaving Konoha, he hopes he can have a happier life.